Hey, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Casey, for being here. It's like Otherworldly Fundraising, and we're 62% of our goals and financially. And also, we're just here to talk and have fun and support Mom Bombs, which is a really great charity. And we've got an ad to run for that and stuff later. But
Mom Bomb helps moms and sometimes dads in crisis by offering grants for things like meal delivery, childcare, housekeeping, laundry service, and more. Because mom takes care of the whole family. But who's taking care of mom?
very good. Okay, cool. Well, again, thanks for joining us today. And I'm just going to start with the hard hitting questions, and some may be obvious and some maybe not. But what started you in the world of making costumes and such, and kind of why do you do it?
Awesome. Yeah. So, for those who don't know me, my name is SuperKayce. I go by SuperKayce Cosplay online. I started in the world of cosplay in 2009. And my very first costume was a Supergirl costume that I put together. I had that you can see on the screen, and it's near and dear because it was like a love project. I had no idea what I was doing. It was the first costume I ever put together. Um, Funny enough, I was in college at the time. I was a freshman, and I had gotten a magazine at my dorm where an ad for the Superman celebration was there. Never had heard of it before, never knew of it. And I decided with a friend that we were going to go. We were going to make costumes together, and we were going to make the 6.5 hour drive. And it was just like, a world of my people. I'd been a long time comic book reader. I had never really made anything professionally at that point. I'd known how to sew a little bit from my grandmother growing up, but really just kind of put time and energy into a costume. I had a bed sheet as the cape. I had tube socks as the shoes, and I had dyed my suit and added ruffles to my skirt, and it was just a very fun, loving project. Went out to the Superman celebration, met folks like you, Trevor, and just felt like I felt my met my people, and ever since then been kind of living the dream, making costumes and going out to cons. So
Very cool. Well, I was really an honor to know you. And such a good Supergirl, and other things that you've done.
thank you
Though
so
your Stargirl is also exceptional. So you probably answered this a little bit, but I'm going to say, when you were a kid, like Halloween or something, or what's your earliest thing you kind of remember making
much. Oh,
or
that's a
putting together?
great question. I've seen, like, my mother was very creative, and so I remember that, like, I was a fire truck and my baby sister was a Dalmatian at one point, and she had put that together with construction, like cardboard and
Oh,
construction paper. I think probably I didn't get creative until I was a little older in life, so I think when I hit my 16, 17-year-old age, I started putting things together rather than buying homemade costumes. The first costume I ever put together was an Alice in Wonderland, and went with my friends, and they were all different characters of the Tea Party. But my mother was very creative, and my older brother is a nerd, a lifelong nerd. I remember reading my very first comic when I was 7 years old, which was a X-Men comic. Now I'm a DC fan, so it's a whole thing. But yeah, for me, I would say I probably didn't get a little creative until a little bit later on in life.
well, that's all right. So basically, kind of the Supergirl thing was your genesis point, and what
Yeah, it was
really
really
took
me
things.
putting myself down on paper. And that was like, I knew I wanted to be Supergirl. I knew I wanted to be comfortable. And at that point, I don't think I had pulled out a sewing machine and done anything. I'd kind of sat with my grandmother and done it. But yeah, I would say that Supergirl was like kind of the big first one for me.
So, at what point did you decide that you wanted to start doing things maybe more on a convention route, and maybe more like as a way to career express yourself and stuff? When was that decision made? Was that kind of around Supergirl after that? You're like, or was it a few more years later?
I say the genesis of my cosplay career, and I'll say that because I don't get paid to cosplay, I do it out of a passion of love, is that in 2010, I started to connect with more costume makers. So Scott Bales was like a huge inspiration to me in the beginning. The way that he sewed things were so clean and very comic book like, and was very for me it was comic to costume, and for that was really dear to my heart. You'll see a lot of my work is very clean, and it's because I think I still live in a world that Scott Bales is my muse. And you know, we got to meet a lot of great costumers in that time frame of really impeccable sewing skills. A lot of the armor items didn't come a little bit later in my career, but around 2010 I decided that I wanted to start practicing and putting you know, just putting a sewing machine in front of myself. It didn't have to be perfect. It was whatever I could pump out. And so I did a Huntress costume at one point. I did a Robin costume at one point. They're all terrible now, but like at that point, it was like a baby costumer learning how to sew. I don't think I really hit that point where I was doing it on a level that most people would say that was something professional until about 2010 or 2014. So it definitely took me a lot of practice. I would say back then, and Trevor, you know this, right? Like it was very hard to find tutorials. There was a lot of gatekeeping in the community at that point. Somebody would do something really cool and we would never know how they did it. And so I think that it was probably a little bit around 2014 that I started trying to really produce the next level costumes.
That's really cool. Well, the sewing, I feel like, I mean, just as someone who's completely daunted by a sewing machine, but my mom sewed and did a lot of stuff. I know it's such a cool skill to have, and
it takes a lot of work. I mean,
it does, but it opens a lot of doors up to what you can do, what you can make. Yeah. So, what would you consider doing creatively with your time if you weren't doing the cosplay things?
Right now I'm painting a lot, and I'm like, Trevor's got his beautiful artwork behind him, and like I'm nowhere near that. I'm just like doodling with some paint pens, but I think people who can highlight and shadow things is very beautiful. Like cosplayers who do like the borderland stuff where they can cell shade is like so unique and creative in my opinion. So I'm just kind of painting on my time off, and I feel like maybe I would have done that, or cooking right now has been a passion where I think it kind of really keeps your home healthy, but it also kind of defines the periods of the day. So like I cook a lot of dinners because you get off work and you kind of have this work-life balance, but I think cooking or painting probably would have been the two things.
Oh, that's very cool. Yeah, and I usually feel like creativity runs in waves where you can do more than one thing, you know, or you have more abilities if you've got that creative soul. It can express in different ways.
Until you hit that like hyper fixation, and then you're like, I'm doing this one thing for the next couple weeks, and that's all I'm doing.
Yeah, definitely. Until you'll probably maybe burn out and try to go back to something else. It's like when you eat peanut butter every day for a while. But so, okay, a conceptual question.
Okay.
Cosplay or crossplay or both?
Interesting. So I think in the beginning there was a lot of debate about this, and so costuming is the act of putting a costume on your body and wearing that costume, made or purchased. Cosplay is costume plus play, which is the act of acting out that character as you wear the costume on your body. So a lot of this is associated with a lot of like Harley Quinns and Deadpools and things like that because they're in the character as they're wearing the costume. Crossplay is where you then take your character to a different gender or race or sexual orientation, and you're able to then have your own fan art of the character. So I don't think there's any wrong way. A lot of us are adults putting costumes on our body.
Mhm.
And so I think there's no wrong way to do it. I would say I'm probably more of a costumer than a cosplayer. I don't or will never probably have any stage experience or acting experience, and I'm really terrible because I get terrible secondhand embarrassment by like myself acting out things. But I would say costumer is probably where I came from and what I would still identify as now.
Well, I think too. Well, with crossplay too, there would be that subtle. Are you doing a gender swap of the character, or are you
Yeah,
doing a gender swap of yourself? So
yeah.
I
I
mean, there'll
love
be
that. I
that
think that's
subtle
so.
idea. There's I don't. It's the one thing I've not done. It's a grail, and I shouldn't be talking about myself. But I really want to do someday. I want to do a Batman costume
Mhm.
and take the 1950s Batwoman costume that was the spike mask red and then the red and yellow, and do
Oh,
that as a man. So it'd be Batwoman, but it'd be Batman.
I love
I
that.
think
I think that's
it would probably just look like another version of Robin, though, because the sketches I had done, my friend Alan Belk had done, it's like people say, "Well, that just looks like grown up Dick Grayson," and I'm like, "Oh crap!" So
No, I think that's so cool. Like, and that's like the fan of the art of it all, right? Like, I really wanted to do Loki, but I didn't want to do Sylvie, right? I didn't want to do like the female variant Loki. I wanted to be Loki, giant
Mhm,
horns and all. And so
exactly.
then
So
just like
yeah, there's
putting,
that subtle,
yeah,
but that whole range can exist, and that's kind of pretty fun.
yeah, it's so
So,
cool. I think that's so cool.
so can I ask you about your work with Wizard World?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. Well, tell
Yeah,
me
so
about.
when I have a degree in hospitality event management, so the reason I got that was because I wanted to be able to work at, Comic Cons or convention centers. I wanted to be able to do putting on events. I was doing a lot of guesting with Wizard World in the 2016, 2017 era, and I see my buddy Steve's on. He's like my booth manager, so like he'll keep me straight if I say something wrong. But if I did a lot of guesting for Wizard World in 16 and 17, and then I was hired on to help grow their cosplay and anime space by working with local talent, bringing in an anime area. And so I stopped guesting with them for a while and just kind of worked in the space of putting the shows on. In 2018, they did go through a hard budgetary cycle. And so I was laid off from Wizard World at that point, went back to guesting for them. And then shortly after, obviously, Wizard World is no longer a company anymore and has been kind of brought in house to Fan Expo, which does a lot of shows as well in the United States and then a couple in Canada. But yeah, I have nothing but respect for shows that can do multiple cities and like basically go like a million miles an hour and do 19 shows a year. I think that's wild, and have nothing but respect for shows like that.
Well, did you find that the costuming for those and in planning and being with that, did it make a different kind of approach rather than Metropolis and the smaller cons, do you think? Or
Yeah, I would say
is
so.
it?
I think the thing that most people don't know about Metropolis that I like to talk about is that it's an outdoor convention and you don't actually buy tickets and like you don't do the normal con experience, right? It's kind of the event is what you make of it. There's a lot of open air booths, there's a lot of events, but you get to kind of choose your own adventure for Superman Celebration. It's also a much different experience for costumers in general because it's outside. There's times that the ground is over, it's 100 degrees outside
Yeah.
and the ground will melt the bottom of your boots.
Yep.
There's times where it rains for an hour and then it's so sticky and humid, like humid outside, that you can't even like get spandex off your body. So it's a much different experience going to a Superman Celebration than anything else. So when I started to do shows, I started to do little sort of 1,000-person shows, and that was comfortable. That was easy. It was an easy transition. The first big show I did for Wizard was in Indianapolis, and it was a several 1,000-person show. So a much different experience. And I would say that the skill level is a little different, and then the type of costumes are a little bit different.
Yeah.
We at Metropolis, we don't get a lot of anime costumes, right? We get a
No.
lot of like superhero costumes. We get villains and superheroes. We get a lot of DC characters. We don't get a ton of Marvel characters. We don't get a ton of video gaming characters. But on pop culture event, you're going to get all of that, and you're going to get everything from newbies to veterans.
Oh, okay. So we've got a question. What from Steph? What drew you to the character of Supergirl for your cosplaying?
That is a great question, Steph.
Mm.
I think it probably is twofold at that point. Is one, I love Supergirl as a character, and when I was growing up, I preferred to read a lot of Supergirl versus Superman. I was always drawn to a very powerful female character. I love Power Girl as well, if we're in that vein. In my baby cosplaying experience, it probably was that I didn't have to wear a wig, and I didn't really have that experience quite yet. So I think it's a little bit that I really love a powerful female character, and also at that point, I just didn't have the experience to do anything else.
That's very cool. So what is your favorite part of costuming?
Probably kids. I think when you're in a costume and you have that child experience where they really think you are
Mm-hmm.
that character and they really believe everything about it, I think that is the cutest thing. We've Trevor and I have had the pleasure of growing up or coming together with a lot of children around us, like the Bales kids, and yeah, you can just attest that the energy of a kid being around when you're in costume is just completely different. I love that experience. I think also getting to just put your own fan art and your own spin. There could be 50 cosplayers in the same room. We could all make our own, like the same character, and every single one of them would look different. And it would, because we all have our own little different artist ability and put our own little spin on it.
That's very cool. That's interesting. That's good. So how has doing this, putting on costumes, making costumes, affected your worldview and just the way you live your life in general?
Oh, that's a great question, Trevor. I think that's a good question. I think it's a little bit about being open-minded, right? And that everyone in the world is in a different walk of their life. So you may be talking to someone who's in a store-bought costume, and you may be in $1,000 costume that you purchased or that you made yourself from scratch, but neither is right and neither is wrong. And you get to have that experience with that other person, no matter what walk of life you are on. I think that's where we'll talk a lot about Metropolis on this. So if you're new here, just know that we're both super friends, and we've been long time friends. But I think that's what's so great about Metropolis is that we can be sitting out there with a whole bunch of different people, all different ages, genders, races, and we're all there because we love Superman, or we're nerdy, or because we are the underdogs in life and we're now the cool kids because nerds are cool now. And I think that's really what I've experienced in the cosplay community, is just being able to grow with other people and make friends and be open-minded to other people's experiences.
That's really a great answer. So that's very cool. All right. So Do you prefer an open-ended or a tight deadline?
Now, probably open-ended. I think
Okay.
probably being able to work on my own pace and my own time allows me not to get quite so burnt out.
Mm-hmm.
7 years ago asked me, and I would have said I'm night maging this, and I'm gonna hit every deadline you throw at me, and I'm gonna do it, and then I would be burnt out for weeks. So I think now I like to be able to take the time and work through something and get it the way I want to before wearing it, which is a nice, pleasant change of pace.
That's it's with art, it's somewhat the same for getting stuff for an event. Sometimes,
Yeah.
but sometimes you give yourself all the open-ended time and you still end up crunching at the end anyway. For one reason or another, one part doesn't come together. I'm sure that you have stories about that.
Yeah.
Is it easier for you to make a costume for yourself or to maybe make something for somebody else?
Yeah, absolutely on myself. I envy people who are good at math in general, because making commissions and having that skill set, I think, is just wild, that you can like measure something and know it's going to fit.
Yeah.
I just think that's wild. Scott Bales, Lehman out there in the world, I think that they're incredible because they have that skill. I don't think I will ever have that skill. I like to be able to try things on, put it on my body, even like just making foam bracers. I like to be able to put it on my body and be able to adjust the Velcro or do whatever. So definitely for myself.
Let's see. So I guess I don't know what I mean by this as ideal world or in general, or you can take this as you like. Making it yourself versus commissioning someone to do it for you. Say there's like an armored Wonder Woman you'd want to do, and there's someone that makes the shield and stuff, and you could get them to do what you wanted, or would you rather make it yourself, even though?
Yeah, I have commissioned a lot of things in my life. Even if I am considered a sewer now, I've commissioned a lot of costumes that I did not sew myself. I think that there are people out there with different skills and different level of skills. So I think that commissioning is totally awesome. I think it's also cool to kind of like practice yourself and see what you can do. But a lot of these commissioners, that's how they make their lifestyle, and that's how they pay for their bills, and that is an income for them. So I think it's totally amazing to commission things and do it that way. And then on the side, if you want to practice yourself, that's what I would suggest from my side. I think that I was able to get better with sewing spandex while not having the pressure of having something. Like when I was able to commission a bodysuit from Scott, that took the pressure off of me to be able to produce something, but I could still practice. It's also nice because then I can see kind of like the work he did, to be able to like help myself understand the construction of the item. Yeah, so I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. I think that some pieces, like I'm never gonna, like right now I have no skills in electronics, so like putting lighting in something, if I really wanted that done properly, I probably have to commission something out to someone else.
Yeah, so basically in the end, it's like you're going for a look, and then your ego's not tied up and having to do it all, or you do what you can do and let
Oh,
other people do
absolutely
what
not.
you let other people do what they can do,
Yeah,
and then it
exactly.
makes something really, really cool.
Yeah, and a lot of times you're giving back to their, business, right? Or their career,
yeah, but
because
it's
that's what
support.
they're doing.
Yeah, definitely so. But I like when you get a bodysuit from him, you're probably sewing the emblem yourself, and maybe you
Yeah,
made
there's
the
a lot of
belt and the
different things that you
gloves.
can do, right?
That's
So
what I'm
you can
saying.
get a
So
base bodysuit, and then you can do, and I know you guys have worked, with Night Mage before, but a lot of times a base bodysuit Night Mage purchases, but he does all of the foam work, he does all of the airbrushing on top of it, he does all of the emblem work on top of it, right? So it's because he may not have the time or the comfortability to get the bodysuit just right, and it's easier to be able to begin at a base and then add what you want to add, or maybe you have a really strong skill in styling wigs, but you can't sew to save your life, right? So why let your progress not move forward by needing to purchase something?
Exactly. Yes, definitely. So what's your favorite, and I think you've just answered it otherwise for me, it's like, what's your favorite costuming medium to work with? I'm guessing you're going to tell me fabric.
Yeah, it's probably fabric I mean, I don't think it's ever changed. I love dabbling in foam. I love working with Worbla. I have very little experience with 3D printing, resin, and electronics. I've done a little bit there, but I would say fabric is probably still the thing that I'm most comfortable with.
Let's see. Well, then what would be the one thing, if you had infinite time and money, what would you like to get better at?
Oh my gosh, so many things.
Well,
And I think the community is just getting like cooler and cooler, right? We're just using so many techniques now. I think I have an airbrush that's sitting up there that I haven't touched. I would love to try airbrushing. I haven't done a ton of 3D printing, and I know that's becoming incredibly popular in the community. I've seen so many costumes that have 3D printing pieces. I haven't done anything with like lights or anything. I would love to make another giant ball gown. I made Belle at one point, made it over just a couple of days, so it's not perfect. But I'd love to go back and make some sort of like craftsmanship level costume where everything is just like perfect. There's so many things. I feel like if you can't answer that question with things you want to improve, then you've just plateaued on your skills, and like we should always be trying to improve.
Let's see. So how much of your day is spent making and working on your costumes, and then versus the planning? It's like,
Oh, that's a good question. I would say that nowadays, when I'm leading up to something, I would say that I'm probably spending 4 to 5 hours on actual construction each day. And then there is probably front loaded hours for planning. So like how am I going to do this? What materials do I need to find? Amazon is like my best friend right now, so like trying to find things that I can modify, and so I would say that I front load all my planning hours to the front, and then it's like 4 to 5 hours each day working on costumes, and that's like sewing, or I've been getting really into my Cricut recently, where I'm trying to make the emblems rather than like cut them out of foam or cut them out of fabric. And so I would say I front load the planning hours and then 4 to 5 each day doing the construction.
So with the Cricut, it's like you can work with things other than paper and cardboard with it?
Yeah, so iron on vinyl is awesome. So I'm gonna debut a new Supergirl costume soon, and the emblem is not an inset emblem that I had to sew the heck out of. It's an actual vinyl emblem that my Cricut just cut out and put together. Where was this 10 years ago? Like,
yeah, I know, that's really cool.
Yeah, very cool.
Okay, so there's a question. Do you have a cosplay that you really want to do? You have something in your mind?
I have a whole folder of costumes that I want to do. I think that this is the addiction of costumes, probably the addiction of the creative world in general, right? Is like you start to just kind of be like, oh, I want to do this. I want to do this. I want to do, let's see if I can give a couple examples. I'm looking at my album here because you know, I want to do a Rita Repulsa from Power Rangers, old school,
Yeah.
big wig, like Rita Repulsa. I want to do a Zarya from Overwatch, which is like a heavier armor costume than I've ever done. Also would include electronics, so kind of pushing my skill set. I want to do Anna from Frozen,
Oh, yeah.
and really get into like sewing every single piece of it, and really just trying to make it like a super finished costume. Um, from the DC world or the Marvel world, I have always had in my thoughts of doing like a cheerleading Harley Quinn, where she looks like she has stolen pieces of Supergirl's costume so that she like is trying to fit into like the Superman world so she can go to Metropolis, Illinois. I've always kind of thought that that would be really cute, where like it's Harley Quinn masquerading as Supergirl. Homelander from The Boys is on the list right now, but doing a gender bent version of him. So I don't know. I have like 100 things in my to-do list.
Well, the Harlequin should be one that you visit eventually, right?
Yeah, and
Is
Harley
that still
Quinn.
in your book? Yeah.
I think that there's just so many things that are out there
Okay.
that I
Well,
want to do.
I'm sure your Alan Scott would appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh,
At some point, I probably should redo Stargirl for like the fourth time. Yeah, I don't know.
well, do you find that after the show came on that you had more of an interest in the costume that you did and stuff? I mean, that's an odd question. It just popped in my head. It's like,
No, I love that question. I'm more interested about revisiting it so I could do some sort of lovely wig. So Stargirl was very early on for me. So at that point, I had no interest in wigs. I had no understanding of how wigs worked. But what is her name? Brie. She just is so cute in that show. And she has this like full head of hair, and it's like, so I would say yes, the show definitely made me want to go back and revisit. Do I love all of the CW looking costumes? No. I don't love a ton of like that texture that they give to costumes all the time. But I would say
they're too heavy. Yeah, they're almost, in a way, like they're too heavy, too
they don't look
clothy.
like they have any flexibility
Right.
sometimes.
It's like they're trying to go so far away from the spandex and the looking like a drawing that they've gone full in reverse.
Sometimes they look like turtles or reptiles because they've got all these scale patterns on them, and like you see Arrow and his costume goes through the generations and it just gets more and more texturized. And you're just like, okay, I feel like you're like reptilian now, like I could just feel you.
Okay, we've got a question from Stephen Fisher.
Thanks,
Supergirl.
Steve.
I remember Casey's first cosplay. We were on stage together for the costume contest in the Supergirl category. She won fan favorite that year. You have progressed so far from that time, Casey. It's awesome to see where you are now.
Thank you. He's my arch rival in Supergirl costumes, so we have like we're nemesis of who's the cuter Supergirl, and he always wins. So it was just the one year I had to shine.
Well, fortunately for him, he has red kryptonite to talk about, and that that's what made it so special. So, what time of day are you most productive with your art?
That is actually a fabulous question. I don't think I've ever been asked that. I would say that I'm more of a night owl. I feel like as I go through the day, I get more productive. I do have the challenge of cutting myself off at some point where I can get really rolling, and then it's like 3 a.m. and I've kind of ruined my whole next day. So I would say I definitely later in the evening is when I'm most productive.
That's very cool.
What about you? Are you productive in the evening, or are you a
I'm
morning?
I'm usually more the night owl, but after like Lynn Workman and I, we discussed it a while back. It's like anytime really after midnight or 1 o'clock though, when you really think you're rolling on a drawing sometimes, and then you wake up the next day and you're like, oh my gosh, what was that?
Yeah. And you wake up and you're like, I am feeling like I got hit by a bus because
but also just that the work itself, you got into this zone. So you were working on something, but it really wasn't looking like you
you're just
would.
like
So
getting on an
for you, it would be like the stitches were going this way, and then in the next day you were. Yes. Oh, Kristen's saying I'm productive during bowling. Yes, I can work. I work with paint pens too, so anywhere there's a group of people, and I like going to coffee shops and working on drawing there. So it's just nice to have the break.
Man. I love them. I think
The
they're so cool.
The Poscas, they're a little more. Yeah,
I just bought some. They're amazing. Like, it's such a cool thing. Like, I've used it on phone now. So like when I get done with phone and I want to weather it, rather getting a paintbrush and like acrylic, I'll use a Posca black pen and put my line of where I want the weathering to happen, and then just use a tissue and like smear that out, and it's so cool. I really like the paint pens.
You could also, with that tissue, just put a drop or two of water, like until it dries. You can thin it out some, but if you thin it out too much, it won't really be waterproof anymore. So I would just recommend that you would put a sealer coat, even on the stuff that's just straightforward. Yeah, you might.
Yeah,
because sometimes you bump against a child wearing a white Leia costume, and then suddenly they're going to have black on their sleeve, and that's just not nice. So
that would be my favorite thing.
But,
leaving my mark on a child.
Oh, so let's see. What working environment stimulates you the most in your flow of creativity?
My kitchen table, and my poor kitchen table has now been replaced 3 times in the last 10 years because I don't put anything down to my kitchen table. And so it's like, got heat gun on it and contact cement, and I have used my scissors and my X-Acto knife all over it. But I think sitting in my kitchen table, watching something like some sort of TV show on my laptop and just kind of sprawled out. I have this beautiful cosplay space in here where I have like a workbench and everything. But when I come into this space, I feel so like consolidated and I feel a little claustrophobic, and so I need to go and be in like a big space with lots of light and like TV in the background is kind of where I get the most done.
Do you have a favorite beverage or snack to join you for such things like coffee or chips?
That's a great question. Nighttime snack would probably be popcorn and some sort of like juice or water, maybe some wine. I've definitely had a lot of wine making costumes. I think during the day, if I'm trying to get motivated, I am always drinking those sugar-free Red Bulls because I just like really have a hard time getting going during the day. Just like need to get jacked up.
So what are you most known for overall with your costume cosplaying world, and what would you like to be more known for?
I always find this question a little bit hard. I would say that I have a very popular. Which way can I move to show you? This way? Okay, hold on. I have a very popular anime costume that is the wonderful West Photography took the picture, and then Steve Kaminsky edited the photo. But I have this Natsu character that was debuted like 11 years ago or 10 years ago. 9 years ago. I went my opposite way. 9 years ago, and this photo has been on a couple of different magazines. Crunchyroll has put it out there. Funimation has put it out there. So I think that's probably like the number one item that I normally get recognized for. Night Mage and I have done a lot of work together, and we do a lot of charity work. So I like to think that that is the work that I'm most known for. Is that I have as of 2020, I had put in a little over $10,000 of my own donation towards pancreatic cancer. So I think that that is what I like to think I'm known for in the community, is that I do a lot of my own work and my own time to charitable events. My friends would say I'm probably known for walking barefoot in convention centers, because by the time I'm done with costumes in a day, I am like the person who's walking back to the hotel taking my wig off, I'm taking my shoes off, I'm leaving a trail of my costume behind me, and so my friends are oftentimes having to pick that up behind and be like carrying it.
So what is your latest project, if you can talk about it?
Yeah, so I just wrapped up. I did a remake of Raiden from Mortal Kombat, and I was able to do some embroidery work on it and some foam work. I did a little bit of electronics in the hat so that the hat lit up. I did Lunette from the Big Comfy Couch, and it was so fun and so comfortable. And I got to use the Cricut to make the shirt. And when in reality, like 10 years ago, I probably would have just painted it on with acrylic paint. And so it was really cool to use the Cricut. And then I also did Sweet Tooth. I did Gus from Sweet Tooth. I haven't gotten too much in the comics of Sweet Tooth. Now I'm interested in it, but I did watch all of the Netflix series. So those are the ones I just wrapped up. And then the one I'm starting on is Rita Repulsa from Power Rangers, and just because I think it's going to be really fun and over the top and ridiculous, and I've never done like a giant wig before, so I try to do something each time a little bit different so I can try to grow my skill set.
Oh, see, Kristen's saying we're so happy to have Casey with us today. So
I am so happy as well. And I know we are at 42 minutes, so don't forget we are taking donations today.
Yes.
So it is at the bottom. You're here supporting this, and you are a super friend of mine or of the channel. Go and donate. We need to see those.
Definitely. So what advice would you give coming generations up, about the ways of the costume?
Oh my gosh. Hot glue is hot. Wear a respirator when you're supposed to wear a respirator, because contact cement, plasti dip, fume poisoning is actually a thing, and you can really
a lot of glues and epoxies too. Whew,
yeah, you can get really sick. People don't think that. If you're wearing cosplay contacts are made in a factory and they are stored in little jars for months at a time. So you need to go to the doctor to make sure that you can wear them. And 2, when you get them out of those little jars, you need to wash them in a little bit of water, so that you don't have any residue. And have fun. Like, seriously, it's not that big of a deal. I know that TikTok and Instagram and Facebook has made cosplay into this like really glamorous lifestyle, and people are making a lot of money now making things for gaming conventions and Blizzard and all of these things, but just have fun, because that's what it really, really is all about. It's about taking your favorite thing and putting it on your body, and that's really.
So being in the costuming realm, you probably end up meeting a lot of different kinds of people, and probably celebrities and such too. Do you have a story about like who your favorite interaction was?
From a celebrity perspective, let's see. I got to meet Charlie Cox and Eldon Henson, who are Foggy and Daredevil in the Netflix series. I met them with my sister, and we were dressed as Elektra and Daredevil. And we walked in. They told the photography team to pause. They took a selfie with us. We took our picture, and my sister was so excited leaving that she, when you leave, like, photo ops has like a curtain. When she walked out of the curtain, she just took off sprinting in some random direction. I have no idea where she was going, but she had so much nervous energy from meeting them. She just took off sprinting, and I'm like, wait, come back, we gotta go actually get our photo.
Yeah.
But they were super lovely. They took a selfie with us, and it was very cool to have that experience as like in their costumes. Elektra at that point hadn't been debuted in the Netflix series, so very cool. I've gotten my photo as Princess Buttercup with Carrie Elways. Very cool, very lovely. Having Carrie Elways say "as you wish" to you is a very cool experience. I, in my personal life, have had a lot of great experiences because of what I've done in the past with the Comic-Con world with the Next Generation cast. I think that Jonathan Frakes and that those guys are really, really incredible personalities to work with. So I've been very lucky and blessed with the
That's
interactions
very
I've had.
cool. That's very cool. So, what's the most expensive costume you've ever pulled together? And then what was the most economical?
Man, you're asking like some hard-hitting questions. These are good.
I thought about it. I tried.
Okay, economical. It's probably something like a Velma costume, right? Because like you can get
Yeah,
everything
it's
just off of
street
Amazon.
clothes. It's street
Yeah,
clothes.
it's
Yeah.
like $50 to get everything, and really easy. And then I can use the skirt elsewhere. Most expensive costume is probably something with wings, I would say. So
Oh,
I've
yeah.
done Dawnstar from the Legion of
Legion.
Superheroes,
Mhm.
and I've done Hawkgirl from just kind of my own spinoff, but from DC Comics. And so both of those had wings, and I think that is probably the most time and energy that you put into it. And then it's like my first set of wings. Tammy and Tino help, but it's like a lot of insulation foam, so can get pretty pricey as you're kind of adding that up. And then my second set of wings was EVA foam, but it's just like a lot of EVA foam, so it can get pricey as well. I've never done wings with feathers just because that is very expensive. So I would say probably a wing costume is the most expensive.
Yeah, I seem to recall back when I was thinking maybe of doing either a hot man costume or or my brain was working on the Marvel side, and I just the Angel.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because back when I was thinking about it, I don't think anyone had really done it much.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of cool ways to do wings now where you can kind of cut down the cost, but I would say those are probably the most expensive costumes I've done.
I just remember Jeff Holland, his Hawkman was really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's an incredible. I mean, I just feel like the costuming community just keeps getting better and better, and even with these new kiddos that are coming into it, right? They just are learning all of these new skills and the different tools that they have available to them, like a 3D printer, right? That we didn't have available to us. I think is just the quality is really increasing.
So, as far as doing a solo project or a group project, which kind of thing are you most fond of? I know for me, I really enjoyed the group stuff because just seeing a group of heroes together is fun. But
I think they both have sort of their ups and downs, because I think a group costume, you get the energy of everyone that you're doing it with, and you kind of have this team that you're going into battle. And then I
Mm-hmm.
think the group costumes or duo costumes or trio costumes, those are the coolest photos ever out there. It's just so cool to see everyone together. I do also think it's a little trickier to make sure that you're matching everyone's vibe, right? So, like, are we in the same, like, and you and I have both done a lot of DC, so are we in the same generation? Do we
Right.
make sense together? Are you doing a bunch of weathering and I'm going clean spandex, and now we don't
Yeah.
make any sense looking next to each other? I think that that's all a little bit of a perception item, right? When you're doing it by yourself, you make it however you want and then you move on with the day. But I think the energy of costuming with your friends is unlike anything else. Like doing a Teen Titans group or a Justice Society group, the
Yeah.
energy is like contagious, and you just feel that energy for like years, and you just can't wait to do the next costume with your friends.
Very cool. Very cool. So let's see. This pretty much takes most of my questions, but so what? How? You've probably answered it in other ways too, but the aspects of using your skills to help other people and the charity work and stuff you do, that's probably one of the best feelings, probably, right, about doing
Yeah,
it.
absolutely.
That's
I love paneling at cons because I love talking about the things that I've learned so other people can learn. Like, I love doing Worbla classes so that people can learn about Worbla, and they can, like, Worbla is very expensive. I love being able to donate my time to charity. Some of the most valuable times that I've had in my cosplay career is um, going to a children's hospital or doing a kids event or something along those lines. I've done a lot of work with Spina Bifida Foundation. So I think it's very rewarding to be able to give back, especially because when we started Trevor, there was no way to get that information, right? And so there was no
right.
way
Yeah.
to do those
Well,
things.
there was the Hero Costuming Forum, but I mean, it was back when there were forums on the internet, and it was super nice, and there were a lot of threads. But even so, seemed to be there was a lot of gatekeeping
Yeah, a lot of
and a lot
gatekeeping.
of
And
gatekeeping.
nowadays it's like people are just putting reels out left and right of how they do something, right?
Exactly how
And
they do
so
it.
I think
Yeah.
that's a really cool thing. You could start costuming tomorrow just by looking on Instagram for
Hmm.
reels. And it's like, um, but yeah, the charity work and being able to give back to the community is a really rewarding feeling.
Okay. Okay. Before that question, we're up to $960 now, and the next three people to donate 50 or more automatically gets a Mom Bomb gift set. So yay!
Yay! Do
Yay!
it, do it, do it, do it.
Okay. And now we have another question. Steph says, "Do you have any tips for people wanting to get into cosplay?"
Most of the time I answered this question with not the best answer. It's just do it, because I think it's so readily available nowadays that you can buy a costume and just do it. But I do think, like, if you're wanting to get into it in a sort of sense of like a presentation style, do a little bit of research before and then start practicing with something that you want to try. So for instance, if you don't know how to sew and you're wanting to make your costume from scratch, you probably want to take a class at Joann's, or you want to
Yep.
take a class at Hobby Lobby. You want to probably watch some YouTube videos of how to thread a machine and run a machine and get some cheap fabric to start practicing. When you start into the sewing world, for instance, making pillows, dice bags, pot holders, anything like that to just get practice is good. If you know that stuff and you're just looking for kind of an excuse, what is your current fandom? What is the thing that you absolutely eat, breathe, and sleep, right? So
Right. It's something you
what
have to passion for.
what costume
Yeah.
brings, what character brings you passion? It could be a supernatural character and you buy a trench coat off of Amazon. Boom.
Yep.
just do it. And I think that's normally my answer. So sorry, Steph, that's probably not a really great answer, but just doing it is kind of the first answer.
Okay, well, my final, I'm thinking of doing as I'm doing more interviews, getting into I think it's William Lipton style of interviewing. When he talked to actors, he would ask them what kind of tree they would be. And I'm asking people about something related to them. So if you were a costuming supply, what would you be?
Oh, that is the funnest question I think I've ever heard in my life. Oh gosh. Oh, hold on. I have to think.
No, like your personality. If you were, yeah.
I think that I'm fabric scissors because
Okay.
I'm sharp and shiny.
Mm-hmm.
But if you use me on the wrong thing, I'm gonna get really angry. And so I think I'm fabric scissors, specifically that you can't use on any other thing besides just fabric.
Oh, I like that. That's good.
That's a great question.
Well, thank you. Well, I would say with the people, I was like, "What art supply were you?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm thinking, what would you think of for costuming?" But
yeah, that's a really fun question.
But well, thank you for joining us today. I mean, we're coming up on our time. We've got a few minutes left. Is there anything you'd want to say that I hadn't covered, or?
Yeah, for sure. You can find me on Facebook and Instagram under SuperKayce Cosplay. Don't forget that we just did this whole hour because we are donating to the Mom Bomb organization. So if you haven't donated, jump into that link below and donate. If you are thinking about costuming and you haven't done it, just do it. It's gonna be so fun. Do it with some friends. You can even go out to a bar on Halloween and get started, and it's so fun. And kind of in that same realm is just keep your creative passion alive and, love life, because I think that's really important in this day and age, to remember to be kind to yourself and be kind to others.
That's very good. And then one other thing, in terms of what did costuming bring to your life that was a surprise?
Friends, for sure. I don't think that I would have ever had as many friends and as many very close, deep friends as I would have had if I didn't start costuming. I mean, the super friends, my cosplay friends, my puzzle piece group, were all sort of brought together closer because of costuming.
That's a great answer. So, well, I guess, and that's it for what I had to say. But thank you for joining
so much
us.
for having me.
Yeah, thank you. It's just fun to catch up.
It was awesome.
So we're coming up on the end, and again, Mom Bombs is the thing. We need to support them. And thank you, Kayce, for being here with us. And hopefully we'll see you soon in some form or fashion.
Yeah, thank you, team.
All right, thank you. All right, bye. That was very fine, very good. We've got me coming up. We're going to discuss some things with Acorn Studios. That'll be really fun. We'll be back for that shortly. And thank you for staying with us, and just continue to support. And the URL down there. And thank you very much for your time. And
yeah, thank you so much, Trevor. That was awesome. Thank you, Kayce. That was so great to see you. Okay, Paul's back. Just had a Wi-Fi glitch. Let's see. I'm waiting to see from our producers if I can bring our next guest on. But please do donate. And just a little update from Kristen. We are now at 960. That is amazing. We're well past half of our goal. I know Kristen wants us to reach and surpass our goal. I know we're going to be able to do it. And the next 3 people that Donate 50 or more, automatically get a Mom Bomb gift set. So that is super exciting. Yeah, thank you so much, Case, for being here. That's awesome. Thank you to our audience. I know I can still see you in the chat. Let's see. I don't like to throw people on until they're ready. Should I be bringing Paul on next? Is that correct? I see a thumbs up. Okay. Here we go. I'll hand it right back to you, Trevor, if you're good.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that'll be cool.
All right.
Hey,
Everybody.
Paul. It's good to see you today.
You too. Thanks for having me on. I'm glad I could be here.
Yeah. We're here to talk to you today, and specifically with Acorn, and also supporting the Mom Bombs charity. And thank you for taking time to join us. And again, I've got questions, but I'm more than happy for you to run off any rails, because
that's good, because I tend to run off the rails just in the course of my answers. So I'll answer whatever questions you have. Might not be the most direct answer, but I'm happy to.
No, I think it's all good. It's all good. So, all right, I'm going to start maybe with the softball question, but what are your earliest memories about making art?
Oh, making art. That's, I mean, I remember coloring things badly when I was in kindergarten.
That counts.
But no, I'm, when you say art, you know, of course I know intuitively writing is also art. I think of more of drawing, especially in the realm of comic books. I think of the line artists, you know, the inkers, the colorists, the letterers. I think of those folks as the artists, whereas I'm the writer, and I'm thinking of myself almost as, well, yeah, I'm just here to kind of get things in motion.
Well, I think all art is usually is a term I throw on everybody.
Right. And again, I know a lot of people would give me a little bit of side eye for implying writers aren't artists. Writers are artists. You know, everyone involved in it is an artist. So back to your original question, like I said, I'll go off the rails a little bit. I remember, you know, obviously going up through school, but really when I started in high school, like a lot of high school kids, I started writing a lot, whether it was really bad poetry, really bad song lyrics. And what I ended up, you know, remembering a little bit more was not too terrible, I don't think, short stories that I would start writing. And so that was something that I really enjoyed, and I kept up for a little while. And then once you got into college and after college, it sort of dropped off because there wasn't a whole lot of spare time for it, and you know, life gets in the way, and that wasn't what I was doing professionally. So it took me a while to really get back into it after that.
So what influenced your writing early in your life? What kind of things were you?
So early on, the earliest would actually be comic books. And I'll say, as a writer, everything around you influences you, whether it's other forms of writing, whether it's television, movies, just interactions with interesting people. It all kind of comes together into, you know, the stories and the characters that you're putting out. As far as writing goes, the first authors that I would really read, you know, fairly religiously would be Stephen King and Isaac Asimov. So definitely going off on some deep, you know, fantasy and sci-fi themes, which I've started kind of continuing through with some of my writing now, but also comic books. And when I was really little, that was something, and really the first time I fell in love with comics, and I think there were probably two distinct points in my life where I can say I fell in love and then fell in love. But the first time was when I was a kid, and starting before I could read, my dad would buy the Justice League comics, the Superman comics, and eventually the Batman comics. And he'd read them to me. We'd sit down and read the comics together. And that we kept doing that just as something we did together, like frankly, way past the point where I could have read them myself. But, you know, it was something that as a child, I still enjoyed sitting there, snuggling up against my dad and having him read them to me. And then again, as I kind of got older, I remember when I was in college, I think, I picked up a couple of the Incredible Hulk novels that Peter David wrote. And then that led me to the graphic novel that he did with George Perez, which was Hulk Future and Perfect. And that got me really back sort of into the medium a little bit. Then that kind of got just, taken 10 levels higher after I met my wife, after I graduated from law school several years later. And she was involved in the convention scene and was actually friends with many people in the industry that I started getting to know as friends first. And, that kind of got me into it because I was like, well, I've got all these friends writing all these incredible things and drawing all these incredible things. I should probably read the things that they're making. that would be the polite thing to do, support your friends. Yeah. So that got me back into it over those years.
So would you say you were pretty good in English class then as a kid, or was your writing good for that? Or?
I was good at the writing part.
Oh,
I'm a terribly slow reader. I always have been. And looking back on it, I think that was the result of, look, I went to school in the 90s and in the 80s. ADHD was not something that most kids were diagnosed with back then. So I'm pretty sure that my reading struggles were the result of my undiagnosed ADHD that I had my diagnosis of a few years ago. And so it was just the fact that I'd find myself reading a book, reading a novel, and I'd go 20 pages and realize I didn't remember anything that I just read. And I'd have to go back and redo it. So honestly, when I was in school, I don't remember the last novel I read as an assignment because I would just try and find any way to pass that part of the class without having to put myself through that. Especially if it was a book that didn't already interest me. But even the ones that did, it would take me 2 months to read through a full novel in my spare time. So it wasn't something that was, that part was a struggle for me. I was actually better at math class up until probably up through high school, at least.
Interesting. So, looking at you and knowing that you're basically in the law profession, it's just an interesting jump to make. And I'm definitely interested. You can definitely riff on this because I would like the whole story of how you came to hop the rails like that. You're still on both tracks. So
look, as lawyers turned comic book creators, there are some outstanding role models for us to look at.
Oh, really? Okay.
Just off the top of my head, Charles Soule, Mark Guggenheim, and Marjorie Liu are three off the top of my head. And I know I'm missing some, but these are all, obviously very well-respected, prolific comic book writers who at least were lawyers. I don't know if they kept their bar licenses since they became as successful as they are. But they all started in that realm too. I think two things about being an attorney kind of lend themselves to any kind of storytelling medium. One is you've got to know your subject. You've got to know it inside and out, front and back. And you have to kind of be an expert. And so when I'm thinking about a comic that I'm going to write, the world I'm going to create for this, I try and go, it's not just surface level. It might just, there's only so much you can put into a comic book. So maybe not everything that I've conceived will come through directly, but there is a ton of stuff that goes into it as far as how did they get to where they are? Why are we picking this starting point? Where are the left turns in this world? all that sort of thing goes into it in the preparation for writing. And then there's also a large element of storytelling. Now, my background is as a litigator, so I focus on that. But for pretty much any type of lawyer, I think some part of this would apply. And that's that, hey, if I'm presenting my case to a judge, to a jury, to whomever, even to my own client, I have to know how to take what might be very boring facts and make it compelling for that particular audience. And I have to figure out how to frame it in a way that they're going to want to pay attention. Have you ever gotten to do jury service? Like, have you ever?
No, I've gotten to the point where I'm almost picked, but I've not.
For anyone watching, I actually recommend doing it. Is nobody wants to be on like a 3-week trial for sure. But if you've got one that's going to be one day, like a misdemeanor criminal trial or something pretty simple, contract dispute or something like that, because it's so fascinating to see it from that side and to see the choices that the attorneys make and the witnesses make and what they're presenting to you, especially because I do know what the kind of the rules are. I got picked surprisingly for a criminal jury several years ago on a misdemeanor case. It was a 1-day trial and was one of the most fascinating things I've ever done.
So basically, when you're telling stories, it's like I wouldn't put it so crassly, but you're really trying to convince your readers of the world they're in and convince them of the stories and convince them of the virtues and vices involved. You're really, it's not just for you sharing. It's just like you're definitely laying out a case. It's like your stuff really.
Yeah, in a large way, of course, the word believable in the context of worlds with superheroes doesn't really mean what it means in everyday conversation. But in anytime I'm writing, you want the reader to get kind of absorbed in it, to get lost in this world that you're building. And, I don't know, the best things I've ever read or the best shows I've ever watched, whenever a show's over, I'm like, man, I want to see the next one. Whenever a book or a comic is done, it's like, why did you end? Why are you over? And that's kind of what you're wanting for the readers to experience, is to get so absorbed in this thing that you're writing. To kind of feel for the characters and relate to the characters, or see a character be like, oh, I know that kind of person. I can, even if that's not me, I understand how this kind of person would act in these situations. And of course, then throw them a few curveballs so that you're not just playing to whatever the expectations are. But yeah, you want them to get lost in it and to really kind of forget that they're actively participating in this activity for however long they're doing it, and just be there, be present.
Kind of like the fly in the wall aspect. Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah.
So what was your first published piece? What was your first thing?
My first published piece is just recently published. It was the first issue of Heroes and Zeros.
Okay.
This was the first thing I started writing back when I started writing again. And that was, if I can go off the rails a little bit with this one, people seem to find this to be an interesting approach to it. Writing comics is sort of my midlife crisis. When it was back in about 2017, I had some ideas kind of bouncing around in my head for a little bit about, oh, this could be a cool story, that could be a cool story. And I was like, I'm turning 40 this year, and I do a lot of things, but I don't really do anything that's just for me. And I tried to think of something that I could do that was just for me, that was not insanely expensive, number one. And that I could fit in around all the other things that were going on in life. And I found that it was fairly easy to find an hour a day, whether it's before I start work, because I was, even before COVID, I was pretty much working from home most days anyway. But whether it was an hour before work, or if, I hit a little bit of downtime in the middle of the day, or sometimes if my wife was working late, whatever it happened to be, I could usually squeeze in an hour to just sit down and try and write something. And writing this first series took me quite a long time, because first of all, I didn't know what I was doing. I had absolutely no idea when I started. I had to go and do a little bit of research and find some online tutorials from a few creators before I even knew how to format a script. But then, I kept doing it, and even when I would hit a wall in the story, it was something I couldn't let go. I just had to come back, and I had to figure out a way around it and a way to fit the puzzle together. But I didn't tell anybody I was doing it. So I basically wrote a 6-issue comic series in secret before I told anybody about it. And part of the reason for that was I wanted to make sure I was going to finish it. I had this planned out as a 6-issue mini series, and it got condensed into 3 double-sized issues, basically. When it's all said and done, the 3-issue arc of Heroes and Zeros is going to be somewhere around 150 pages long. But I wanted to finish. I wanted to prove that I would do it. I wouldn't start and then kind of just forget about it and not complete the story. And then I wanted to give it my best to make sure it was the best that I could make it before I reached out to anybody else to collaborate, before I started talking to artists or editors or anybody else. And even when I did that, I reached out to folks that I met through social media. So on certain social media platforms, they'll have a portfolio day every so often. And when they do that, artists and writers will put up what they're doing, and you can sort of see a brief synopsis of their work, and you can go to their websites and check out more. Editors will post, and that was, I think, the first person I showed the script was Devin Arscott, who's the editor for Heroes and Zeros. And he gave me a lot of great feedback and a lot of good ideas to sort of tighten up the story before I ended up finding the artist co-creator, and that's Casey Quevedo. But I had never met either of them before I reached out to start doing this. And eventually, when I was finally ready to start talking about this and planning the Kickstarter and all that, this is maybe 5-6 years after, I showed my wife. I said, "Hey, can I show you this?" And I had printed out, I think it was the first 6 or 7 pages of the comic that Casey had drawn, and we had the colors and the letters back for, and then the rest of the script. And she's like, "Oh, this is cool. Where'd you get it?" It's like, I did that. And she was just like, her jaw hit the floor, and she's like, "You wrote this in secret?" Like, yeah, I did. And of course, let's be honest. Putting yourself out there creatively is nerve-wracking. The fear that you're going to put all this effort into something and people aren't going to like it is ever.
And then notwithstanding the spouse angle.
and then when it's your wife, and your wife, who again, is frankly an expert in the comic book field, if she had looked at it like, "It's great,"
Yeah,
I probably would have put it in a drawer and would have seen the light of day after that. Because
that's a neat perspective in what you did. Actually, it wouldn't make sense for everyone, but it worked for you pretty well.
It did, and that's the thing. I kind of wanted to do it and prove to myself I could do it without, kind of reaching out and relying on, some of the folks I already knew in the industry. And like, I didn't want to feel like I was trading on friendship for anything like that. So yeah, I did it at that point, and I was lucky enough that when it was time to do the Kickstarter campaign, we did have some friends who were established in the industry who were graciously willing to help us out and contribute a little bit to get that over the top.
Okay, so all right, there's a question. Steph asked, do you have a favorite superhero?
Yes, but it probably varies by day.
Well, today.
You know, my classic answer would be the Hulk, and that goes back to the old TV show with Bill Bixby and Lou Ferrigno. Like growing up, that was the greatest thing in the world to me. And also, you know, if you've ever felt like you just have that much anger and just want to start breaking stuff, I think you can relate to you can relate to that.
Yeah.
It's not a regular thing. But...
well, I mean, it's kind of a way you can get away with it, right? If you turn into a
right. I can't do that, but if I was the Hulk, I could.
Exactly.
So that's, you know, so that would be, but you know, you see a picture of Daredevil on the wall behind me. Daredevil's always been kind of one of my favorites, and even more so once I started going to law school and had that connection with the character. You know, which is strange that I mentioned those two Marvel characters, because I read almost exclusively DC comics growing up. But it was from those TV shows and from a couple of other things that I had picked up or watched or read here and there. But you know, the sort of the whole DC pantheon too. You know, the Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, the whole Justice League type of thing was sort of my vision of superheroes growing up.
So tell me a little bit about your work with Acorn Comics, how it came to be, and also a subset question was what it would be like, what it's like for you to handle and corral all the different types of creative people in order to get a finished project. So feel free to riff on that.
All right, so I'll start with the first one, which is how did Acorn Comics come to be? And this was really, you know, it's a little bit of just, you know, the how I think a comic book should look. And when I had talked to a few publishers and pitched to a few publishers with Heroes and Zeros when I was getting it ready, and you know, didn't get any bites, which happens to a lot of folks. It's very tough to get noticed by a publisher if you don't already have a working relationship with them. And I had sort of prepared for that. I sort of expected that was what it was going to be like. I just wanted to take the shot at the beginning to see if maybe I could have some luck with it. But I said, well, if I'm going to do a Kickstarter, I always think the comics look better if they've got that little corner box with the logo and the issue number. And I think that just looks professional. It looks cool. And I wanted to do it. So I decided on Acorn Comics because when my wife was pregnant, we weren't telling anybody the name of we'd already picked our son's name, but we weren't telling anybody the name. And so since my wife has been known as throughout the industry as the convention squirrel for quite some time, you'll see her skittering around the conventions and, you know, often seems like she's 3 places at once. Well, since she was the convention squirrel, our friends started calling him the Acorn. And so that nickname has kind of stuck for him, even now he's almost 5 years old now. And so that's where Acorn Comics came from.
Oh, that's really cool. That's really neat.
You know, shout out to my wife and my son. The logo has a squirrel as well, kind of holding open the comic with the acorn in it. So that's where that came from. As far as the as far as wrangling everybody, I think I've been fairly fortunate because the folks that I've been working with, and fortunate in a couple of ways. Number one is I've never had more than 2 projects going at once. So, it's not like I'm some editor at DC who's got however many books to deal with, creative teams all over the world that they're trying to get everything from and coordinate from. Since I'm the writer, it goes to the artist whenever I'm ready to have it go to the artist. I've worked with some incredibly professional teams, and that's one of the places where I've been most fortunate is just the folks that I've gotten to work with have been absolutely wonderful professionals. And so it's never been an issue. And we've been able to have some pretty clear communication because, again, this is not a full-time, 40, 50, 60 hour a week job for any of us. This is something we all do for the passion. It's something we do because we love doing it. Obviously there's a hope that we're going to be able to make some money off it at some point. Nobody's working for free. But it's not, this is not how any of us are supporting our families for sure. So we have a little bit more flexibility. If something comes up with someone on the team, all they have to do is say, hey, I know I said I'd get this to you next week. Is it okay if we push that out a couple of weeks? No problem. And same thing. I mean, there've been times where I've gotten behind on things where I've expected to have it out to somebody, and for one reason or another, I just haven't been able to meet that, and I pushed it out. But because we're not, because we're doing all right. Well, like I say, right now we've got one book out that was through Kickstarter. It is going to be up on our website soon, but we're not trying to hit a monthly schedule with anything. It gives us that flexibility to just kind of allow life to happen. And, hey, we're all humans first. We're all here trying to do something we love. But if we can't take care of our families, the thing we love is not going to get the attention it deserves. So that sounded really bad because I'm sure we all love our families as much or more than we love comics. But I think you know what I was saying.
No. I don't know. Okay. To the audience, it's like
to come out. Oh.
The views of the views do not express the views of the management.
No. That's
I'm teasing.
Families are always going to take priority. I'm always going to choose my family over anything. I'm going to choose it over my legal job. I'm going to choose it over comics. They come first always. So
yes,
that's the view I take, and that's the view I assume everybody else takes. So you need more time because you got family stuff, or just because you need more time for you. Do it. Take care of yourself. Take care of the people you love. We'll get back to this eventually.
So do you guys meet over Skype or Zoom and a bunch of little panels? Like somebody says, I think that should be a full page spread. And it's like, I don't like the size of that type. And
not yet. No. And again, a lot of that comes down to it being that I'm sort of I'm sort of making all the ultimate decisions, but I'm trying to give everybody else as much creative freedom as I can. So if there's a question about something with Casey or with Dee, who's the artist on The Olympian, which is one of the books we have coming out next year, I'll send them the script. They send me the artwork. I usually tell them, hey, the script is, as far as the panel layouts and the actions, take it as a suggestion. If you think it's going to work better to get from point A to point D, doing something different, do it. And if they send me back something that's different from the script, I'll either say, oh, wow, that's much better than what I had envisioned. Excellent job. In fact, that's usually what I end up saying. And on the occasion where I might not quite get where they were coming from with it, we'll discuss it, whether it's text or email, some sort of, usually digital. I mean, rarely we've ended up with phone calls, and that's usually when we have some of the big planning discussions. But that's it. We go back and forth. and I've got great working relationships with both of them. So, look, I brought them on with these projects because I trust them. They're fantastic storytellers. They know how to tell a story in pictures, which is what you need in a comic book. That's what comic books are. The words and the plot are great, but if you don't have that beautiful artwork telling the story, it's not a comic book. So, usually if they have a different view on it or they think it's going to work better a different way, I'm going to trust their expertise. And if not, sometimes I'll say, hey, I really think we should do it this way instead. And again, we'll talk about it, and they've always been good about going with it. So it hasn't been that difficult communicating or getting that back and forth with the creative process.
That's really cool. That's good. I'm glad.
Like I say,
I'm just saying, it's like that
might be one of the reasons I love doing this so much. And I've told people before, like, look, I'd love to break even making comic books. If something hits big and suddenly I'm making money off it, great. I'm not going to say no to it, but I don't know that I would ever want it to be my full-time job, because a job is a job, and then you've got all these other factors coming into play. And even if you're still the guy making the decisions, then it's a lot more serious about the decisions you're making how it applies to the other folks you're working with, because then it's their career and their profession and their life too. Right now, it's something we're doing on the side because we love doing it. And whether there's ever money in it or not, I kind of hope that that's how it stays, that we're just doing the things we love because we love it. And if the money comes, then the money comes, and that's wonderful.
So what's your favorite part of the process of making a comic book that you have the least hand in? What's the thing that's not your aptitude but that you would want to be?
Oh. I don't know if there's any part of it that I would want to be.
You don't have a secret desire to color things?
I don't. I really don't. And the fact of the matter is, if you did, you can learn. You can do it. And that's if you want to draw comics, pick up a pencil and paper and start drawing. And to get to the point where you're that proficient, it takes a lot of time and a lot of practice, but you can do it. Same thing.
But there's also the truth of the matter that sometimes in life there's things you just won't be able to do. Like me working on a modern car, it's kind of like, well, I could try, but let's just skip that.
I know I'm never going to put in the time and effort to be a good artist or a good colorist. I know that. I think the thing that my favorite part of it is kind of getting that artwork back. The first time you see a page that you wrote drawn out panel by panel, there's just something special about it. And every single time, I can't tell you how many pages I've gotten back where I get a page back. I'm like, oh, this is my new favorite page. And then 2 weeks later, this is my new favorite page. And then it keeps going back. And it's just that experience of, wow, this was in my head. And then I put it on paper, and then I put it in words. And then this other person just magically made it real. And it's just amazing getting that and being able to see that for the first time.
Definitely. It's like the combination of all the different things coming together and making something greater than anything by itself. It's pretty neat.
And that's something I love too, is the collaboration and that aspect of making the comic, because you can focus mostly on the thing that you are good at. And I'm good enough I know enough about art. Let's put it that way. I'm not good enough at making art, like drawing or anything like that. But I know enough about it, and I've seen enough art that I sort of have a feel for, when I see a panel or when I see a page, is like, is this working the way it should? And being able to have that discussion back and forth of, hey, I feel like something might not be quite right here. Is there something we can do with it to,
Oh yeah, a vision, like an artistic vision, is something.
Right. And look, more, like I say, with some of that back and forth, more often than not, I'll get the page back with a different panel structure or something like that, and I'll be like, this is much better than what I had in mind. Now I have to go back and adjust the copy. I'm
because you keep an open mind, and that's really an excellent thing to do.
Well, hey, if I could draw it myself, then I just make it myself. But it has to be collaborative, and that's that's why you'll see, and pretty much any comic that I write, you're going to see the main artist credited as a co-creator, because I can't draw those characters. I can't draw those scenes. I can't draw those, I can't draw any of it. And it wouldn't be what it is unless you could. So, that's, as far as the creation of it, whether I came up with the initial story idea or not, we're partners on this. This is not a hierarchy, a creative hierarchy of any sort.
Very good. Well, looking on your website, okay, we have a question first. Okay. Yes. Do you keep up with any comics currently?
I will answer that, but before I do, I just, I want to take a cue from the previous guest. I've not yet said, hey, look at that link. People, go donate. We're here to raise some money for Mom Bomb. Let's do it. Let's put some money, go to that link and put some donations in.
Definitely so. Okay.
All right. Do I keep up with any comics currently? I've focused a lot on indie comics over the last several years, and part of that was because I had started writing and I kind of wanted to see how it was done. I wanted to see how it was done from that perspective, and how people were putting their comics together and putting them out there and getting them directly to people. So it's, with that being said, it's more, I follow more often creators than I do specific titles. And I'm usually a few months behind because I tend to prefer reading the trade paperback or graphic novel version as opposed to the single floppy issues. That's just, again, and I that's how I consume more so. And if I read something, I'll have to go read it again by the time the next one comes in anyway, or else I'll forget half of what happened, and the next one might not make as much sense. So for me, it's better to wait until there's a collected edition before I go get it. And there's so many talented creators out there right now. There, some of the ones that I do follow a lot as far as writers. There's not going to be too many surprises here, but Tom King, Gail Simone, Tom Taylor. You even go to Brian K. Vaughan is one of the best out there, and many others. So don't think that me not saying a name here doesn't think that they're fantastic or not somebody that I follow. Those are just a few of the ones that come to mind right off the top of my head. And then there's a bunch of really fantastic indie creators out there. Reed Hinckley Barnes, who does the letters for Heroes and Zeros, has his own comic series that he's got that he actually puts out right now. Now he's putting out through his newsletter, and then when each chapter is done, he's doing an edition on Kickstarter. It's called Hero of Legend, which has been fantastic. One of my favorite writers right now in the indie scene is a gentleman named Damian Becton, who's done a series called Worlds Away. He's done a couple of single issues and has started to get a little bit of work with Mad Cave Studios and I think maybe one or two other publishers. And actually the editor on Heroes and Zeros, Devin Arscott, is a phenomenal writer. And he's got a comic that's coming out next year that's a continuation of his. It's called Magni the Mighty. It's a Norse mythology It follows the sons of Thor after Ragnarok, and it's just a fantastic adventure. So he's getting the second issue of that one out next year as well. So those are some of the creators I follow. As far as the specific titles, again, right now, Tom King's Wonder Woman is one of the best books out there, and the Uncanny X-Men that Gail Simone is writing is just absolutely brilliant, and pretty much anything Tom or Gail have ever written has been brilliant. So no shockers there, but those are some great suggestions if you're looking for anything.
Very cool. Looks like we're at 1,060 for
all right
total so far for the weekend, and that's awesome. We can keep it up. Thank you for your
keep it going. Keep
yeah.
it going. Get that link down there.
So going back to you talking about the trades, it's like, is that any reason why Heroes and Zeros? Are you going to put it out almost as one trade first, or are you going to let the issues go?
No, so the formatting of it was one of those things that, like I said, I originally wrote it as 6 issues, but I was a little bit torn because, again, one of the things people tell you when you start creating something, whatever that is create the thing you want to see. And I was thinking of sort of my own reading habits, and like I tend to prefer longer format collections. But the reality of it is I'm not some name that people have already been following. I'd never written anything before this. The cost of putting together a book like that, even from the pre-press standpoint of making sure everybody else on the creative team gets paid for the work they're doing, not to mention how much it would cost to actually print the book, was a little bit ambitious, and I didn't want to put all my eggs in that basket as far as, assuming that we could get the full 150 pages out there as one edition with no other, no history of creating anything from me. So I ended up kind of with a compromise of doing the 3, the first 2 issues are 46 pages, and each one then has a 2-page bonus story. And the third one is going to be, I think, a total of 54 pages, not including any bonus story. So that's kind of how I ended up with it is, I wanted to be long enough that, especially going through Kickstarter, that people wouldn't get it and be like, oh, I don't want to wait another year for that, not knowing me, not having a track record, and risk losing that audience. But I felt like I could really easily format it. I had to move a few story elements around to fit it. But I think it ended up going pretty well in this format with the 46-page blocks. Now, when everything's done, we'll absolutely put that together as a collected edition. I'd love to be able to do it as a hardcover with maybe some extras added in there. But in the meantime, I started the second book, which was the Olympian. That's the one that D Fish is working on with me, and we're making some good progress on that. So that's actually going to be the next one that gets published, and then Heroes and Zeros 2 is going to come out probably a few months after that one.
So, okay, on a side note, we have 3 Mom Bomb gift sets that people will get for donating $50 or more at a pop. So just want to throw that in. And then I went and I read your the first few pages on your website of Heroes and Zeros, and I think it's really cool. And it combines like so many other different elements of things. But as I think about how it's making me feel so far, it's like dystopia with a heart of gold kind of thing.
That is a fantastic way to put it. And it's no, I've never actually thought of it in that from that perspective, but that's a fantastic way to put it. because I didn't want to do another the future is horrible type of story. I feel like and don't get me wrong, I love some great dystopian fiction, and there's some great stuff out there.
I do too, but I mean, sometimes it's just the world is kind of weary of it. So, but it's like you've got both things.
And I think one of the things that I bring with me, and possibly because I did have that big gap in not only in my comics reading as a consumer, but also in my writing, where there was probably a good 15, 20 years between writing anything, at least anything creative. I wrote a lot of stuff for law school and for court briefings, but nothing particularly creative or no fiction. But I've always loved the optimism in the superhero world, and I've always loved that perspective on it. So that was sort of what I wanted to bring to it. And so I started envisioning what this world is like. And, since you reference it, the setting of this story, for anyone who hasn't read it, who's watching, is we're set several hundred years in the future. And it's a world where, kind of you take the X-Men premise of, people started evolving to have these powers. And what does the world look like then in 500 years, if that's the next stage of human evolution? And I envision this world where it's kind of flipped from the superhero worlds we see presently of majority of the population is powerless with a few protectors and a few villains, to where most people have powers. And what does the world look like in that situation? And I wanted it to be this world where, you know what? A lot of the problems might have been solved. There's a lot of things that are better. There are a lot of things that are being done better. But then you still have this part of the population that's been forgotten, that's sort of brushed aside, and is considered, frankly, useless because they don't have any powers or any abilities. And so the story then focuses on those folks, the zeros, and thrust them into this, thrust them into danger, into this adventure that they probably wouldn't have chosen if they'd known what they were getting into, and sees how they navigate it, and ultimately kind of the underdog story of them trying to show the world that hey, we still belong too.
Well, that's why, and I really like the one person that came to them kind of on the sly from the system and saying, need help. And then one of them was saying to the three, it's like, well, why are we, you don't trust this? And say, well, maybe they trust the content of our character. Basically, they trust, even though we don't have any powers, we're going to do right by this. And then coming back to the idea that being a superhero, it's like not like with Clark Kent and Superman. It's like the man that the Kents raised truly is the base of the hero that could have the powers and actually make the best difference in the world. So right. Just like many things about making a comic book, you need the pictures and the words and all. With the hero, you need an ability combined with the heart and a compass,
Right. And the fact of the matter is, and you look at some of those characters, and you have that still. You have some of these folks with the powers who still do have that character and still do have that compass, but they're still part of that system, and they still do have those advantages that they might not necessarily recognize if they're just looking at it on their day-to-day lives, or recognize what kind of impact it might have on someone who's not in their situation.
I definitely think it's a wonderful take that you're doing, and I'm definitely interested in reading the rest. So,
well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll make sure I get that. And while I'm thinking about it, you should come to Metropolis, Illinois. We have a nice artist alley. It's like it's a county fair and a comic book convention rolled into one. It's very, it's low key. It's fun, but there are people there that definitely appreciate things like that. And what you're doing is something I think that would fit the scope of of what Metropolis represents. So,
Thank you. I would love to get me some information if I can make it happen. I'd love to.
I'll do that. And we have a question from Steve Fisher. Will I be able to order Acorn comics from my local comic shop? Are you going to do a distribution? Maybe.
So, not yet. We're not with any of the. We're not with Diamond or any of the other distribution systems. If any individual comic shops, and that's on me. I've been slacking a little bit on that because I have not been able to reach out to comic shops directly to gauge interest. I would love to. I'd love to have the book in comic shops. For now, it's going to be available through our website. We're actually putting the finishing touches on the online store, and that's going to be opening up for general public on October 1st. And there will be digital copies available. There's going to be copies of the print run, the overrun from the Kickstarter campaign. And that's part of the reason I haven't done anything yet, is I wanted to make sure that everybody who supported the Kickstarter campaign got their rewards first before we opened it up to the general public. So that's going to be, it's acorncomics.com. That's where you're going to be able to find it.
One of those things I was going to ask where people can find you, your Instagram too.
So, starting on October 1st, the web store will be open to the general public, and you can get whatever copies are left. And I will say, I alluded to it before, one of the things that blew my mind a little bit doing this is that a first-time writer, self-publishing through this company that I created, and we were able to do as a Kickstarter stretch goal, bonus story written by Gail Simone. So we've got a 2-page Gail Simone story in the back of these Kickstarter comics that you can only get in the printed Kickstarter comics. That was exclusively for the Kickstarter. So once those are gone, we're going to have more print copies, just not including the bonus story for the standard edition.
Well, that was just dovetails into one of the questions I had. So far doing this, who have you gotten to meet in the industry or whomever that's been a story that you'd want to share, like someone really cool?
So I'm gonna be kind of careful about that because I alluded to before, because most of the people I know in the industry are people I've met as friends first, before I even started doing this.
People that you met through the course of putting Acorn together and getting that done.
Right, and that's, and I think I probably haven't said that well. Most of the people I know in the industry, I've known since before I even started writing Heroes and Zeros, before I even conceived of Acorn Comics. And they're people that, again, because my wife has known most of these folks for so long, and I met her, we just passed our 15th anniversary of our first date. So, and I think it was shortly after when she took me to my first convention. So with those, most of the people I know in the industry are people that have been friends for years. So it's nobody that I've really met because of this. But it was, I was fortunate that I was able to reach out to some of these folks, like Gail, and say, hey, if we can hit this goal on Kickstarter, would you be able to do this extra story for us? Or Tom Rainey, who did one of the variant covers for this first issue. Cami Garcia, I think, was the first pro to actually see the script and gave me some just absolutely phenomenal feedback, not only on the script itself, but just on how to kind of present it when we were looking to pitch it to other publishers. And beyond those three, just so many other people that I've talked to about that have just been big cheerleaders and hugely supportive. And that's one of the things I love about the comics community, is with exceptionally extremely rare exceptions, they're nice people. These are the people that, as a nerd growing up, you would have been hanging out with anyway. And most of them want to see everybody succeed. They want to, like, hey, you want to do a comic? Do a comic. Hey, how can you need some advice? You want me to, like, they're just so freely giving of their time and their knowledge to people who will ask. And that was one of the things that I was, again, able to have so many of my friends just kind of jump in and, even if it was just sharing the link to the Kickstarter when that was up. I'm terrible at social media. I have very, very minimal social media followings on basically any platform. But these folks, by virtue of some of the high profile things that they've worked on, also just by being interesting people, have been able to, gather a whole lot more of a following. And when they put it out there, like, hey, support my friend's comic, be surprised how many people do. And,
yeah, I mean, and you'll be able to turn a favor around for other people eventually too. You'll be able to use your platform to support people and grow.
I really hope so. Like that's one of my goals in doing this too, is, again, I've been very fortunate in a lot of ways, throughout my life. One of the things I'm fortunate about with making comics is I don't have to make comics. I don't need this as to support myself. But, if I'm working with somebody and I can pump them up and help get them in front of some of the people that might be able to change their life for the better or help them out, you better believe I'm going to do it. And frankly, even if it's not someone I'm working with, even if it's just somebody I know who's an incredibly talented artist or writer, or somebody that I've come to know through the comics community and social media, if there's anything I can do at all to help them get where they want to be, I'm here for it.
Very good. Very good. So just a random question that I would throw out to writers and stuff, and you can say what you want about it as we come to the end. How do you feel about AI software?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Never. And I'll expound on that a little bit.
Well, we have 2 minutes and okay, go.
Okay, I'll do as quickly as I can. So the generative AI, now I'm not talking about stuff that's like summarizing meeting notes or spell check or things like that could technically be called AI. I'm talking about the generative AI software. Was absolutely 100% built by stealing artwork from creators, by using their artwork to try and put them out of business without their permission, without compensating them for it. As an attorney, I would be shocked if the companies that are currently being sued for that don't lose in a massive, massive way when those lawsuits finally play out. But that also goes to me for writing, because, and you've heard some of the executives talk about in these trials and the depositions. Well, if we could only train on public domain art, public domain writing, well, it would just be a terrible product. We wouldn't be able to put it out there. We have to train off of the copyrighted, and they don't use the word stolen, but the stolen material. And I say, well, that's more of a you problem than an us problem. That still doesn't give you the right to steal it. So it's a hard no for me. I won't use it. I won't work with anyone who uses it until they solve the ethical problems. It's a non-starter.
That's interesting. But the fact that the thing you brought up about public domain, I'm like thinking like things like Charles Dickens' The Tale of Two Cities or the Mona Lisa or something like that. Those kinds of things put into a hopper should create some interesting output. It'd be interesting to see that those people wanting the things that are modern era, it shows their greed. I mean, like
Right.
just imagining, I mean,
and that's not, that doesn't even touch on the environmental things that we're hearing a little bit about, but I'm sure I think is being kept out of the public discourse. But just the amount of energy and the amount of that they're using to try and run these programs is mind-boggling.
I think I want to say I saw something about a Microsoft AI, I think, article about how it's forcing a nuclear plant to have to fire up more just
3 Mile
to
Island
capacity. Yeah,
they're reopening 3 Mile Island, or no, not three, maybe
something. Yeah, and that's scary.
One of them had one of those big disasters back.
Right, and just so you could have your random internet romance generated stories, but
right,
not cool at all.
And it's crap. It takes all the soul out of art. It's just regurgitating what other people have done. Why would you want that? Well,
that's true. I tend to do art that's derivative, or it's older things, but my filter is me. So yeah, I mean,
but it's still your take on different things. It's not just telling a machine to do. If you're telling the machine to do it, it's no different than going up to an artist at a convention and commissioning a drawing.
True. Okay, well, I could go on, and we'll have to talk more later, but because I think we'd have a lot to say. But our time here is at end, and thank you so much. It means a lot to us that you would join in and give us content and then support Mom Bombs. And
I am excited to be here. For those of you still watching, please donate. Donate to the Mom Bomb at the link below.
And then finding Acorn Studios, you're on Instagram. Are you on Twitter or Facebook?
Acorncomics.com. It's Acorn Comics on Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. I'm not even going to give the Twitter handle because I'm trying to use that as little as I can these days.
Okay, fair enough. You've got 3 other things people can use anyway.
Right. You can find me, and it's all on the website as well. So the best place is go to acorncomics.com. Everything you want is going to be there.
All right. Well, again, thank you for your time, and definitely we'll be in touch, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Great to be here. I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you so much, everyone. Doug, can I bring you up on stage while we're waiting for our guests to connect? How are you doing?
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm doing good. And I was just looking, and we are at what percentage of our goal? Oh my gosh, 70% of our giving goal now.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you so much to Paul and Trevor for the last hour. Doug is up next, and I think that we're just waiting for our guests to connect.
Okay, all right. I apologize. My voice, like every previous relationship I've had, is trying to leave me.
Oh, no.
But I've got the cursor on the mute button, so when I have to clear my throat, at least I won't be blowing people out of their cars.
Good plan. That's okay.
What amazes me is that the moms that are coming on, Miss Baxter and Miss Randall, we're all in the same age group. I think Meredith is 2 or 3 years older. Betsy's 2 or 3 years younger. So we're all in the same group. But I have this overwhelming feeling that I should brush my teeth, say my prayers, and go to bed. But
just has that presence,
That's the mom power.
Definitely, yes. And it's so exciting that we're so close to our goal. I know Kristen and we're all determined to meet our goal, to surpass it. Please donate. I see folks are watching. Please donate to that link on the screen, or all of our socials have all the links, all the schedules. And hopefully it'll just be a few more minutes before you get your awesome guests on screen.
Well, while we're
Mom Bomb helps moms and sometimes dads in crisis by offering grants for things like meal delivery, childcare, housekeeping, laundry service, and more. Because mom takes care of the whole family. But who's taking care of mom?
There it is.
Sweet. Yeah.
In the middle of my suggestion, there it was.
Steph read your mind.
Well, I'm an open book. A comic book, but still an open book.
That's great.
Pictures and everything.
That's been so fun. I love that we've had authors and comic folks and cosplay. I feel like we've gotten so many different fan bases covered.
Oh, yeah. We needed to bring some supernatural in, though. I'm a supernatural kind of guy. We did that last year, I think. I think it was last year.
Mm-hmm.
We had, I have a fly. Get out of here.
I'm manifesting for next year more Trekkies. I'm a huge Trekkie, gotta manifest that.
Right. We can do that. Well,
Yeah, exactly.
The main man.
Have you ever gotten to meet? I think you have. You must have met some of the Star Trek actors before.
I've met most. I did not meet Leonard Nimoy or DeForest Kelley, but I think I've met all the others. I got to have a photo op with Mr. Shatner.
Wow.
Yep, and I had breakfast with George Takei at one point. That was he was in Knoxville, which is about 100 miles from where I am, for a convention. So I went to that, and I wanted to go both days. So spent Saturday night in the same hotel that George was at, went down to breakfast, and he walked up and said, "I remember you. Why don't you join us for breakfast?" And I went, "Okay, I can do that." So that was pretty sweet.
Yes, I see Betsy is backstage. May I bring you on stage? I think you're ready to go.
I'm trying to get on my home screen, but I can't.
There we are.
That happens sometimes. That's okay. I'm going to hand you over to Doug now.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Hello, welcome, Betsy
Thank
Randall.
you. Yes. Hi.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, I'm so glad to join you. I just thought I was going to do it on the big screen and not on my phone.
Well,
Is this okay?
Are you braced? Can you hold it that long? I mean, that's...
No, I'm going to have to get my stand here. Hold on. All right. Well, I'll just set it up here for now. Can you bring me the stand, honey? Okay. Sorry about that.
That's quite all right.
Yeah, I couldn't find the link on the email on my computer.
Oh.
The street, because it was a week before. You can only set this up a week before. So tell me who you are. Who are you? What are we doing?
Yeah. Well, we are here to help raise. I just apologize that my voice, the joke I said was my voice, like every previous relationship, is trying to leave me. But, I'm posed over the mute button. So in case I do have to clear my throat, it's not going to blow your hair back or anything.
No, it doesn't scare me at all.
I'm Doug Hubler, and we are here to help. Here comes your stand.
There he is. There's my stand.
And
okay.
we're here to help raise funds for Mom Bomb, which takes care and helps provide for moms and dads, food, clothing, money, incidentals that are desperately needed at the time. So the donation link is scrolling across the bottom of the screen. We hope everybody will still, contribute. Mom Bomb has some wonderful gift packages, just incredible. For a $50 donation, there's 3 left. Let me get my hands over here. 3 left. So, we will continue to contribute, and let's reach our goal. We're like 75% to the goal. So we're almost there. So we can keep going. And my daughter is so upset. She was hoping to be home for this because she adores you. She had so many questions. I said, "Oh, good, because I'm running out. I don't know if I've got an hour's worth of questions." So, so I've got my phone sitting here on text just in case she.
Well, I did raise her. So I'm going to take some credit of what a good kid she is.
There you go. She'll
Yeah, I
appreciate
feel.
hearing that. Well,
Yeah.
she's been following the podcast, so she knows you've been on that recently.
Yes.
I
Thanks to
can't.
Danielle and Ryder and those guys, they just pulled it off so great. And we've done these con artist things, at big convention
Yeah,
halls. Can't get over how many people just, want me to be their mom still.
yeah, yeah. I was saying earlier, I feel like I need to brush my teeth, say my prayers, and go to bed. But
Yeah, really.
and I'm older than you, so.
No, I'm not that bad.
But I'm pleased that you said you go to the cons. That's a whole different lifestyle. I go all the way back to the very first cons were the Star Trek cons in the 70s. So I started
Yeah.
going to those. Now it's a community. It's almost like a small city when you go.
It is. It's really amazing and kind of overwhelming. I was kind of shocked at how big this is.
Well, I was going to ask, what was your first impression of your first con when you saw the number of people, the attention, the adoration, the love?
I thought, why didn't I do this sooner? This is great. This is wonderful. The only drawback is it's cement floors.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And I have back issues. It's like I finally had to get a wheelchair just to get around. But
Yeah.
I was really impressed. I had no idea how lucrative it is, to be honest, as
Right.
well as just a wonderful experience. Rusty and I, who played my husband on the show, William Russ, we had booths next to each other. So a lot of people wanted pictures of us together because we were their parents for 7 years.
Yeah.
So it really was quite an impressive thing, I thought, and very well done.
Oh, yeah.
So I was very well organized and well done, and I was grateful to be included. So
yeah.
that's
One of our guests on here, Casey, she used to help run one of the major cons.
Oh,
and
really?
Just hearing the behind the scenes, just hearing the security that goes into it and the planning and the execution of it was just
Unbelievable.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's got to be nice that, okay, I'm feeling a little bit down. Where's the next convention? I can get some love here. All right, let's go there.
Well, we kind of have to be invited. I mean, they kind of have to create it. I mean, there are certain things because of it's the 90s con.
Mm-hmm.
So it's any show that's in the 90s. And so if those are going on somewhere else, I definitely want to be a part of them. But I've done two big ones, one in Hartford, Connecticut, and the other one was in Tampa Bay. So those are the only two that I've done.
Wow. They're starting to do conventions on cruise ships, a cruise con. I don't know if that would.
What a trip that would be.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've never done that.
But
before.
they do set some rules for the people. They say, don't bug, talk with them, go to wine tastings with them. Don't bug them for autographs. Don't bug them for pictures. You'll get a packet at the end of the cruise.
Yeah.
You'll have all that. Just enjoy. Just be friends with all these people. And that has to be a totally different way to go about meeting fans.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I've never done a cruise ship. I don't know. I'm used to flying. We used to sail. We had a sailboat. My husband and I had a sailboat, and we go camping, but we just don't do the cruise ships. But maybe I should now that this is a conversation. Now, is Meredith Baxter here?
We're waiting for her.
As
called
the
Meredith
other mom?
We're not sure. We're not sure what has occurred. But you and Meredith met many years ago on Family Ties, didn't you?
I did. I guest starred for 2 episodes. We were neighbors who were behaving as racists or something, and we come to see the error of our ways, kind of thing, and believe Meredith is the one who. She and her husband tell us, what we did wrong. So it was kind of a fun episode. But
the former hippies.
Yeah. Yeah, and Michael was still there, so he was flying back and forth because he was shooting Back to the Future,
right,
at the same time that we were doing that. Gosh,
that amazed me that he would work all day, take a nap in the limo or on the plane, work all night.
He was young. He was young.
Yeah, well, yeah.
He was younger than us.
Yeah. Yeah, if I go to the bank and the grocery store in the same day, I need a nap. So it's.
Oh, me too. Oh, me too. So tell
You
me
were
about you. What are you doing, or just besides this?
well. I'm a retired elementary school teacher. I've I've been an entertainer that nobody remembers, nobody ever saw. It was just a lot of bus and truck tours, dinner theaters, summer stock,
Hmm.
music stuff
Those are
like that.
good. Those
But
are good.
but being a teacher is pretty much an entertainer anyway. You got
Oh
you
my
got to
gosh,
keep their
yes.
attention for 8 hours at a time. So
Well, good for you. I'm grateful. Okay, hi Betsy. There's somebody. Cindy
okay,
Bell
hi.
is
This
saying,
is from Cindy Bell. Hi, Betsy. Adore you. You were able to work with one of the most outstanding actors. What was William Daniels
uh,
like to work with?
well, he's still alive. That's
Mhm.
exciting. And when we do these con events, I was saying the line for Mr. Feeney was so long. I mean, and he signed every single thing, and he's
Oh,
96,
yeah.
96 years old, and he's just a doll. I mean, he's wonderful. He and Bonnie, his wife, are just wonderful. I'm glad you I'm glad that you love all this. I'm glad you
Oh,
adore me, first of all. And William Daniels was a dream to work with. But we were a little intimidated by him at first because he has that dry humor
yeah.
and seems angry all the time. But
And
he's not.
such a wide resume coming in.
Yeah, but he and I shared that we both love to do musicals and performed as
Right.
singers as well as actors. So I was always a big fan, and I was thrilled to work with him. And I learned a
Oh,
lot with working with him,
I
actually.
can imagine. I can imagine. My first the first time I saw Mr. Daniels, he did. It was just a one season in the middle of the 60s when after Batman had hit in 66, he did a series called Captain Nice.
Yeah,
And that was my first introduction to him.
he
And
was
then
younger.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, much younger. And then when he did the film version of 1776, which I had done on stage as well,
Oh,
I
really?
had I had worked with Joel Grey played John Adams in the production that I was in. But
Oh,
watching the film version and saying, okay, we're not on the stage anymore. This is real. This is location. This is
oh,
beautiful. I mean, it was just gorgeous. And the way he embodied that character of John
yeah.
Adams was perfect.
I know. I like to watch it again. And my mother had such a crush on him, and so when she came to visit the set, she brought the record album so that he could sign the record album, the cardboard record. So cute. She just thought he was the living end.
We mentioned your family ties where you did 2 episodes.
Hmm.
Reading through your information, what impressed me the most was every time you would guest on a TV show, they tried to keep you. I mean, I'm looking at this 7 episodes of Home Improvement, 4 episodes of
Oh,
Charm. You would get on a show and they say, okay, we like her. We're keeping her.
well, that's very touching. I went to network to play Tim Allen's wife. And so I had already worked my way into their hearts in some way. And Tim liked me a lot. So it was sort of a no-brainer to bring me on as a recurring, where I made fun of his tools and stuff. And I was good at that. So they wanted a drier delivery for Pat's part,
Right.
for Tim's wife. So she's a no-nonsense person. And I'm a little too bubbly and a little too whatever. Big hair. I think we had 80s
Yeah.
hair at the time. So they kept me on as the friend. And so that was the first time that I was really a steady recurring role. And that is really how I got Boy Meets World,
Right. Right.
because
The
it
the
was Disney and ABC.
ah uh, while Tim had like little bickering things with the wife and the partner
Hmm.
and everything, you were more or less a foil for him, weren't you? Weren't you kind of like, okay, now we've got an enemy. Now we've got an
Yeah.
antagonist,
Well,
which
I
he
was the
desperately
feminist.
needed.
Yeah. Yeah. I was the feminist friend. and it was a bad influence on Pat, or on Jill, or is her
Right,
character's
right.
name. And but it turned out the first episode that I did was so funny when he nails the table to his head. He glues the table to his head. So
Oh,
the whole thing is with him a piece of wood on his forehead. I
right.
mean, it was just an hysterical. It was one of their favorite episodes. So it just didn't hurt me at all to be in that. So they kept me coming back to just make, and I just made fun of him and so on. And it was wonderful. I was a babysitter one time, and he said, whatever you do when we get home, don't tell me who won the baseball game. Don't tell me. And I just somehow managed to tell him, and it was hysterical. It was really funny. So I'm
So
getting
many,
some other questions. What
yeah,
was your most
so many people are curious about Boy Meets World, but
Mhm.
to introduce that, you got Boy Meets World from Home Improvement.
Yes.
And how did the Home Improvement people feel about that? Because they wrote you out kindly. They didn't kill you. They sent you to California, I think.
Yeah.
But what
I don't even know what happened to me. Look, I mean, this was a recurring role, and it wasn't like I was a pivotal part of their ongoing success. They were doing fine, and I would have loved to have gone back and visited, but when I got this one, and
oh yeah.
I competed with like 1,000 women, and they just kept me at the top because I was their first choice. So that was kind of like what was lucky for me. I mean, I'd already proven myself
Right.
to a certain level. But it was the same network, it was the same
Right.
company.
Well,
And so, they were happy for
it was
me.
a lateral move.
Yeah, I made more money on being a regular.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. All right, let's look at these questions. What was your most impactful memory of working on Boy Meets World?
Now that I've done some catching up with the cast and spending more time with them than we did for a long time, because of the podcast and other stuff. I mean, Daniel and the kids have really brought us all together again. Um, I'm I can't tell you how impressed I am with how closely we played a married couple, parents, how it was easy to be their moms. It was easy to be his wife. It was easy to be in this relationship, in the storytelling that they gave us. And there were times when, people thought I should have more episodes and stuff. And yeah, that's true, I should have. But on the other hand, we made the most I made the most of it, and I look back and I feel really proud. I had an impression anyway, and
Right.
I think what happened is that what I saw when we saw each other again is no wonder they loved us, because this is how we are in
Yeah.
real life. This is who we play. We know how to be parents. We
Yeah.
know we're both, both Rusty and I and Bill Daniels. I mean, we're all used to children. And so I was the only one that had children the same age as the kids. Because I played younger than I am. And also I got married really young, before everyone in the world. So I had a college age and a high school age kid at home, so I knew what this was.
Right.
It wasn't new to me, I knew what this was. So
The impression I got, and what made me a huge fan, you can tell when there are a lot of entertainers that you can tell when they're acting, when they're acting against their own nature.
mhm.
Everyone on your show essentially seemed to be playing who they really were. I mean,
They
that was
were.
I mean, sometimes you'll hear people say, well, part of his character and part of my character overlapped, but I think you guys were just completely encased in your characters and yourselves at the same time.
I think the reason that you have that experience is, at least Rusty and me, I'll speak for us because we were the older ones. So, and of course, Bill Daniels had worked forever. But we were trained to work off each other off the
Yeah.
other actor, that you have this. I mean, there's a Meisner technique that's, goes way back to New York, and it's just that was something we both had in common. But I do think my way of working, I won't speak for Rusty, but my way of working is to just honestly work off what you're getting from the other person, and
Yeah.
it seems to just work. It works because then it's
Right.
honest,
Yeah.
and that's what you get, and you take it personally. I do. I don't know if other people say that, but I take everything personally.
Mhm.
So I don't know how I can go wrong with that.
I remember the late Robert Culp when somebody asked him about his advice to young actors.
Yeah.
And he said 2 things. First, think the thought. What's going on with the character at this moment? Think the thought. And then the other is listen. Don't just wait to deliver your line.
Yeah.
Listen and react to what you're being fed.
That's
He
it.
said those were his 2 biggest pieces of advice. And you guys, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure people just believe this is a real family. This is a documentary, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
With a laugh track.
Yeah, we were lucky to have each other that way. I feel
Mhm.
grateful for that, and I still love him to pieces. So
We have another question here that says, what was your most impactful memory of working on Boy Meets World?
Well, that was really how well we worked together, and it certainly was fun to get dressed up in 1940s clothes and 19 different outfits. And I had a funny scene where I talk about on the podcast where I'm dressed up as a Russian spy because it's a nightmare of my son,
Right.
Corey, and he says, "Oh, good, Mom, you've come to, we're all dressed up like Russian spies, and just Rusty and me, and I go up and I look like I'm his mom, and he says, Mom, good, get me out of here," and I say, "Do you have the papers?" He says, "What? You do have the papers?" So I was just playing a Russian spy, and it was just, we all broke into a hysterical laughter. I don't know, it's not that funny anymore, but anyway, I thought it was funny at the time.
Well, another question that's been sent in. How did your
Oh.
episode of Adam Ruins Everything come about?
God. I loved the show. I didn't like the way I looked, but I loved the show, and I got a kick out of it, and I liked that guy. It was neat. It was just kind of an odd piece, but that's how did that come about? I don't even know. I guess I think I was just asked to do it. I don't even remember if I auditioned for that. I can't remember. Sometimes that happens when you're a regular in a series. They just ask you to do something. But I liked the guy. It was nice.
Yeah. Well, the first thing I saw on your resume was Family Ties, and you were late 30s at that time.
Well,
30.
let's see. When did I come to California? It was shortly after I got to California.
This was in 89, I think.
Yeah, it was. Let's see, in 89, 1950. Well, I was in my late 30s. Yeah.
Okay. Had you acted? I know you came from Chicago, which has a bustling theatrical.
Yeah, I worked a lot in Chicago. I did a lot of commercials, voiceovers, and on camera. So I worked a lot on camera. So I was used to that. I did theater. I studied my acting classes there in Chicago. So that, certainly prepared me. I was flown out when Gene Blythe from ABC or CB. Yeah, was it? No, it wasn't ABC. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, it was ABC. He came to Chicago to audition me for a pilot, and I got flown out to California and got the pilot. And so I just had a small part. And then the pilot didn't continue. It was with Kate Mulgrew.
Oh.
And I can't even remember the name of it, but I played the best friend. And It was kind of a weird thing. We were jogging, and anyway, that's great. So I got that, and then that got me an agent. So that propelled us to come out. So I came out for another pilot season with a girlfriend who would beat me out of something. And so we just were the best friend. We're still the best of friends, but that was sort of how the momentum of being a Chicago actress to a California actress was happening. And I wasn't sure. I didn't know that was coming. It just came. I would watch shows and I'd go, I should be on that. I
Yeah.
kind of knew that before we got here, but when I came here, it was sort of natural. It kind of worked. It was really, to tell you the truth, I was at the right place at the right time. It was that period of time where Chicago became popular because of Second City and Steppenwolf, and a lot of actors were coming out to California from Chicago. So they were getting a lot of attention. It wasn't just New York. So there was just that wonderful balance, and people were interested, in some of the newcomers. So that's really what happened. And I started getting guest stars, which got me where I am now.
Wow. I had let a half an hour go by. So first, I do want to remind everyone why we're here. We're here for Mom Bomb, which raises money and donates money to women in need, fathers in need, children in need. So, as much as you can donate, we really appreciate it. And that's what keeps us doing this year after year. So please, it's scrolling across the bottom of the screen now. So please
Donate here.
donate. I've let a half an hour go by, and I think I've held myself in check long enough. One of probably my favorite episode of Boy Meets World, because of my generation and because I am a disc jockey.
You are.
Rave on. You had all the monkeys. I understand that Mike was actually there, but he didn't appear on camera, but he was there in support of the other three guys.
Yeah.
You had the monkeys
I
on
know.
Boy Meets World.
We were so impressed that we had the monkeys. We couldn't believe it. I was kind of starstruck a little bit, but then they were so goofy, so monkey-like. I didn't. Oh well, that's just they're normal like we are.
Well, Peter had appeared in earlier episodes.
Yeah.
Didn't he?
I think so. One of them did. And then the little guy, Mickey. Davy and Mickey. Yeah. So they were all there. I mean, it's just that, but Peter, I think, did more. Did he do another episode by himself? Yeah.
He played, now I'm forgetting Danielle's character's name.
Yeah. Topanga.
Topanga. He played Topanga's father.
Oh, that's right.
Jedediah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jedediah, that's right. That's right. Good for you for remembering. I can't remember everything. I was hoping to refresh my memory. It was 7 years, and a lot of episodes.
And what was impressive was Davy Jones, for the first time, played the most unliked monkey there.
Know.
I mean, Reginald Fairfield. Okay.
He was not like that at all. He was wonderful. He was really sweet. Those guys were great.
Are
we up?
No, I don't. Has Meredith? Let me double check. Let me look at Peter was Topanga's dad. Yeah, okay, we know that. It seems Meredith, her rep is trying to reach her. No Meredith yet. So you're married to John Randall.
Yes, I am.
Who is a film editor.
Well, his first gig was editing Cheers, so he talked about the right place at the right time. So yeah, we just kind of jumped in and hit it off pretty fast when we moved here, and then he did edited some other shows, and then Hanging Mr. Cooper and some other things, and then he decided to do some writing, and then edited some movies, some independent movies, but one of them went to Sundance. So he's worked off and on. Doesn't do a whole lot of editing anymore, but he can. It's just not the same system that they had in those days. and he's busy writing plays now, so he's pretty
Oh, how
happy.
nice. How
Yeah,
wonderful.
it's hard to get him to sleep all night without getting up in the middle of the night to. I have to fix that line,
Yeah.
So that's what life is. Life with a writer and
Yeah.
a freelance actress firm. Oh,
Have,
I did do a guest star thing on Matlock. It's airing tonight. I mean, it's the premiere of Matlock with
with
Kathy
Kathy Bates.
Bates.
How nice.
Is premiering tonight, so we can't wait to see it. I did episode 10. I did a guest star in episode 10. I was so excited to work opposite Kathy Bates.
Oh, right. Well,
Thrilled.
what can you give us any kind of spoiler on what kind of character you
No,
played?
can't
Or
tell you a thing. I'm not allowed.
uh,
My
sounds,
lips are sealed.
sounds like Marvel Disney is working again.
Yeah.
Here are your sides. Don't show them to anybody.
Okay, here's a new question. Do you have any favorite episodes? It is so soothing to my millennial heart to see you here today. Best piece of mom advice. Okay. Do I have a favorite episode? Well, I did talk about the one with I liked it when I did the period stuff,
Right.
but I've seen some couple of ones where they just catching up with things, and a lot of the stuff. There was one where I really just disagreed with the whole family, and I felt Corey was too young and Daniel was too young to get married, and I got in trouble. Everybody yelled at me, and it was like this great 2-part episode thing, and I just wouldn't support it until I finally, had Rusty takes William Will is what his name was, took me into what was his name? He wasn't Rusty. I mean, his name is Rusty. I can't remember his character's name. Anyway, my husband takes me into the kitchen, and I break down and say, I'm not ready. They're not ready. And he says, and then I realize I'm not ready for them to get married so young. I
Right.
never did think they should get married that young, but it wasn't because I didn't love her or anything like that. It was a tricky episode to do
Yeah.
because I personally, being a real mom, thought that they were very young to get married. So in terms of my best piece of but anyway, I can't, I don't know if that answered the question about my favorite episodes, but that was one of my favorites because we got to sink our teeth into stuff. Another one was when the gal who played Juliet, Romeo and Juliet, the actress, I'm blanking on her name, famous.
The early film version.
Yeah, Olivia
Olivia
Hussey.
DeHussey.
And she was our guest star, mom of one of the characters, and there was a 2-part thing, and I had a lot to say in that, and took good care of her and respected her, and I wasn't ready to let my son leave town, and I wasn't ready to. I was protecting Danielle, and it was a really beautiful episode where often the best episodes for me were 2-parters, because they had more of a story that the mom could cover, where it wasn't just silly stuff
Right,
from the
right.
kids, So sometimes mine were a little bit more dramatically deep, or telling and so on, and that was nice. Jeff Sherman was one who often wrote me the 2-parters. He's a wonderful writer. So I still thank him for those. And my best piece of advice, I think I've said it of, listen to each other. Listen and feedback what you hear, and know that, you're okay because you're doing that. You could,
Right.
it's really all you can do as a wife or a parent or a friend, is do what you yourself were talking about. It just, listen, take the time to listen and respond honestly to what they're saying to you, and that would be true for an actor, and that would also be true as a person.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I've always thought that the 2 best things you can do to get along with everybody wants 2 things. They want respect, and they want to know they've been heard.
Yeah,
I think if you give anybody both of those, you're probably going to get along pretty well with them.
yeah, And also be honest if you don't agree. You
Yeah.
know, if you can't go for something, go ahead and say, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I can't
Right.
think that way. I'm not going to vote for that person or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
You know, no.
It's okay. You're not going to offend me at this point. We have a question here saying maybe Betsy and Russ can guest star on the new show Dr. Odyssey, which
I love it.
I've heard described as ER meets Love Boat.
Oh dear. Well, I don't know. You'd have to talk to our agents about that.
Get them on the phone. What?
Do
Did you keep any props, costume pieces from any sets? I am wanting to read the questions because we do have people who cannot be watching, but they're listening. No, but you can read the question as long as the question gets read. People are in the car and they don't know what we're talking about.
You read it. I won't say anything, and then I'll answer.
All right. Did you keep any prop costume pieces from any sets?
Yes. I have a blue blouse. I have a beautiful sweater. I have things that I wear fondly still. They're flattering. And I just think if this works good on camera, I'm keeping it. So I have a couple of those things. I don't have a lot of props. I don't think I have the chair that has my name on it. I think everybody had a chair. But mostly it was wardrobe. And it's so funny because when I see those, I go, oh, I still wear that. I do. I keep my stuff till it falls apart. I'm one of those. That's the answer to that question.
You returned as Amy Matthews in Girl Meets World.
Yes, I did.
What was that experience, and maybe compare and contrast to your previous incarnation of Amy?
Well, it was a trip because suddenly I was the grandma and I wasn't the one in charge of the kitchen. And so they took advantage of that. And so I was questioning whether she knew what she was doing. And it was a cute episode. It was really quite good. And we were coming for Thanksgiving, I think is what it was. And so we were having an argument outside. I'm going, she doesn't know what she's doing. And then talking in the hallway. And then they find out that he hears.
Can I give you an important update?
Oh, yes. Update.
Okay. If you can be off by 12, we're still on for lunch. If you're not off by 12, they're canceling lunch because Rich has to eat early because of his colon.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. So what can I be off at 12? What is it? What's the time?
11:44.
Oh. So how much time do I have with you?
Well, we scheduled you for the full hour.
I think
I'm on the East Coast.
Well, that's 11 to 12 or
yeah. We'll be done at 12.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we have friends coming from out of town. Sorry, that was weird. That's my real husband.
But it was real. That was that.
Yeah, it was definitely real. Like, what are you talking about? Okay, so that's that.
Thank you.
Editor of
Taking a little bow. Being an actress married to a writer, have you had any thoughts or aspirations towards producing your own work or directing on television? Have you felt the desire to go in any of those other directions?
No. No, I haven't.
There it is.
I really know what I'm good at. I think I'm a good writer, but I don't he's really more the writer than I am, but I often read the script plays with him to sound it out. So I do have my opinions. But I really don't have a desire to know something else. I've taught kids and different people in different communities where we used to live in Ojai, which is a really neat little funky town in California. And I taught acting there for a long time and singing because I'm actually a voice and theater major. So I've done 2 club acts. And so I have that I do. And I'm very good at directing those kind of things.
Right.
In people's individual performances and how they attack their songs and so on. Which is the same thing I would tell an actress who's doing a monologue. You know, it's just the kind of really more like a coach. But no, I didn't really have an illusion of being that smart to do anything. I mean, I could direct. I don't think
Right.
that I couldn't. I just don't. I haven't been
Right.
invited to do that, and I don't really have a big, huge longing to do that.
Right. Yeah. And without that spark, then you're not going to be
Yeah.
bringing your A game anyway. We
Yeah.
have Boy Meets World had some amazing shows that really touched the heart. From abuse to Sean's character being the poor kid who was left, all the way to visiting death of a loved one. Many lives were touched by Boy Meets World.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you feel that way. I'm touched reading that, so I'll get off a clamped real easily. So.
That's all right. Oh, I cry at card tricks. I'm horrible.
Oh, we're actually actors, and we're sensitive human beings. I have a hair in my eye here. All right, sorry. All right. Anyway, thank you. That's a beautiful thing to say. It was touching to all of us. Yeah.
Speaking of musicals, do you have a favorite musical?
Oh, let's see.
Either favorite in general that you love to go see, and favorite that you've appeared in.
Well, I played the girl in the Fantastics way back when, and in pre-repertory theater when it was way back in the 60s, 68 I did, or 69, and I was just there this summer actually, and so that was fun. But I sang the mother in A Mall and the Night Visitors, which is an opera. I did Fledermaus. I did what else did I do? And so many musicals. Our Town, or on the Town. What is it?
Right.
Was it Our Town? No, On the Town. What else did I do? Finian's Rainbow. I was Sharon in that. Those are older ones that you may not
Right.
remember.
I know.
Yeah, you know, but I don't know if the kids know.
Yeah.
But I didn't do as many musicals as I would have liked to. I did do Fiddler on the Roof as Grandma Style. You know, a blessing on your head, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. You know, one of those. So
I got to be the constable. So.
Did you really?
Come in, tell everybody to get out of town.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to be, Gilda. What was her name? Was it Gilda? His wife? Yeah. I wanted to be her, the mom, the wife of the Fiddler on the Roof. I keep saying Gilda. I don't know if that's it, but I just wasn't. The same thing with Home Improvement. I just wasn't that straightforward, no nonsense, and Jewish. It just needed to have that, beautiful ethnic look that I just couldn't do, so I didn't get that part. Oh well, but the guy who played Tevye really liked me a lot.
Well,
that was up here at the Rubicon Theater. That was fun. So I have a lot of favorite musicals. Carousel's one of my favorites. Sound of Music is a staple in our lives. We watch it every year at Thanksgiving. So I wanted to be Julie Andrews, so I could sing like her. I mean, that was the kind of voice I had, so I still do. So it's something that I still want to do. It's just that auditioning for parts that are 20 years younger or 30 years younger than me are just not coming around, Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can connect. In college, I did Matt, a boy in Fantastic. So,
did you? Oh, good. Well, we should sing. Let's sing.
Let's.
Love you, I love better far than everybody. I can do it.
If I wasn't losing my voice, I would give it a try. But...
Okay. All right. Yeah. Next time we'll do it.
Next time. On Boy Meets World, on a lot of shows, there is one practical joker. Did you have a practical joker on Boy Meets World? Was one of the characters pulling pranks on anybody else?
Well, Will, who played my older son, he kind of was like that. He was stirring the pot, in terms of trying to go against the rules, and now not just him, but he had his best friend that was doing that as well. So the kids themselves were not necessarily, and certainly not, um, not Ryder, because he was sort of deep, deep and ponderous. Um, but I don't know that there was any one particular ones. It'd be more one of their friends that would kind of stir the pot and make trouble than it was our kids, to be honest.
Mhm.
I don't know how to answer that too carefully,
Okay.
too too well. Sorry.
When after Boy Meets World hit the air and
Mhm.
had been on for at least a season, when did you start being recognized, like out in public, on the streets, in the malls? When did you first realize, wow, people are watching this show?
Yeah.
People know who I am.
I think after the first year, it started to happen a lot. And then even more so as we would go, because a lot of people who were the same age as the kids were now in their 20s and 30s. And that's why the con events was so popular, is because they had all grown up and starting their own families. So I I was amazed at the con events about how many people were really big fans. But I was recognized all the time, and I have been for years.
Mhm.
I'm just starting to taper off a little bit, just because I'm, not always out there. But a lot of people still come up and say, "Oh my gosh, you're the mom on Boy Meets World."
Yeah.
So we can't get over that. It's still out there. There's still a following. That's
Oh
pretty
yeah.
much what's I'm noticing, and it was pretty great. I really enjoyed it, and I never was bothered by it. I mean, people didn't come and invade my space. They just, I mean, if they wanted a picture, sometimes I'd do a picture. If I was with friends and so on, and we were in the middle of dinner or something, I wasn't going to do a picture, you
Right.
know. But most of the time, people are respectful about that. But I liked it. It makes me feel good, that people loved it.
Oh yeah.
They loved me.
That is, yeah.
So yeah.
The so many shows come back for a reunion. Even Supernatural's talking about coming back after 15 years, coming back for like a 6-episode miniseries. Has there been talk about, outside of Girl Meets World, has there been talk about a Boy Meets World reunion episode, movie, like 1 hour special, anything? Has there ever been any talk about a reunion show?
Not really. I think that what we've experienced doing the con events where we're all together and doing the podcast, that there's still a big following for who we are. Whether anyone wants to see something else, I mean, Bill's, in his late 90s or
Right.
mid 90s, and there's just it's not as easy
Right.
to pull that off as all of us, and we could still do, we all guest starred on Girl Meets World, and
Right.
that was probably the biggest thing of a reunion that we could have. I would love it, but I don't know that there's anything in the works that would make that happen at this point.
Right. You did 4 episodes of Charmed.
Yeah, I did. I had gray hair.
And I'm sorry that I got lost in the middle of Charmed when sisters started becoming different people, and I said, okay, I don't have the backstory here. What was your character on Charmed, and how did you approach a show about witchcraft?
Yeah, that's a good question. What was my character? I know I had good hair because they told me they gave me halo lighting.
Ah.
What? I was the principal of the school.
Ah.
That's
with angel hair lighting. That's nice.
Yeah. I don't remember very much about the story. I just know that I was this witch that, just was also the principal of the school.
We're dedicated to teach them nice magic, not dark magic.
Yeah, see, I was the good witch. I was the good witch. And my daughter guest starred in a much better part than I had. She had a guest star part on there. She works as an actress too. So
well,
that was neat. Yeah.
Was that your only opportunity to work together?
No, we weren't. I actually wasn't. Her name is Jessica Randall. I just was not in the same one with her. It was just that she got cast on her own another time, maybe even before I did my episode. I can't remember. But it wasn't a big life-changing experience. I knew the director and I kind of got in that way. So, but I enjoyed doing it. It was fun. It was fun, but nothing came out of it that was really changing my life.
Else.
Yeah. It didn't lead to anything else.
We are down to about the last 5 minutes before Betsy has to go. So anyone else who has questions that they want to send in, you better get them in now. I also want to remind you why we're here for Mom Bomb, the association that takes care of children's needs, whether it's through the mother, the father. It's about the children, and we really want to support that. So please, the donation line is scrolling across the bottom of the screen. If you're just listening, it's tinyurl.com and then a bunch of numbers that I probably couldn't even. You can't write all this down. I thought it might be easier than that, but it wasn't.
You're doing great. You're very sweet to do this. I appreciate you doing this.
Oh, it's my honor. It's my pleasure. I love doing this. It's my opera. There is a special, it's kind of like almost like a block party, but there's a Superman celebration in a very small town called Metropolis, Illinois. They are the hometown of Superman. There's a museum, 15-foot bronze statue. The newspaper's called The Planet. I mean, the whole town. So in June, they take a weekend and block off both ends of Main Street. Vendors set up, actors, writers, artists come in, and for a couple of years, I got to be the one to be up on stage and do the panels, do the Q&As with some of the celebrities that showed up. It's been turned over to a younger generation now. So this is my opportunity to meet people that I've long admired and felt so close to and felt such an affinity to, because I was a parent at the same time. My daughter was watching the show. I'm going, you need to listen to this woman.
Thank you.
Do you have Stephen L says, or Steph L, do you have a favorite role you've played outside of Amy Matthews? I'm gonna twist it a little bit because we know how much we all love Amy. But do you have a favorite role outside of Amy that you played?
Well, I did love playing Karen, who was Pat's best, best friend and opposite Tim Allen.
Home Improvement.
Yeah, I really did love that character because I got to really just strut my stuff and have big 80s hair. But I also played a role, the mother in All the Night Visitors. I know this sounds crazy, but it was such a moving thing for me to do. I could sing it well, and it was a part of my life since childhood, since I was born. Yeah, and so it was wonderful.
Pull a chair up. I mean, he can join us.
I don't know. He's keep chiming in. What did I say?
Come on in, John.
He says we have to leave. He's writing anyway. So anyway, those two things. I also loved. I'm trying to think of another play besides the Fantastics. I loved that a lot. The Taper. Oh God, what am I saying? I did the Taper. I did Glass Menagerie at the Taper in LA. Yeah, I did. I went on as Judy Ivy's understudy because she wanted to go home and hired me because I agreed to go on for 3 performances. So that was a huge break for me to go to the Mark Taper Forum, which is quite respectable, and do Glass Menagerie, which is Tennessee Williams. And that is really my favorite role. I can't believe I'm not saying that. I was thinking of I was thinking about television and so on. So that was probably why I didn't think of it. But it's an honor to do that part. And I read that part and I knew it all my life. And then I read it and I went, I know who she is. She's me in the South. So anyway, that was my favorite role.
Yeah, I'm in Tennessee. So in Tennessee, you'd be Betsy Mae Randall.
Oh, that's right. Of
Bessie
course.
May.
Yeah, I have that. I understand that.
There it is. It's coming out now, ain't it?
Yeah, I have it. I have it in me. I'm good at that.
We have loved having you on here. I know
Thank you.
you're pressed for time.
I'm
We're down to the
sorry.
last minute and a half. No, that's fine. We're just so thrilled that you were able to show up. Is there, besides the new Matlock, and it's not a reboot or a remake.
No,
it's a totally different
It's
character.
a completely different show. Yeah.
She even references like the old I'm
Yeah.
Matlock, like the old TV
Oh,
show.
yeah. The writing is very good. You're gonna like it.
Do you have anything else that we can be looking forward to that we might not have seen yet, or that you are preparing for?
No, not really. I don't have a lot of I have a couple of guest things or small little movies. My big movie was Painter, which I play a completely different character than anybody's seen in terms of being the mom in Boy Meets World. And that went really well. So it's an independent, I mean, it's a feature film, and it's on, you can get it on demand, called Painter, and I play this kind of scary character, so it's pretty neat. So that's probably the biggest thing in my past. And then COVID came in, and we all kind of stopped working for a while, and so I guess started in things and then shot a commercial here and there, and things like that. But that movie, and then also playing now just starting to get cast in things now again,
Right.
which is in a new phase. That you kind of go when you're a woman or a man, but a woman especially, you kind of go through age shifts.
Right.
And I sometimes don't read as old as I am, and sometimes I read older than I am.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I went from wanting to play Pippin to okay, now it's got to be Charlemagne.
Yeah.
I can't do.
We
Pippin.
have to
That's
just go with the
72.
flow, whatever they want.
We want to thank you so much. I know you're
You're
rushed
welcome.
to get out. We
Thank
want
you.
to thank you
No.
so much for joining us and being so
Thank you.
open and loving and caring and giving to us.
Oh, that's
And-
nice.
And the only way I could close this out is to say, I love you all. Class dismissed.
Oh, good line. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Guess I'm going to press leave.
They will take you out. There you go.
Thank you so much, Doug, and thank you so much, everyone, for watching. We're gonna start our next hour really shortly. I'm just gonna do our little update on our donation. You can see that link scrolling at the bottom of the screen. You can find out all of the information on any of our socials, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. We're at 70% of our goal. Today is our last day, but the videos will stay up, which is super fun. So if you've missed anything, please come back and rewatch. We do have, so every $10 gets you an entry into a sweepstakes for 3 mystery boxes, and the next 3 people to donate over $50 will get a Mom Bomb gift set. So that's amazing with the holidays coming up. Mom Bomb is such a wonderful organization. I'm wondering, Steph, can you play that video for us one more time?
Mom Bomb helps moms and sometimes dads in crisis by offering grants for things like meal delivery, childcare, housekeeping, laundry service, and more. Because mom takes care of the whole family. But who's taking care of mom?
Thanks so much. It's such a wonderful organization. And we have Betiina here today. Can I bring you on screen? Awesome. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. I'm a little crooked.
That's okay. Thanks for being here. It's so lovely to meet you.
Oh, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Yes. So we have our audience watching on Facebook and YouTube. And if you guys have any questions that are watching, let us know in the comments and we'll put them on the screen. To those that don't know you, I'll just do a little intro. You're a host, a speaker, a voice artist, an advocate for multiculturalism. And you just seem like a really awesome person. So I appreciate you donating your time and being here today. I love that you have Rainbow Bright in your bio there. You know what the people want. We like to do a mix of questions that I've prepared and what the audience comes up with, which is always fun. And I like that. I think Trevor said this earlier. You're welcome to take any tangents you like. We're good with that too. The first question I've been asking, and I think this is always fun because Kristen, our fearless leader, does a great job of getting folks from different industries and just different experiences. But if you could give a little elevator pitch for your work, what would that be? Your kind of TikTok length intro.
Oh my goodness. That's so hard because I'm not really, it depends on who the audience is and what I'm approaching, what it is that I do, because I've grown up in the entertainment industry. I started when I was, my sister and I started modeling in New York when we were like 2. And then we moved to California, and I assumed that it was because I was supposed to start my entertainment career. And so at the, lovely age of, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, I started working in commercials and in voiceover. And I was discovered by Andy Hayward, the founder of Deke Animation, and kind of became his girl for the 80s. And so I voiced the voice of Lucy Little on The Littles on ABC, and we were up against the Smurfs, and then I went on to do the Get Along Gang. I was Dottie Dog, and then I was the iconic Rainbow Bright. We did her film, and we did a series of storybook records, and we did a series of Disney records. I have a couple gold albums with Disney from doing a lot of singing with them on their children's records and Rainbow Bright records. I have never stopped. My whole voiceover career spanned my whole lifetime. So, then you've got the Rugrats and, all these miscellaneous cartoon characters here and there. I also launched the Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, I'm Loving It campaign. You had a Dottie Dog Christmas stocking. Yay. I love that. I also do the voice match for Jada Pinkett Smith when she does Gloria the Hippo. So I'm Gloria the Hippo, many, many places that you hear her. On the Royal Caribbean cruise ships, at SeaWorld, on the video games, and I'm on Ben 10. Just tons of fun stuff that people love. And then I also have had a career as a singer, stemming off of my children's records. I started writing in Nashville and did a lot of songwriting, a lot of publishing. I went on tour, opened for all kinds of great acts, Smash Mouth and Gretchen Wilson and Hootie and the Blowfish and all kinds of great people, and had a wonderful run on the Billboard charts. I won something called American Idol Underground, and had a song that hit the top 10 on Billboard, and then I released a follow-up song, and so lots of different things, and lots of fun. I've been so blessed to have such a long and rewarding career. And then I delved into the motherhood space when I became a mom, and started hosting Parenting Magazine Live radio show. And then that spun into Working Mother Radio. And so I've gotten to interview some of the most amazing people, Garcelle Beauvais and Kyle Richards, and lots of those moms that are famous that you want to hear from, how they juggle it, how they do it. I've gotten to be on a lot of national TV shows, the Today Show, and what else? I don't know. There's a lot. I love every second of it. And now I've delved into becoming a published author, and I'm working on a children's book with Keyshawn Johnson, and a children's record to a musical album to accompany with it. So that's what's in the works now.
That's amazing. I love that. I know us like organizers and producers behind the scenes were saying it's so lovely. You have so many crossovers with, the shows and animation and that our fans love. And it's so special too, because our charity this year really is focusing on helping moms that need support. That you're very experienced, and you've got a lot to bring to in the field of parenting and entertainment. So that is such a cool crossover. You kind of mentioned this, and I'm curious for you to maybe expand more on it. So was getting into the entertainment industry, was that something you really wanted as a kid? Was it kind of a mix with you and your parents? I know everyone's story is a little different for how they kind of got that bug.
It's so interesting. It just was asked that question by someone else. And I really did grow up with a lot of kids who had a different angle on that and a different story. I grew up with a lot of kids who were in your living room every single day. And, I still am in touch with a few of them. But I was one of those kids who it was self-driven. My parents were not going to get in my way. I was going to do this. I was nothing near a nepotism baby. There was nobody in my family who was anywhere near the industry. So it was, figure it out. I remember getting like a big Yellow Pages book and like the giant book that came like in like retro movies, and and trying to find an agent because I wanted to be on TV. And so clearly my parents were supportive, which is huge, because my mom kind of had to drop everything to follow my lead, and she so graciously did. And and it led to being a full-time job for her because I worked so much. And I was really blessed to be in a position where, at a time when mixed kids, I'm mixed race, I'm Black, Native American, and Polynesian, and mixed race kids weren't really represented very much on camera. And I would go to auditions and I would get all the way to the end, and then they'd be like, well, she couldn't really fit with the family because we cast 2 Black actors, or we cast 2 Native American actors, or they just, I didn't fit in the visual. And thankfully voiceover was there. And so I was able to still be a successful artist and still make, a career and a living doing what I loved. Although I would have loved for it to have been on screen as equally as off screen. I adore voiceover. I have loved every minute of it. I'm so grateful for it. And that also allowed me to sing, which was, such a blessing, because that was one of those unstoppable things inside me too, was the music. And I loved songwriting. I just write music. I just can't not. It's just something that I do, and it keeps me healthy as a human. It's mental health, especially. It just helps you get everything out. Some people have their own different outlets, and mine is that. And so the singing, being able to evolve from doing children's records that were accompanying my characters to writing my own music, singing on the background on scores. I sang on the background of like Scrooged, that Christmas movie with Bill Murray, all these funny things that, nobody would suspect. You've been hearing me your whole life. Trust me, you just have no idea that I've been a part of it all along. But I will say, I also did the original My Little Pony and Friends. I was Megan when they back when they embraced people being part of the situation. And we had 65 episodes, and I sang 65 songs, a song per episode. And that was oh, Kristen, you're so sweet. Thank you. And I have to say though, my favorite character, because I get asked that a lot, is Rainbow Bright, only because Rainbow Bright has resonated with so many people across the generations, and she's become symbolic to a lot of people who didn't have a lot of hope. And I get people reach out to me. You'd be shocked how many people reach out to me saying thank you for Rainbow Bright and her positive message, and for making people feel like they were enough, making people feel like every color of the rainbow matters, no matter what that means to you. And I 100% embrace that and support that. And I'm so glad that she provided a safe haven for a lot of kids who needed that.
That's so beautiful. Yeah, I think that means a lot to so many fans. Kind of a question that's piggybacking off this a little bit. Is there an advantage that singing has given you as a voice actor, or vice versa?
Absolutely. Yes. It's funny enough, when I was voicing Rainbow Bright, and I was I think I was maybe 10 at the time, they were separately casting Disney, Buena Vista Records. This is before Disney started the record label. This is predating the Mickey Mouse Club. Like I came just before those guys. They were auditioning singers to sing on the Rainbow Bright records. And thankfully, Andy was like, well, did anybody check to see if Betiina can sing? Right. And so I happened to be in the studio voicing something, and they're like, hey, do you have a favorite song? Can you sing Happy Birthday? I was like, what? This is so random. And little did they know, I've been doing musical theater my whole life. I was a very professionally trained singer. And so I was like, I guess I can sing Happy Birthday. So I sang Happy Birthday. And they're like, okay, can you sing another song? Maybe something from like Annie or something. So I busted out Tomorrow, and they were like, okay, casting over. So I was like, why are they asking me this? And my mom is back in the booth, and I can't hear anything. And I'm just watching all of this chatter go back and forth, and they're like, oh, we're all done. We don't have to worry about this anymore. And then I come out, and my mom's like, so you're going to be singing on your first record. And I was like, I was so excited. And the fact that she did a Christmas album, Mariah Carey may call herself the Queen of Christmas, but she's got competition. I love the holidays. I love Halloween. I love Christmas. I love Easter. I love all of the holidays. We do Hanukkah. We do everything, and I love the holidays. And so when she did her own album and she had her own original Christmas song, I was just so floored and so grateful and so blessed. And I actually wrote my own Christmas song called An American Christmas and released that. And that comes out every Christmas time and gets played on, on a bunch of satellite radio stations, and, people will bring it out, and there's a music video on my website. But I just, that was my first foray into an actual, situation where I was with a record company making an album, and it was amazing.
That's so special. I know Kristen is saying here, what nice thoughts as we celebrate the 40th anniversary of Rainbow Bright. I wanted to ask this next question too. Steph and I are thinking the same thing. So coming from musical theater, do you have a favorite musical? We have such a big musical theater nerd audience. So
oh my gosh. I was a theater major at Pepperdine. And I am and my daughter is a musical theater dork as well. Like we just nerd out all the time. I mean, she's an amazing person. She's not a dork, but I dork out completely. But it's funny because there's so many new musicals that I love. It's hard to choose because I tend to go back to the OGs. But oh God, that's a tough one.
It can be your favorite at the moment,
It's my favorite at the moment. I should show you the picture. I just did a jigsaw puzzle that was all playbills of musical. Like that's. Yes. I mean, you guys are like right in my wheelhouse here. I would say at the moment I'm so excited for Wicked for the movie that I've been listening to the soundtrack over and over and over again. My son and I, we will recite Hamilton from start to finish over and over and over again. He became obsessed with it when he was 8 years old, and he's about to turn 13 this week. And we took him for his birthday to go to San Francisco to see it, and we stood back at the line and got everything signed and all that. But I love Six. I love the attitude, the women's empowerment. I love all that. But then like the classics, like when I was growing up, I used to do a medley of all the songs from Evita. And Evita was my jam. But way before Madonna ever even had heard of her, I was like singing her start to finish. The first musical that I ever went to and the first one that I ever starred in was The Wiz.
Oh, and amazing.
I love The Wiz. I saw it on Broadway when I was 4 years old. And then I starred in it when I was 14.
That is so amazing. And that tour is coming up again soon, too.
Yes, we just saw it at the Pantages. And it was fantastic. We saw a great cast. But I could talk musical theater all day.
I love that. Well, and this is a similar question. How do you feel? Because I love that you've worked in not only a bunch of the entertainment industry, but in different fields too, with theater and voiceover and singing. It's really amazing to have that kind of triple threat of the situation. What do you feel like the audition processes, where were they maybe similar, or where were they kind of different, depending on if it was, okay, this is a voice actor thing, this is a song thing, this is a theater thing? Was it auditions, or were they kind of different?
Everything is technically completely different, and it's all a different set of skills. I fell short of fully answering that other question about how did one help the other. I feel like both have helped in different ways. I feel like voiceover helped my music career because the fan base was already there, and I already had people asking me to make an album that was a Betiina album rather than a character album. So when that album came, they were already there supporting it, which was just amazing, and I couldn't be more grateful for them. Fans are incredible people. Like they really just the unconditional support that you get is, it's really surreal to think that people care enough to want to do that for you, want to lift you up, and want to lift up your projects. It's really amazing. So thank you to anybody who's ever done that for me, or anybody who is here today and wants to know what I have going on. It's really sweet. But yeah, the audition process is totally different for every skill. For voiceover, it's now gotten to a place where you need to be your own sound engineer. You need to be able to know how to make yourself sound professional. You need to know how to edit. You need to know how to direct yourself. And those are skills that are not easy to master. And I fully encourage people who are interested in that to take a class from someone reputable, because I've seen people with the best of intentions not make the best first impression because they weren't properly trained. And, you only get one shot at making your first impression. And these are talented people, but it's never been before a time in the industry where you had to be the tech as well as the talent. So, so definitely, take the time to get trained properly on how to do those things. Whereas in musical theater, you're bringing the whole picture, the whole package. You're dressing the part, you're feeling the part, you're commanding the stage. That's very different from commanding a microphone and making sure that you're not popping your P's and you're being more nuanced. And people can't see your face, so you have to make sure your inflections, everything that you do, you have no gestures, you have no eye contact. There's nothing to support your communicating the emotion other than your voice. Whereas with musical theater, you have every tool in your arsenal at your disposal. And it's, that's just let it fly, be as uninhibited as possible, have as much fun as you can. And that will inform a good voiceover performance, really, is being able to let it all fly and let it all be uninhibited and just be technically correct with it. And then with music, that's just, I think there's nothing more important than connecting with the material and, being able to move somebody with your musicality. I think people listen to music because they want to feel. And for me, it's about being able to invoke that and being able to be authentic with that. So you have to find a place in yourself where the music resonates and try to invite people into that space with you.
That's beautiful. I love that. I know our audience loves all of these, getting to hear kind of the inside side behind so many of our favorite pieces, whether it's musical theater or voiceover work. It's so cool. I'm obsessed with the behind the scenes that we don't always see. We get that perfected final product. Kristen has another great question. How does your entertainment work reflect in your work as the editor at large at Working Mom?
Thank you. That's a great question. It's hugely connected, because when I had kids, I had taken a kind of a forced break out of, and I had never done that before, out of the workspace. My entire life being someone who worked, I had to take a step back because I was unhealthy during my pregnancy. I had tough pregnancies. And so I had to take some time to heal and to make sure everybody got off on the right foot. And once that happened and I was able to come back, I had a lot more of an appreciation of the balance that moms have to create. And the fact that, it's not always easy to take a break and step back in. And, and you need the grace of being able to do that, or else, it's just a biological thing. We're the ones who have to bring them into this world and bond with them and get them off on a good start. And, watching how parental leave is treated in this country, and how, people are not necessarily all given equal access to that, and the ability to really start your family off right with, if both parents are in the picture, both parents should be able to bond with the child. And, that really speaks to me as a mother and as somebody who's passionate about her work and never really wanted to stop working. But sometimes you're kind of forced to stop working because of the biases that are in the workplace. And, sometimes doors are kind of closed to you because of the biases in the workplace. And so, I like to address the working mother aspect of things from different angles. Those of, if you're passionate about what you do, don't let anybody stop you. Get in there and do it. Also, you have a family to raise, their responsibilities to being there for your kids and what that means. But part of that responsibility to being there for them is being authentic to who you are and modeling that for them. And so whatever that means, if that means being an at-home mom, be an at-home mom. If that means being a full-time boss lady CEO, then be that. But create the balance so that everybody gets a piece of you and that you're fulfilled as well. And that's not easy to do. And it's oversimplified, I think, a lot of the time. Definitely. So I think that's why I have always tried to interview women from all walks of life and women experts, but people who've written books, authors, people who are on the motivational speaking track, And then, and women in business, women in entertainment, all across the spectrum, because I think that at the end of the day, we're the only ones who, if we share our stories, we can normalize what we're feeling and how we're managing it. And we can help each other with different tools, because everybody's using different tools as they apply to their family. And you can only really be the mom and the wife and and that woman in your particular family. So one size does not fit all, and it can't be oversimplified. So hearing more voices, I think, helps all of us feel as though we're okay and we're doing the best that we can, and we're enough.
Mm-hmm. That's so beautiful. I love that you're, pointing to include how it is different for everyone, and that I think that there can be support in bringing all those diverse opinions and needs together. Similarly, I saw on you have a beautiful website that all our viewers should definitely go to. I saw that you've done quite a few interviews on the topic of bullying. And with the school year just starting, it's totally up to you, but I wondered if you had kind of any advice you'd want to share, as like a lot of families are still getting into gear with this new school year.
Yeah, bullying has had a profound effect on my family. In my parenting journey, my family has been extremely disrupted by a bully and a violent incident. And I feel that as parents, we need to teach our children acceptance and teach them how to celebrate differences and not be intimidated by people who are different, not be scared by people who are different, not have a negative connotation. I think it begins in the home. If you talk to kids straight out the gate, they don't come out discriminatory. They don't come out, labeling people and deciding that they're going to not be someone's friend. These are learned behaviors, and by the same token, we can teach kindness. We can model kindness. We can bring that about just as easily as this opposite is coming out as well. So I think that in everything that I do, and everything that my family does, and everything that I'm involved in, I try to emphasize the fact that there's common ground to be found with everyone. There are universal themes to be found with everyone, and we are more alike than we are different. And the ways that we are different are beautiful. And we need to celebrate that. We need to embrace that. And as a parent, your first and foremost priority should be raising a kind person. And that should be your biggest source of pride, is raising a kind person, because that will snowball and it'll perpetuate itself. And the kinder we are to each other as a society, the better off we're all going to be. So do it out of selfishness.
Yes, I love that. I think that's a great pitch. I think everyone should do that. I love that. I think that's really beautiful advice with the school year starting. I do, you mentioned as well on your website how you've had a little bit of a transition into doing kind of more speaker situations or going on TV to talk about different topics. It sounds like, and I'd love to hear more from you, that growing up in the entertainment industry, I'm sure that you had a lot of skills kind of there already. You knew kind of how to present yourself and speak well, and you seem so comfortable on camera. Was there anything that surprised you that you didn't really expect, maybe having to transition to like being on daytime shows? That seems to me like it'd be really overwhelming, but you seem to have taken it like a champ. Like, what was that process like?
You know what surprised me about being on daytime shows is when I first met Hoda Kotb on the Today Show, how fast everything moved, and how woven into what makes it onto the air she is, and how in control she was.
Wow.
I really loved that. And I thought that it was more of a machine and she's reading a teleprompter and that kind of thing. But she was up in my business and wanting to talk to me and wanting to know how I felt about things and thanking me for my opinions. And I've seen that on a lot of these shows with these strong hosts. And I love that. I think it's great. That was surprising to me. I didn't think that. I thought it was more closely related to acting, in that you're kind of given what you're going to say and saying it. But I think that's probably why I've embraced it so much, is because I like being able to speak my mind and I like not having to stick to a script. I like being able to think and process and come to my own conclusions and work through things with other people. And I also love to hear other people's opinions and be flexible in mine, because I've found that, there are a lot, you don't know what you don't know. So the more people you speak to, the more you learn. And if you do that with an open mind and an open heart, there's so much room to grow. And, even if you don't think that there is, then all of a sudden, the more people you speak to, the more you realize, oh yeah, I did have some areas of growth there. And I'm really happy that I engaged in that.
Yeah, I love that. That's amazing. I've got another great question from one of our viewers. Any fun stories of revealing that you were the voice behind a character or song or jingle to your kids? What was that like?
I'll never forget the first time I was driving down the street and we were listening to the radio, and my kids were singing the ba-da-ba-ba-ba, I'm loving it jingle, and it was me that they were singing to. And they didn't know that it was me.
Oh my God.
It was so funny. And then another time we were at SeaWorld, and I took them to see the Madagascar show, the live Madagascar show at SeaWorld, and that was me. And they were little at the time. They were like, I want to say like 4 and 5 maybe. And the older one kept looking at me and looking at the hippo and looking at me. And she started to put it together. It was so cute to watch in real time. It was hilarious. It was so funny. But I think the most fun thing is hearing them tell their friends and be excited about it. And when my son started watching Ben 10 and didn't realize that I was a character on Ben 10 until, he was all into it. And one day he's like, Mom, are you Kai? I'm like, I am Kai. He's like, I had no idea. And then through Working Mother, I got to take them to Warner Brothers Studios. So I grew up with Scott Menville, who plays Robin on Teen Titans, and they did their big Teen Titans movie. And Scott and I grew up doing Get Along Gang and Rainbow Bright and all these other voiceover shows together. He's just a fabulous person. And so we were on the set of the Teen Titans on the Warner Brothers lot. And the kids got to interview him for their own little show. And that was the coolest thing, because they're like, wow, they get access to some things that other kids wouldn't get access to. And it's fun for them. It's eye-opening for them. And they can appreciate, what it was like to be a child who wasn't just doing her homework, who had these obligations, and people were relying on her, and a job and professionalism. And it's been good to expose them to that so that they can understand what that takes.
That's amazing. I do want to tell our viewers, I can't believe it's already been half an hour. Please, to everyone watching today, go to that link at the bottom of the screen. Check out all our socials. We're like 70% or more to our goal. It's going so well. Kristen and the whole team, we're determined. We're going to reach our goal. We're going to beat it. It's going to be our best year yet. We're manifesting all of it. As a reminder, every $10 gets you an entry into the sweepstakes for 3 mystery boxes. Very nerdy, very fun, that Kristen's put together. And for the next 3 folks that donate over $50, you're going to get a Mom Bomb gift set. It's such a great brand. They do such amazing work to really support moms and dads who need that extra help, whether it's with groceries or childcare or housekeeping, all the things that, especially if you have any kind of serious diagnosis, are really, really hard to maintain and keep up with. And Betiina is here being a wonderful person and donating time to help us raise money for this charity. I wanted to go back to something from earlier. I don't know if this is a silly question, but I think our viewers might be curious as well. You mentioned how you, I'm not sure what the right word is, not quite voice double, but it sounds like with Jada Pinkett Smith, you would do, is it the voice for the merchandise? Can you explain a little bit more about that?
So an audition call will go out for voice matches. And a lot of the time when you have a celebrity who does a voice for an animated character, they're not always available to, they'll be on a set, or they're in demand. And so they'll look for a voice match. And I was cast as the voice match for Jada back in, I want to say 2003, like a long time ago. And I've voice matched her over the years in many projects. And it's been so great. Because Gloria the hippo is one of the most fun. The attitude and the inspiration you get from looking at the character, like she's just, and then listening to Jada's interpretation of her, it's just so brilliant. Being able to build upon that in my own way, and being given scripts, and having the people at DreamWorks trust me, and having so many people trust me with such an important character, and sometimes they'll just be like, you know what, we just need 30 seconds of Gloria, just go, and they'll give me a situation and I'll just go, and it's really great, and it's such an honor to be a part of that. But yes, that happens a lot in the industry, where people are asked to do a voice match, and you're not always credited. It depends, on what the situation is, because sometimes it's just to fill in some gaps when something fell apart, and so you're not doing the whole show, you're just fixing a few tweaks. But yeah, it's been, doing Gloria over the years has been a really, really fun ride, and she's a crack up. She's just a great character, and I always leave with a big smile on my face and like a little bit hyper when I'm done voicing her.
Energy.
Yeah, because she's just kind of she gets your energy up, and it's hard to come down after that.
That's so cool. I love when we get to learn these behind the scenes things that you wouldn't maybe automatically know. I love that. Kristen has a great question. Speaking as someone who's very young in the entertainment industry, did you go to a regular school or studio school? How on earth did you balance that?
Yeah, so in the 80s and the 90s, it was tough to do all of that. I pretty much always went to, so I started out doing kind of a hybrid. Like I would have a school that I went to, and then I would dip out and do studio school, and then come back and then dip out. Well, that didn't work at public school. They had zero interest in being supportive of that at that time.
No.
So then I would end up at a private school, and we would have that work out, and that would afford me the opportunity to still take part in some things, like electives like musical theater and and things like that. But the more I worked, and as my life evolved into middle school and high school, it just wasn't sustainable anymore, and so I ended up dipping out entirely and going to a school called Valley Professional, where a lot of kids who were actors went. And we would, and on any given day, it would be any combination of kids that, were able to make it onto the campus that day, or they just came to pick up their stuff and go back to the studio. And, it was really fun to have set school. I loved it,
Yeah.
loved it, because you could go at your own pace, and you had your studio teacher, and you can mess around, and and there weren't always other kids on set. Sometimes there were, sometimes there weren't. So you'd look forward to who's been cast as the guest star today, and so you'd sit with the guest star, and that was really fun. And I loved studio school, but most of my life was spent in studio school. I spent some time in regular school, but for the most part, it was mostly studio school, and I had I was someone who had like a friend from each like walk of my life. Like I would have a friend from the dance studio, I'd have a friend from musical theater, I'd have a friend from elementary school, and I just kind of collected friends from different places, and they've been with me my whole life, and so I've been really lucky to be able to still have a social world. But I didn't do any of that, Friday night lights, high school football games, and that kind of stuff. So it's kind of fun to watch my kids start to go into that phase of being in regular school and doing regular kid stuff, and not balancing 10 jobs.
Oh my goodness.
So but it's different. It's a different way to grow up. I wouldn't change it for who I am, for the life of me. I chose it every single time. I would pass up a trip to Disneyland. I would pass up pass up anything to work, because I loved to work, and I still love to work. It's just when and that's kind of how it was for me. And so it was, I don't feel like I missed out on anything. I've always been curious about that kind of activity, so I do think I'll be living vicariously through my kids as they move through the regular high school American phenomenon. But for me, it was okay. And I went to college, and it was singing and had record deals and all that kind of stuff. But I also did Russia sorority, and I did party with my friends and go to fraternity parties, and I ended up being able to create that kind of balance, which was really nice. And yeah, it's just a different life, but it's a beautiful life too, as long as you are able to keep things in perspective and not, not lose your way in terms of who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And I have amazingly grounded parents, so that kept me. There was never any chance of me not understanding that, you're not. We're not going to do all this, and we're not going to try things that we shouldn't be trying. And I was around a lot of that. There's a lot of exposure to drugs and alcohol and all of those things. And but that just I was raised to. I was not Pollyanna. I drank. I tried things, but I never tried drugs. I never was into that. And I watched way too many people who were talented and beautiful spiral in that world. And it breaks my heart to even think about that.
Yeah.
It's a high pressure environment. So I see why the escapism.
For sure. Definitely. And that's wonderful too, having, grounded parents to lean on as well. I've got another, great question here. If, oh my goodness, Lucy Little, Dolly Dog, Rainbow Bright, and Megan competed in a pageant, oh my goodness, what would their talents be? Kristen, this is really clever.
This is very clever. All right. Well, Dottie Dog obviously would be a cheerleader. That would for sure be her talent. Megan would be an equestrian. Lucy Little would do speech and debate. Yeah, she would definitely be a debater. And Rainbow Bright, I mean, what wouldn't she do? She would do everything magical. I think she would be, I would have to say she would be the singer. She would sing.
I love that. Yeah.
I love that question.
That's so good, Kristen. I love that. This is a question I always love to ask guests, and you can interpret it as seriously or unseriously as you like. Do you have any kind of passion project that is not really in the works, but you'd love to do someday? If it's, we had folks talking about, this is a book that I really want to write, or I really want to see this turned into a movie. Do you have anything like that you want to throw out to the universe, see if it can manifest?
I love that. Actually, we just are in the beginning stages of getting the ball rolling on a children's album that is a Betiina children's album. That it's me doing the performing, and I want to pull from specifically Rainbow Bright. My experience as over the years of what impact she's had on people, and why she is meaningful, and why she still resonates to this day. And she's at her 40th anniversary, and I'm still getting the emails, and I'm still getting, thank yous. And so I really want to tap into the essence of what that's about, and create a children's record that brings those feelings and brings that level of hope. And I think that that's timely. I think that hope is something that we need to have more of. And that's something that I have started writing and started working on. And yes, if we're manifesting something as my children's book that's already been in the works for a while now, as that begins to, it's got a published date of September. As that book tour starts, I would love to also have my album in hand and ready to play some songs for the kids, sing some songs for the kids, and provide them some inspiration and some hope.
Yeah, that's amazing. Our viewers definitely need to keep an eye out for that. Could you speak more to what your music process is? It sounds like you like to write the music, and clearly you've got amazing vocal skills. Can you just talk to us more about the music writing and creation process? Most of us, I don't have that kind of insider info with that.
Yeah, I love to collaborate. I feel like I'm a born collaborator. I love to go back and forth with someone else, and to, it's like the marriage of ideas and the coming together of, two different points of view. I just think diversity always makes things stronger. And so when it's more than one voice, it just makes it better. So I have a few people that I love to collaborate with. My favorite collaborator of all time is an artist by the name of Automatic. Bruce Vanderveer. We worked on so much together. My 2 songs that charted, he co-wrote and wow. one of them he co-wrote and co-produced with me. But the whole EP that went with that, he co-wrote and co-produced interviews with me, and he's just an incredible human. And I'm hoping to wrangle his time and his talents. He's been with Sony ATV for years, and he's a very, very well respected and very well established man. But he gets me, and I get him, and I have not blown him up about this yet because part of my process is I like to get my vision clear and just sit with myself and really get as many ideas out lyrically as possible until it looks like a cohesive vision. And once I have that, then engage in the collaboration. But I don't want the collaboration to be when I collaborate, I want to come with an already established artistic goal. I don't like to just sit down and be like, "Oh, where are we going to go with this?" That's not how I am. I'm a very goal-oriented person. So I need to, even if the picture is very, very big and needs to be drilled down, there's got to be something to start to take shape first before I'll join in a collaboration with someone. And sometimes, that will dictate who you collaborate with, because some projects, speak to certain personalities better than others. So there's that. But I think part of my process is definitely involves the beach. I love the ocean. I go to the beach, I go to the ocean, I say prayers, I get centered, and I just get quiet, and then I just start to write. And I'll just sit and write all day, and I won't limit myself to, oh, this needs to rhyme, or I need to have a title, or any of that. I'll just write. And then I'll come back another day and I'll look at what I wrote, and then I'll figure out, oh, that's a title, that's a chorus, that's, and I'll start it'll all start to take shape. But I am a firm believer in just give yourself no limits, throw it all on paper and see what comes out, like puke all over the paper and then clean it all up gradually. But that's me. That's what I like to do. And that usually works quite well for me. And then once I've got things a little more organized, that's when I'll pull in a collaborator and I'll say, okay, what are you hearing? Because here's what I'm hearing. What are you seeing? Here's what I'm seeing. And then we start to bring it all together.
That's amazing. Yeah, I can't believe it. We have a little bit over 10 minutes left. So I have a few final questions that I like to get in with all of our guests. The first one is, so actually just before you, we had Betsy Randall, a very famous mom actress, a lot of mom roles. And so someone asked us, so one of our commenters asked this, and I wanted to ask you as well. Do you have what's your best piece of mom advice? I know our viewers would love to hear that.
Oh my goodness, my best piece of mom advice. Parent to the spirit you've been given. Not every child is the same. Not every child requires the same parenting. Don't be afraid to make a different choice for a different kid. And don't be afraid of what others are going to think of it. You've been given a specific soul for a specific reason. And there's something that only you can do for who they are. And so honor that.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's amazing. I hope everyone's writing that down and taking notes. My other advice question, that I love to ask is, what advice do you have for aspiring folks in the entertainment industry, whether that is voice acting or television? What advice do you have for kind of the next generation that is coming up?
I would say do at least one thing a day toward achieving your dream, no matter how big or how small, because there's so much rejection, there's so much competition, and there's so many ways to get in your head. There's so many things that can make you feel like, it's this unattainable thing. But if you take one step closer every single day, you're going to get there. And I think also if you just stay true to who you are, that'll always, at the end of the day, because that's what you have. You need to be able to look yourself in the mirror. You need to be able to feel as though you're living your truth, and that matters. And you've got to stay strong in this business. And I think that being inauthentic eats away at your strength. And I think that that's the mistake a lot of people make. I also think you can't forget why you're doing it. It brings you joy. So don't forget to find the joy. It's so easy to forget that. It's so easy to, again, get in your head or, take a rejection as personal, which it is not. Oh, it is not. It is so not. I can't tell you how many jobs, for all the jobs that I can list on my resume, how many jobs I didn't get. There's so many, and people don't see that. They just see your credits and they just see, what you've done and what you've accomplished. And that's wonderful. But it paints this unrealistic picture that, all of a sudden, you just kind of walked down the yellow brick road and it was all just kind of there along the way. It was not. There were plenty of jobs that I was like, oh man, why wasn't that mine? Why didn't I get that? Why couldn't I have been her? I auditioned for Lisa Simpson on The Simpsons.
Wow.
A game changer, a life changer, a world changer. I didn't get it, and that's okay, because there were other doors that opened for me that were important for me to walk through. And, and there's always another one and another one and another one. But don't, just because you got that no and it feels devastating, don't stop, don't give up, and find the joy in the moments. And always be nice to the receptionist and always be nice to the assistant, because those people will be running the agency before you know it. Mark my words, happens all the time. And you do not just suck up to the people who you think can do something for you. If you're a kind person, be a kind person to everybody. Be a kind person to your server at the table. Be a kind person to the host and the hostess. Just be a kind person, and that will come back and reward you. And even if it doesn't, again, you'll just feel good about yourself. And you're going to need all the opportunities to feel good about yourself in life that you can get.
Absolutely. I've got another question. Do you wish there were more episodes of Rainbow Bright?
Of course I do. Yeah. Of course I do. She's so great. She's so much fun. She's so uplifting, and she's so hopeful, and she's so happy. And I just, what a great character. Yeah, I would do a million more episodes of her in a heartbeat.
That's amazing. I am going to add in, since we have time, a slightly selfish question. I too love the holidays. I love holiday movies. I'm so excited that it's finally fall and we're going to have Halloween and everything and Christmas. Do you have a must watch holiday movie every year?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What don't we watch? We watch all of them. But The Year Without a Santa Claus. That's my favorite. The Heat Miser and Cold Miser. The Miser brothers, they're hysterical. They're the best. They remind me of my childhood but Mrs. Claus and all of it. That type of animation is something that you only get once a year. You only get it at Christmas time. You don't really see it any other time. But I love The Year Without a Santa Claus. That to me just screams Christmas.
Yes, I love that. I always appreciate when folks share those TV guides for all the holiday movies, because you can't keep up. You could watch 4 a day and not keep up.
Yes, exactly. Oh yeah. And now I'm a Hallmark fanatic. I love all of the love movies. My husband just understands that the channel's not changing. It's just going to be on for 2 months. You're just going to have to live with it.
You have to accept it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. My son is like, oh, it's another love movie. Yes, it is. It's another love movie.
I support this. Absolutely. Kristen says we watch Little Women every year. Yeah.
Oh, I love Little Women. That's a great choice. Yeah, that's a great choice. And the Sound of Music too. Love the Sound of Music.
My background is a picture of the painted backdrop in Sound of Music, so I'm so here for it.
Yeah. I love that. I didn't even realize that. That's fantastic.
Apparently there was a traveling museum type show where they had all these the actual painted backdrops from back in the day when they did that. That's and my friend sent me the photo. It's become my background.
Your friend gets you.
Yes, Linda, you're awesome. I know you'll watch this later. You get it. You get us. I do want to say, just in the last hour, we're up to 74% of our goal. This is so exciting. Folks, please donate. there's that link scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Go to all of our socials. Kristen has been posting diligently. Go to our website. You'll be able to get all the information there. It's such a wonderful charity. And we love the crossover with Kristen, our fearless leader, works so hard to get all the fandoms here. And Betiina, I feel like you embody that so well. You've got so many different wonderful experiences you're bringing, including being a mom and really being supportive to other moms. I guess I'm trying to think what question we want to end on. We have just a couple minutes. So to our commenters, this is your chance to get your last your burning questions in. I'm looking at my list. And I guess what would you think is, so I know you're so talented. It seems kind of silly to ask you this, but do you have a secret talent that people don't know? Like people expect you to sing well, act well. Do you have like a hidden talent that you like to whip out, as your party trick?
Wouldn't that be great? Sadly, I don't really think. I think I've identified what I'm good at and I've focused on it, and I don't know. I don't know that I think
I think most people would say, "Oh, I don't want a secret talent. I want to be able to sing like you." So,
I wish I did. I don't think I have a secret talent. I think what you see is what you get.
That's okay. That's amazing. And our producer is saying one of the gift sets has already gone, so we only have 2 left. If you donate $50, you will get that Mom Bomb gift set, which is amazing. Not only do they do amazing charity work, but the quality is so wonderful of the products they create. So definitely get that in there and donate. It is so exciting. I really appreciate you being here. So this is the last thing I like to do with everyone. I know that self-promo can be awkward sometimes, so I like to give our guests the floor. Tell us, where can we find you? Where should we follow you? Any upcoming things that you want folks to watch or see? We want to hear it all.
Sure. My website is BetiinaBush.com, and my Instagram is at BetiinaBushOfficial. And I have, I guess what is up and coming is I have a book deal, a publishing deal for a children's book, and actually a series of children's books that I'm writing with Keyshawn Johnson, the athlete and sports commentator. And we have focused together on creating children's books that are uplifting and that are motivating and let kids understand they can be who they want to be and create their own story. And there's nothing that can stop them if they decide that they don't want to be stopped. And so look for that. That's coming out in the fall of 2025. And I am also hoping to accomplish in enough time writing and reporting a children's record to go along with that. And I will definitely, for sure, be setting out on a tour in fall of next year to promote everything. So please, follow me, pay attention to where I am and what I'm doing, and come join me, come meet me, come support. And everything that I do is always to support strong families and people lifting each other up, celebrating differences, celebrating diversity, being kind to one another. And I just hope to continue to deliver that message in every which way that I can. And thank you so much for including me in such a special day. Congratulations on all of your fundraising. I think it's amazing. And keep it up. You guys are bringing more light to the world. And that's something I'll always be behind.
Thank you so much. It's so sweet of you to donate your time. So many wonderful people have showed up this weekend. I know the guests and all of our commenters have been having such a great time. So many of your roles mean so much to people. And I love, like you said, we've probably heard your voice and not even realized it was you. So it's so special to make that connection here. Thank you for sharing your time, your wisdom, your talent with us. I know that means the world. I'm going to keep saying it. Donate, friends. We're so close to that goal. We are determined to meet it. Mom Bomb is a wonderful organization that helps to provide grants to moms and dads who need it, especially if they get serious diagnosis or they need help with food, childcare, all those things that can really add up. So thank you so much, Betiina. We're going to transition to our next hour, but you've been amazing. Thank you so much. And we hope to see you again too.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Let's see, Ryan, do you want to come on screen with me? Amazing. Welcome, Ryan. How are you? Oh, I think you're muted.
Oh man, that's a bad impression to make when you first walk through the studio's doors. But
Happens
anyway,
for
yes.
everyone.
Yeah, technical snafus aside. But yes, it's good to be here. Thank you so much for having me. This is going to be a lot of fun. We're here at Otherworldly Fundraising Day number 3 already, which is insane. Time flies when you're having fun. We've had a great array of guests. We've had a great array of conversations, and our panel moderators have done a great job. Shout out to everybody involved. You did a magnificent job. I caught one of Jamie interviewing Amy Smart, who's been in the business for so long. I mean, she's been in hit films such as Just Friends with Deadpool. Excuse me, Ryan Reynolds. I only see Deadpool. I'm sorry. It's the truth. From the raunchy comedies such as Road Trip, from early on in her career. And then she did the Butterfly Effect with Butterfly Effect, gee whiz, with Ashton Kutcher when he was taking a serious turn at acting rather than just his comedic chops, which don't get me wrong, Ashton's good comedically, but I want to see what he can do dramatically. And the Butterfly Effect is a good example of that. If you haven't seen it, I invite you to go watch it. It's good. It's a dark film, but it's very, very good. But yes, this is going to be exciting. We have our next guest, I believe, is going to be our wonderful individual known as Lindsay Crouse. She's done, how many things has this young lady done? So many things. It's such a great period of time. So this is going to be great, isn't it, Julia? And it's good to see you again. It's been a while.
I know it's been a while. It's going to be so great. I know we've got lots of great questions for her. I love how interactive the audience is being. We love seeing your comments on Facebook and YouTube. We are just waiting a few minutes to get all of the tech stuff set up in the back. I did want to say shout out to Kristen, our fearless leader, who helps put this all together. And then we've had Trevor and Doug doing interviews today. Y'all have done so amazing. It is so exciting to be here. And I love to, I've been getting this question from friends and family. Do you do the same charity every year? And actually every year Kristen picks a new charity. And I think that's so fun. It gives us an opportunity to help more charities raise awareness so that now that you know about these charities, you can always go back to them. I did see that note from Kristen that there are only 2 gift sets left. So if you donate $50 or more, you're going to automatically get one of those gift sets, but there are only 2 left. So please donate. I keep refreshing the page. I keep seeing the number go up. So that's so exciting. And I did know this note from yesterday. Don't click anonymous unless you really, really want to be anonymous on the donation form, because we can't reach out to you if you do win a prize if it's under anonymous, because we don't see anything. I also know Jamie and I started the trend. Put in the comments in your donation, I'm from this fandom, or I was here for so-and-so's hour or whatever. We love to know why you're here and what you're excited about. So spill all the tea. We want to hear it. How have you been, Ryan? I know a lot of our other presenters have gotten to do little intros to themselves and their projects. Do you want to do a little intro?
Sure, why not? I mean, I got my fancy schmancy virtual background behind me, and people are probably wondering, what does that mean? Isn't that something a journalist would say when they're quoting somebody? Anyway, my name is Ryan. I'm a host and producer of a YouTube channel called And I Quote, where we embrace the nerd within you. That is our mission statement. That is what we do. So basically, we do shows every week. I do a show called And I Quote on the weekends, Saturdays, 12 p.m. EST, where I interview some of the best indie creators from all over the world, whether they've worked in film or television, video game design, graphic design, independent writing, independent publishing, voice acting. Speaking of voice actors, hello.
Yeah.
So I've interviewed them over the years. Also, we do a show called The Meaning of Fandom, where we gather a group of people together one Friday of every month. And they basically share with us what a particular character or fandom means something to them and why. So we go into their passion for it. And then the other things we love to do are movie watch-alongs. So if a movie has turned a certain age, we do a movie watch-along. You're watching us watch the movie, kind of like Mystery Science Theater 3000 style. But you're more than welcome to watch the movie along with us from the comfort of your own home or your office space or wherever you may be in the world. And we give you timestamps every couple of minutes. We let people know how many minutes we are into the film. And we also have 2 or 3 people on with me on each episode, because hosting a show by oneself is not an easy feat. So we did Galaxy Quest just turned 25 this year. So we did that this past Friday. That was a lot of fun. By the way, rest in peace, Alan Rickman. We miss you, good sir. Severus Snape, among many other characters. Hans Gruber, first role he ever had in his life.
Wow.
In the original Christmas classic known as Die Hard. Yes, it's a Christmas movie. I'm willing to acknowledge that now. It's fine. Die Hard is, in fact, not just an action thriller, but it's also a holiday film. So please do not argue with me in the comments, because I am acknowledging your sentiments, okay? I'm acknowledging this. But next week, we're going to do a 35th anniversary watch-along for Field of Dreams, and that is going to be an honorary tribute to the gentleman who goes by the name of James Earl Jones, who we unfortunately just recently lost at the age of 93. So rest in peace, James Earl Jones, a.k.a. Darth Vader, a.k.a. Mufasa. Ooh, do it again. Mufasa. Anyway, sorry, that's a hyena scene. Mufasa, Terrence Mann. He played the
Mhm.
director. I think it was like the executive director of the CIA and the Jack Ryan movies with Alec Baldwin and Harrison Ford back in the 90s, respectively, of course. So that is basically who I am. That is what I do. I've been a fan of certain fandoms and characters since I was 3 or 4 years old. I'm a 90s kid. Come at me. And I love it to pieces. So, And I Quote is a great channel. I think you, who may be watching or listening to this, will enjoy our content if you should so choose. Names and IDs are over here on the left, left side of my screen. So feel free to give us a follow. I think you may enjoy what you see there. Julia, I think you may enjoy it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I did my intro a couple days ago, but I'm Julia. I'm so lucky to know Kristen. We met through musical theater fandoms. I'm a huge musical theater nerd, and I'm a music teacher. I teach private piano lessons. Interlude music lessons is my business. So I love that crossover. I'm also a nerd. I'm happy to be nerdy about anything. And that makes me think, since you like movies, I like movies too. Do you have a movie that's coming out soon that you're looking forward to?
Oh boy, goodness gracious, that's a great question. A lot of the movies have already come out, whether it's Ghostbusters 4, whether it's Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice, don't say his name 3 times because you don't want him to come out. Let's see, that's come out. I mean, I really can't think of. I don't think the new Mission Impossible is supposed to come out this year. I think that's next year, 2025.
That's next year, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of things got unfortunately delayed because of the strikes, which I understand completely, by the way.
Mhm.
I would say the next Mission Impossible, whenever that comes out, because I finally caught up on the most recent one that came out during the situation and the strikes and all that stuff. It's really good. I thought Dead Reckoning was phenomenal. Now, granted, who the enemy is in the movie is just a little far-fetched, but then again, we're not that far away from that becoming an actual thingamabob.
Mhm.
Sorry, that's an Ariel line from Little Mermaid that just turned 35 last week that we celebrated on Movie Watch Along. That was fun. Under the Sea, Julia, Under the Sea.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'd say Mission Impossible. I know that sounds like a cheesy answer, but
No, my
that's all I
brother
got.
and I are obsessed. We did a whole watch through. It's very fun because, like with all action movies, sometimes the plot is fairly unintelligible. But that last one was like very fun, and like especially if you like the kind of action-packed stuff. Oh my goodness.
And
I have to be a musical theater nerd, and I know our audience will like this too. I am excited for Wicked. That's coming out in November. I think that's going to be a huge deal.
That's right. That's right. I heard about that. That's been in development for a long time. Very long
It has
time.
been, yeah. We're still having some tech difficulties, but Lindsay is on the way. We will get everyone here. We've been so lucky this weekend. Everyone has pushed through the tech. It's such as life in 2024. There's always going to be little tech hiccups. But please donate. Today is our last day, but what I love about Kristen and the whole team is that we make sure that all of this gets posted on YouTube. So you get to watch. You can come back and rewatch. You can watch segments that you missed. And the donate, I believe we spoke about leaving the donation link up a little bit longer because we really, really, really want to hit our goal. Again, that's scrolling on the screen. You can go to all our socials. Go to our website and you'll be able to find that Just Giving link. We have some of the mystery boxes left. You're gonna every $10 gets you a entry into the sweepstakes. Over $50, we have 2 gift sets left. You will automatically get a gift set from Mom Bomb, but only 2 left. So claim it if you want it. And with the holidays coming up, I feel like it's either going to be amazing for yourself, or with the holidays coming up, you've got a great Christmas present there as well, or holiday present. Kristen says it's like live theater. Absolutely. Live stream theater on YouTube and Facebook.
I can see where you're coming from with that one, Kristen. And by the way, I know this has been said a couple of times here on this weekend's program, but I'm going to say it again. Hats off to Kristen. Wonderful job. Wonderful. I mean, she goes above and beyond. She pushes herself to her limits and beyond her limits on getting this thing organized and putting this thing together. And it takes a team to make this whole operation work. Do not get me wrong, ladies and gentlemen who may be watching or listening to this. But Kristen, my hats off to you. We actually had a discussion in the green room last night after our broadcast came to its conclusion. And I got to say, it was just great to hang out with everyone again and catch up with certain things that have been going on behind the scenes for this event and some other events as well. So, Kristen, yeah, those late show discussions in the green room. Yeah, a lot of fun. A bit animated too, but it's fun nonetheless, especially when we're talking about certain properties and certain characters we're very, very passionate about, especially since our good friend Steven, who's been moderating a few things here and there, he's got a Superman nightlight behind him in his studio. And I'm like, dude, I want one. I love Superman. Why not? I love Superman. He's my favorite of all time. Just saying.
Amazing. I know we have a lot of Superman fans in our team and in our comments as well. That's amazing. I have another question for you, Ryan.
Yes.
If you could, we've been talking about manifesting today. If you could manifest any interview, who would your celebrity guest be? No limits. Literally, it can be as unhinged as you like.
Unhinged as I like. Okay, well, if we're gonna, since we're already kind of in that realm of DC, and since I love DC so much, I mean, I have respect for a lot of different properties out there. Do not get me wrong, but DC's it's high up there on the Mount Rushmore of fandoms. Okay, I love Superman, and I've spoken to a couple of individuals who have portrayed the character, whether it be in animated form or live action form over the last couple of years. I want to see Henry Cavill. I want to get Henry on here. I want to talk to him. I want to pick his brain about what it was like working on a underrated masterpiece of a movie called Man of Steel, directed by Zack Snyder from 2013, just turned 10 years old last year, respectively. We did a 10-year anniversary watch along on our YouTube channel. Feel free to go back and watch it. It was fun. So I want to pick Henry Cavill's brain. There is so much he can dive into because he's a giant nerd like we are. So he knows just as much, if not more, than I would. So I would just be sitting there being like, wow, this guy can read a phone book and make it look like, seriously, he could read out of a phone book and make it look good or sound good, whatever it is.
I believe it. I think fans would love that. Yeah.
Yeah, reach for the stars, folks. Reach for the stars. So I'm reaching all the way up there, and I'm going to say, you know what? Let's get Henry Cavill on the show. I think he'd be great.
Let's manifest it. Absolutely. I'm going to hop fandoms because I'm a huge Trekkie, and I love New Trek. Yes. I love
Trek
New
too.
Trek. So I think Sonequa Martin Green, who plays Captain Burnham, my life would be over. There would be nothing else after that.
Wow.
I adore her. So I think that would be so fun. And we've had some Trek actors on in the past as well. So
I mean, you want to talk about reaching for the stars and going to the final frontier? Why don't we get Captain Picard on here? If we got Patrick Stewart, I think that would blow up the interwebs. With all due respect, because my favorite captain, no disrespect to the other captains out there, because a lot of great Starfleet captains. Picard's my boy. Star Trek First Contact is what got me into Star Trek in the first place. So, because Julia, with all due respect, the line must be drawn here, this far, no further. Anyway, sorry. I love that movie so much. As a matter of fact, a friend of mine last night or 2 nights ago, he and I were talking about this and how much we love that film. And that's actually our #1 ranked Star Trek live action film.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. We freaking love that movie. And Picard is a boss. And his memoir is out now, Making It So, written by Patrick Stewart. So feel free to pick up copies of that book. I have it. You can't see it because I have my virtual stage here, but I do have it right over here on my 2BR bookshelf. So don't worry, Picard. I'm going to get to it. I promise you. And Stephen Fisher says, I love Star Trek Discovery, which is fair. That's fair. A lot of people are liking some of the newer iterations of Trek, which is really good stuff. And Kristen said in the green room, she says, why don't we get Tom Welling on here? Yes. If we got Tom Welling on here, my jaw would be on the floor and you would have to get a crane or a massive, what do you call it? Like a bulldozer or something to pick it off the ground because of how much I love Smallville and how much I appreciate Tom Welling's iteration of Clark Kent.
Yes, we've got another Star Trek comment, and I see in our waiting room. Hello, Lindsay. Can I bring you on screen?
Tiny on my little phone. I wish it was on my computer.
That's okay. It looks amazing. Thank you so much for being here.
Of course. Nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you. I'm Julia, and this is Ryan. And I'm just going to give our watchers and listeners a reminder that we're here to support Mom Bomb. They're an amazing charity that gives grants to moms and dads in need, especially if they're dealing with a serious diagnosis or they need help with food, clothing, all those incidentals that come up that parents need support with. We are at 74% of our goal. It's been jumping up every hour. So let's meet it this weekend. And we have the wonderful Lindsay Crouse with us here today. How are you doing? Welcome to our live stream.
I'm doing well. I'm still trying to get my computer balanced, but there we go.
Perfect. Amazing. You are so well known. I think Ryan and I will switch back with questions. You're so well known for so many different stage, TV, film. The IMDb is amazing. We love to see it. I've been asking all the guests to start. Do you have a little elevator pitch for yourself that you like to introduce yourself with?
Hi. Don't. I really don't.
That's okay. That's amazing. Well, the other question I ask that I get a lot of giggles from usually is, do you have a boring fact about yourself? So not an interesting one. What is a boring fact you'd like to share with the audience?
Great gardener.
Ooh.
I am very, very involved with my garden. I live in Annisquam, Massachusetts, which is basically Gloucester and Cape Ann, and I just adore gardening. So that might be a kind of dull thing to other people. To me, it's fascinating and endlessly interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Constant education.
Yes, that's beautiful. Ryan,
Oh boy.
question you want to go next?
No pressure, right? No pressure. But first of all, Lindsay, it's great to see you and great to meet you. It's great to have you here with us on Otherworldly Fundraising Day number 3 in 2024. So my first question for you right out of the gate, because I grew up watching this as a youngin. I grew up in a little-known decade known as the 1990s. Great decade, by the way. Just out of curiosity, what was it like for you working on the Frank Oz film Indian in the Cupboard? What was it like?
I love that story. He was a lot of fun. He was a lot of fun, and I loved plumbing him about all his days with the Muppets. He would start saying something to me, and I go, "No, I want to ask you about." Yeah, and that was, one of the great stories to do.
That's wonderful. I've been asking a lot of our entertainment industry guests, how did you get your start? Was it something that you were really passionate about? Did your parents give you a little shove? What was that story like for you?
Nobody gave me a shove, but my father was a man named Russell Crouse, who with his partner Howard Lindsay wrote a lot of wonderful hits, both straight plays and musicals, for the theater on Broadway. So I grew up in a theater family. And that's different from growing up, for instance, in a film family or in Hollywood. There were a lot of famous people in and out of the house, but they were all working. They were really hard working. So there wasn't sort of flashy, here comes so-and-so, or look who walked in the door. It was a very quiet household. My father went to work with his partner, Howard, every day. He left the house in the morning. He came back in the evening for dinner. And then there was that build up to opening that was very exciting and very tense, because especially at that time, everything rested on the opening night. And what probably Brooks Atkinson, the New York critics, and the New York critics would say, I mean, your entire livelihood, for the next few years was on the line at that opening night. So it was an intellectual house. It was a studious house that I grew up in. It was also a lot of fun. Theater people are a lot of fun. So there were wonderful parties. Wonderful. But again, people were witty and they loved to sing together. The piano in my household had been chosen by my grandfather, whose great friend was Theodore Steinway. And so there was a beautiful Steinway piano in my house. It was played by, evidently, before I was aware of it, Eugene O'Neill told Irving Berlin that he knew the lyrics of every vaudeville song that had ever been written. And Berlin said, I know the tune to every vaudeville song that's ever been written. And all night long, they played that piano. Irving would hunt and peck with one finger, and Eugene would sing. But it was that kind of thing. It was, they played games. They played thinking games. And they just had a good time. But they were very serious. Howard and my father, who we fondly called Pop, he was a lot older than most fathers. He went to work and, really had to seriously work because everything mattered. It was the way that we were going to keep our house. So, yeah.
That's wonderful. I'm going to put a question up from the audience here. This is a beautiful question from Kristen. How important was it to you portraying an out lesbian on a broadcast television show in the 80s? Talk about breaking barriers.
I was really proud to do it. It made me really happy to do it. There were many aspects of things that I played on film and in television that I felt, damn it, it's really good we're talking about this. And I'm so thrilled to be here. And for me, it was also an education. I learned a lot more about the situation, how difficult it was. Yeah, I was very done that.
That's amazing. Ryan, what do you have next?
Well, for me, I would say when you go into what is known as an audition, what do you do to mentally prepare yourself to get yourself psyched up and ready to go when you're auditioning for a role, whether it's a TV series or a movie or something on stage, something to that effect?
Well, the main thing to me is, what is my own connection to that piece of material? Why is that important for me to have something to say about? Because just to go in and deliver the lines is one thing, but to really invest in it as something that has great value to me, that moves me, that's what I really work on to prepare for an audition. And I really love meeting people in theater and film. I love going to an audition and having a minute to spend. Actually, sometimes I end up talking with the director, and afterwards my agent says, the casting agent said you were in there for very long. That may not be a good thing to do. I said, well, we were having a good time talking. Forgive me, So I love people of the theater. I love people who are in film. They're always interesting. So,
That's
I'm not scared of audition.
That's such a beautiful perspective on auditioning too.
Although I'll tell you a funny story. I was auditioning for a Broadway play, and Mike Nichols was the director. Now I was nervous, and I was saying my lines as I'm walking to the audition. I'm in Times Square, and I walk by a storefront that has this pair of bright red corduroy pants in the window, and I thought, that's it. I'm going to get the audition if I have those pants. He will never forget me. I go in, I buy the pants, I go in some corner of the store and I put them on. I run out, I'm almost late. I walk into the audition, and it was in a Broadway theater. So I'm coming from the back, I'm walking down the aisle, and there's Mike Nichols, who I had known, sitting in a seat. And, I say, hi, he says, hi. I continue walking. He goes, Crouse? I turn around and go, yeah. He says, come here. He says, turn around. I turn around, and he rips this huge tag off the back of my pants. I said, well, at least I cared.
That's amazing. Oh my goodness.
What color of my pants, I'll tell you that.
That is wonderful. And I think you have such an amazing crossover where you've gotten to do work in theater, in TV, and film. Not every actor gets to do that. What are some of the things that you felt translated well between those mediums? And were there things that really had to change to adjust depending on that medium?
I don't think so, because the films that I did were written for film, and the plays that I did were definitely written for the theater. So I don't think so. Yeah.
That's amazing. There's a theater question in the comment I want to add. Steph says, do you have a favorite play or musical?
That I was in?
I think either. That you were in or that you just really like.
Oh, wow. I don't even know how I... oh, gosh, I'm trying to think of the name of the Irish play I was in. Dancing at Lunasa is a play that I did that I absolutely adored. I could have done that play for years and years on Broadway. I didn't get to do it on Broadway. I did it in a regional theater, but it's one of the plays I love most. And what was really interesting, the first time that I came to a certain point in the play, running in rehearsal, there was this Irish family way in rural Ireland, and they get a radio, which is a huge event. And it's, 1929 or something. And we turned on the radio and began to continue rehearsal. And on the radio came Anything Goes, which was the very first musical that my father wrote. And I thought my hair would stand straight up off my head. I never had an experience like that on stage, where I just felt like, ooh, like with electricity running through me. Amazing. That is one of my favorite plays.
That's That's absolutely beautiful. What do you have for us, Ryan?
Well, we talked about one of your great film appearances that I grew up on, such as Indian in the Cupboard, and who doesn't like Frank Oz and the Muppets? Because the Muppets don't seem to age after what 70+ years on this earth. They still are the same colors. They're still having the same eyes, same smile, same expressions, et cetera, et cetera. But on the TV side of things, what was it like for you working on those 8 or I believe it was 9 episodes of Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
Riot! It was a riot. Oh my goodness! So many funny things happen. The young man who played a love interest of her happened to be a babysitter for my kids, and my kids used to play basketball and soccer in a field in Pacific Palisades, and he would also be there. So I knew him doing that before we were on the show together. And at one point, I don't know, they killed me off, and there was a huge debate whether I was an animated corpse or a zombie, and there'd be different makeup or something. I had a machine on my back that made green blood come out of one thing and red blood come out of another. Really insane. And I had clouded over contact lenses. I was either a reanimated corpse or a zombie. I still don't know what I was. And I had to give this terrifying shot, to this young man. And I said to him, I can't see anything. I'm coming after you with a shot. So I'm going to measure my footsteps. I'm going to reach out my left hand. If I completely miss you, I'll yell cut or something. But if I go after you, if I'm aiming for your eye or something, please just scream. I'm terrified. So I don't think I was a terribly, aggressive or effective zombie. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, and what we were just handing a note here, the young actor I believe you were referring to earlier was Mark Blucas, was the one who may have looked after your family.
And the other story I have about that show, I was known as the evil bitch monster of death. And while I was on the show, one morning, very early, I was taking one of my children to the dentist. And I walked in, kind of bleary to this dentist office, and 2 identical twins behind the counter, who were the receptionists, leaped up and went, "Oh, the evil bitch monster of death," in unison. And I thought, where am I? These things don't happen on the East Coast.
That's amazing. Oh my goodness. On a similar theme, Kristen is talking about, was Slapshot a really raucous set?
Oh my gosh. Slapshot was fun. Slapshot was crazy. The audition for Slapshot in Manhattan was hysterical because it was a movie that was going to involve hockey skaters. So every out-of-work actor in New York, decided on a dime that they were hockey skaters. And so they all auditioned at Madison Square Garden. There were ambulances lined up in front of Madison Square Garden because they were all, breaking their necks. So we get down to Johnstown, Pennsylvania. All my locations on film are like that. I never get the ones in the Mediterranean or anything. So we're in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, and we're going out on the ice, right? I go downstairs. This was the high school hockey rink. And I go to rent a pair of skates because I'd like to be skating with everybody. And I go to rent this pair of skates, and there's a man behind the counter in the high school in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, in the basement. And as I'm there paying for my skates, he says, "Crouse." He says, "Okay, I'm going to ask you a crazy question. Are you the daughter of Russell Crouse?" I go, "Yes." I said, "What? How did you know Russell Crouse?" He said, "I was a child actor, and I auditioned for Life with Father, which is a play that my father wrote. And he said, your father called me personally to tell me that I didn't get the role. And he very gently said to me, can I ask you something? And he said, there was something about the gentleness in your father's voice that I said, okay. He said, was it your idea to audition for this part? Or was it something that your parents wanted for you to do? And he said, I told them was my parents' idea and that I was scared. And my father said, I kind of got that feeling. And he said, I'd like to give you a piece of advice if that would be okay. And this kid said, yeah. He said, your parents love you very, very much. And they want the best for you. You go back to them and you tell them that. You tell them that you're uncomfortable, that maybe this isn't for you. And he said, and I did. And he said, I've done many things in my life, but I was never scared. Oh, I can't hear you. Why can't I hear you? Hold on.
No, that was a very heartfelt story. We thank you for sharing that with us. There's no doubt about it. Julia, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
I just wanted to say that was beautiful. What a gift. My mic was still off, but what a beautiful gift for him to give to that kid.
Yeah, he was like that.
Amazing. Ryan, what do you have next?
Well, let's see. This whole Wheel of Fortune has got so many different questions on it. Where do we spin it? No, I'm just kidding. So my question is, what has your experience been like doing voiceover work? How much fun is that for you when you're not so much on a stage, but you're in a studio recording voiceover? What is that like?
It depends on the project. Sometimes it's really difficult, and sometimes it's just fabulous. Are you sitting down? I worked for 40 years with a voice coach because I loved character. And I realized that transformation of voice was at the heart of really developing a character. And one of the great voice coaches alive was a woman named Liz Dixon. She coached Mary Martin when she was doing Sound of Music. If Mary couldn't talk in the morning, she'd go into Liz, and Liz would have her on stage by that night. She was amazing. And she not only worked with actors, she also worked with immigrants who wanted to lose accents and actors that wanted to gain accents. But she never lost sight of character. So she knew how to not just teach you an accent, but how that person would speak in the circumstances they were in. She was amazing. She was a taskmaster. But I really couldn't have had the career that I had without her. God bless her.
That's so special. Wow. We are at the half-hour mark, so I want to remind our viewers, please donate. We're at 75%. That's so exciting. We have a couple hours of content left today. Go to that link that's scrolling on the screen. Go to all of our social media. Mom Bomb is such a wonderful organization helping moms and dads who need that extra support through grants. We still have prizes left, so don't put your donation on anonymous unless you really want it to be anonymous, because then you'll get entered into our awesome sweepstakes. Lindsay is being amazing and spending time with us here today. I have a little bit of a deep cut question. So my dad's favorite TV show ever is Frasier. I'm sure I have seen it so many times through just by osmosis, because it is his favorite show. And in season 9, you were on for a couple episodes as Martin's love interest, I believe. Can you share anything about that? I wouldn't be a good daughter if I didn't bring up that question.
Well, I had the great good fortune of doing an absolutely gorgeous play with John Mahoney and a number of Steppenwolf actors. It was an Irish play. I'm trying to think of it right now. It'll come to me. Of course, it'll come to me tonight. John was wonderful to work with. John was an imp. He had that wonderful quality of just, you didn't know what he was going to do next. He was just charming to work with, lovely. And there were, I think the time that I was able to spend on stage with him, I really cherish, because we were able to develop something. It was a group of Steppenwolf actors. They were all wonderful. And the play, The Weir, W-E-I-R, which means a trap. Extraordinary Irish play. Really one of the great experiences I've ever had on stage. And partly because of John. It was just marvelous, very present, very alive, very relaxed. It was great. He refused to do an Irish accent for the play. And he got called out by the critics. And within 24 hours, he had an Irish accent. We all teased him. We're like, John, this is an Irish play, darling. You got to have the accent. Come on.
That's phenomenal. Let's see, Ryan, you're up.
Well, my family's part Irish, so we guess we got a little bit of the luck of the Irish. So
Oh,
with that, I know, right? I know. Go green. With that being said, is there an actor or actress that you have never worked with that you would love to work alongside of at some point in your career?
oh God. I think Maggie Smith was one of my very, very, very favorite actresses. I'd love to have worked with Maggie. I would have loved to have worked with Zoe Caldwell, an actress now. Oh, there's so many now. I mean, there's so, many more parts for women. But I mean, one thing I would say, at the age that I am, and I'm over 70, there is very, 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 very little written for actresses to do in this country. In England, they write for them, they put them in all their media, they knight them, they thank them, they love them. But here, we don't really know what to do. And it's really sad. Yeah, who would I love to work with? God, I mean, everybody. Truly. I love it.
Nothing wrong with the generic answer. It's completely fine. Plus, there's a lot of great Hollywood, great talents out there that should be worked with. So I can understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You've had such a wonderful array of genres that you've gotten to work in. Do you have a genre that you find yourself consistently drawn to, or do you more care project to project?
I work project to project. I love the theater. I will always love the theater. Because it's incredibly challenging. It's so challenging. And because it's never the same. And because if you get a chance to work on a play with really fine actors over a real period of time, the growth is incredible. And that's exciting. And to feel an audience so close to you, to feel the mood of the theater, to adjust to the mood of a theater, to be taught by an audience. Wow, you need to take a little bit more time here. You need to move it along. They're on top of you. It's an education. It's an education. I mean, film is wonderful, but it's a very different process. It's very piecemeal. You really hope that you're stringing all the pearls together, because very often, you're shooting the end of the film before the beginning of the film or whatever, and you're going, as you get through the rest of the film, you're going like, oh, geez, if I'd known I was going to do this, maybe, you get another chance on stage to develop it. Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of film, we have a question from the comments. Was filming Places in the Heart difficult on location?
No, it was fabulous. Oh, our wonderful set designer built a house, a rundown house out in the boonies. And I think Robert was one of the great directors I ever had, loving and perceptive and kind, and really in it with you. Nestor Almendros was an incredible cinematographer, and Sally Field was wonderful to work with. Everyone. It was a story that was very personal to the director. And he said, with Kramer versus Kramer, he said he thought he knew everything about filmmaking. The next film he made, which shall not be mentioned, he said he realized he didn't know anything about filmmaking. So he said, I've written this story. It's highly personal to me, and I'm going to get it right. So he said, I'm really sorry if I film something again, if I do another take, whatever, because I'm going to get this right. This is such an important film to me. And we would have died for him. We would have done anything for him. And it was wonderful. I have a little story about it, if you have a minute. It was set in the Depression. So we all wore these clothes from, the Deep South in the Depression. And he said to us, we're paying you enough. And we all went, ha ha. He said, why don't you wear the clothes off off the stage, so when you go home, wear the clothes, just stay in it. All right. So I decided to go to a local church, which had been a church that he had gone to when he was young. And it was a real revivalist church, a little church way, way out in the boonies. And there was a wonderful woman who used to rock back and forth, and they'd always hand the service over to her, and she'd have a little mic, and she'd go, got no teeth. My hair's falling out my feet. I can hardly walk, but I got Jesus, and she'd go into her thing. Well, there was always a coffee hour after church, and I would go to the coffee hour in my outfit from the set. So when the film was done, and I went to my last day at the church, last Sunday at the church, the ladies in the church gave me 3 bags, 2 bags of food, and 1 bag of clothes, because they thought that I was a poor lady who was still wearing the clothes, probably that were my mother's from the Depression, and they were all the clothes from the set. So I redistributed the canned goods elsewhere, but I couldn't give away the clothes because I thought they'll know. I brought them back with me, and damn it, I wore those clothes. I've never been so touched by anything in my life. So
Wow. That is so touching. That's a wonderful story. Ryan, what do you have for Lindsay?
What would you say are some of your favorite movies and why? And this is some of the movies that are outside of the stuff that you've taken part in.
My favorite. Oh, wow. Now that's a much bigger question. Well, I have to say one of the favorite movies I have that I was in is The Verdict. It was an extraordinary film. And that was an extraordinary director. And of course, my co-star wasn't so shabby either. Let me see. God, there's so many. I'm old-fashioned. To Kill a Mockingbird. I think All the President's Men was a great film. Oh God, so many. When you have a question like this put to you, suddenly you go like, I never saw a film in my life. It just, okay. You've got to give me a sec. Ask me another question, then it's going to come.
Totally.
No worries. I know it's a bit of a broad question because it could go a million different directions for sure. But yeah, that's fine. Feel free to play the Jeopardy theme song in the back of your mind as we're thinking about this, Julia.
Well, so going back to, I know we have a lot of theater lovers in our audience, and I love to hear actors talk about this. Have you ever had a moment where you've been on stage and forgotten your lines, and how did you recover?
Oh my God, yes. One of them was in a play in Chicago written by Lanford Wilson. And I was downstage center with a spotlight on me. And sometimes this happens to you. Sometimes if you're really in it and you're really running, it's almost as if your brain goes, you're not acting anymore. This is life. And as in life, you don't know what you're going to say next. And suddenly that experience starts to come, and the actor takes over and goes, you can panic now, rather than, oh, this is just like life. Let me just take a sec. I turned up stage and I went, help. Help. And the audience couldn't hear me. And one of my fellow actors stepped in and we started a conversation. We got the playback where it was. And the only other time I remember, it was recently in a play called Mornings at 7. And I was storming across the stage, really enraged at the wonderful actor playing my husband. And I think what took over was he looked hurt. Different things happen in the theater on different nights. And I think I was so shocked. Somehow my whole body registered that I had actually gotten to him. And the lines continue to hammer at him. but I'd gotten to it. So I think that my heart and my mind got conflicted for a moment, that in life I would have gone, oh, honey. But the lions were some brutal thing. So I honored what was happening. And I said the brutal line like that, like as if I didn't want to. And I think that actors often judge themselves for things like that. But I think that directors would say that was a gift to everybody in the theater. We get caught out. We steamroll, and then suddenly we're in tears, or we're, on the floor, or we're asking forgiveness. And you're bound by the script to say certain things, but what you're shooting through. I mean, I try to teach this to actors all the time. Acting is not about acting out the line. Has nothing to do with it. It's about underneath the line what you're trying to do. We all know, the hysterically funny scene that's really the tragic scene. We all know, the harsh scene that's really the love scene. So that's a good playwright. You don't act out the line. You try to find out what's going on, because the whole dilemma of being human is we don't say what we mean. I always say we marry the person that we find that we say what we mean most to. That's how.
Yes, absolutely. We have another comment or another question. You did Pinter, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, on Broadway with Roundabout. What was that like?
I loved doing Pinter, because Pinter, in light of what I was just saying, was someone that really gives an actor a go. I mean, you face the script and you go, oh my God, these are the most horrible people in the world. How am I going to get through this? But in fact, like any good playwright, the plays are about a tremendous human longing and rage and desire to be free, to be fully expressed, to get out of jail, so these are very, very dramatic plays. And I think you need a good director, someone that will really let you fish around and find what it is you think is really happening in the scene, what it is your job is to do, what's the real human dilemma in it. And then Pinter really comes to life. If you get stuck in the kind of hell, is Pinter, he's not gonna. It's just gonna be a really difficult evening. They're not joyful characters to play, but they are human. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing with all of our audience questions. We have a little over 10 minutes left. I want to remind everyone to donate. The donation link will stay up a little bit longer once our weekend is over. And you can always go back on YouTube to watch any of the live streams you might have missed. Let's see, Ryan, you're up. Do you have a question next?
If someone wants to pursue this magical world known as acting, what pieces of advice would you offer that individual?
Well, grab your courage, to the sticking point, as Shakespeare would say. But here's what I would say. You are going to have to do a profound self-examination with every play you do, because what you are bringing to your art is your life. If you are unwilling to do that, afraid to do that, if you think that creating a character is a way to escape or to compensate, or that you're not enough, that you want to hide, the theater is not for you. It's a profession of exposing the toughest, most vulnerable aspects of being alive. It is glorious when it happens, and I can tell you, it's not related to the ego in any way, because when it happens, you almost feel like it's shooting through you like a star. You've set up the proper circumstances. You've been willing to just keep playing in action, whether the words were with you or against you, whether the audience is on it, whatever. You are doing that thing you said you were going to do. And suddenly something just shoots through you. And everyone in the audience knows it. Everyone on stage knows it. And you just all feel thankful that you're there. And that's a great experience, really worth having. It requires real study. You can't just, put on a costume and create an accent and say I'm an actor. You can't. And if you do, you may get really hurt, because you aren't going to get there. You have to study, and it's an art. It's an art like any other art. You have to practice. But it's a very rewarding one. It's tough, though. And I especially want to say to the women, really tough.
Definitely. So speaking of the industry in general, do you have any behind the scenes roles, as in director or writer, that you maybe haven't gotten to step into yet, but that you would still like to? Or do you prefer to just be the actor? How do you feel about that?
I prefer to be the actor. I'm a teacher. I studied Buddhism for many, many years, and I teach Buddhism. I preach in our local church. I am writing now. It is not something that I wanted to do or that I was planning to do. But one of the difficulties about being an actor over 70 and a woman, very little written. So, yeah. But, life isn't straightforward. And there may be a reason why, this is happening. So I'm bowing. And I would say to anyone out there who wants to be an actor, go right ahead. Make sure you find a good teacher. Make sure you really apply yourself. It's important, because I think that our actors are, the priesthood of our civilization.
That's amazing. Yeah. Brian, what do you have?
Well, many years ago, there was this piece of music that I heard, and it told us all we got to do sometimes is take a look. It's in a book. So I'm just curious, what are some of your favorite books and why?
Oh, gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. I am a huge reader. Oh, my God. I mean, I don't know. You probably can't see behind me. My house is just nothing but bookshelves. I can't even think right now. Who am I reading right now? Hang on one sec.
No worries. She's got an entire library in her studio, so it's kind of like the scene from Beauty and the Beast, where she walks in, the Beast gives her that library full of books, and she says, "This is incredible." Like, you know what I mean? You remember that scene, Julia? The little indie film, Beauty and the Beast, came out 30-some years ago.
Yes, I'm always here for bookshelves and too many books.
Who isn't? Honestly.
I read a book a week. I adore reading. So I read nature books. I don't read mysteries. I read a lot of history. This year I read this author, Mark Forsyth. Whoops, there you go. It's called The Etymologicon. It's about the origin of words, which is one of my favorite subjects. It's something I would like to do a theater piece about. The origin of words is just super and fantastic. I'm right now reading a book about the Civil War, about the origins of the Civil War. But I'll read about, history and historical fiction are big for me. I guess because they stimulate all the drama that I love, the things that have happened through the years with leaders, queens, kings, peasants, ordinary people doing extraordinary things. Novels. As I said, I studied Buddhism for a long time. I read a lot about religions of various kinds. I'm a huge reader, a lot of poetry. I like to read poetry. So right now I'm thinking of doing something about trees, doing an evening about trees, the life of trees. I'm thinking of doing it with music. I'm thinking of doing things about very early myths in human history, and why those myths have remained in our culture for years and years and years and years, because basically those are the plays. So things like that I'm turning towards now. It will probably take me a year or so to formulate what I want to do with them. But I have to say it's comforting, because there isn't work. It's just not, we're just not written for. So I'm going to see what, I thought to myself, well, what do you do when you do nothing but complain? You have to do something, right? I mean, who am I looking to fix this? There's nobody behind me. So yeah, I'll put my hand.
Well, the beauty part of that is we didn't have to play the Jeopardy theme song like we did for that movies question earlier on in this program. But at least when I mentioned the fabulous song of Reading Rainbow, all we got to do is take a look. It's in a book. We got a library full of answers for this. So great. We're all doing our job very well here in the studio, Julia. We're killing it today. Everybody in the studio is doing a great job.
Yes, we have such a wonderful team. And I love that you share that, Lindsay. I think you have every right to complain. And I also love that you're facing it head on. I know that's so inspirational. And I know that our audience and all of us here will be right behind you, backing you up.
Thank you.
We do just have a couple minutes. I want to remind everyone, please donate. It's been such an amazing weekend. Kristen, our fearless leader, works so hard to get so many amazing guests, and the donations have been so lovely. The comments have been so lovely. I always like to make sure that our guests have a chance. Is there any upcoming projects, any places people should follow you, anything like that you want to share? I want to make sure that our audience and our fans can stay connected.
That's so sweet of you. I really don't know. I don't know what's happening. So, everybody will just have to wait and see. But I really admire what you're doing. I'm going to put my glasses on again so I can look at your tiny, tiny image. Do you know how small you are? You're less than an inch in my phone. It is so important. We have to help each other now. We just have to help each other. It's one world, and it's crying, and it's aching, and it's, from the animals to the insects to all of us. It's, so any organization that's really offering a hand up is so important. So I thank you for this opportunity of talking with you, and I really am thrilled with what you're doing. So glad to be a part of that. So thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. You and so many others have donated their time, and we're so grateful to the whole volunteer team. All of the money goes to charity. I completely agree. It's so important to help each other. And this is a question I've been getting from friends and family. We do change the charity every year. So it's an opportunity to raise awareness for a new charity every year, and to raise that awareness, to raise funds. We're determined to meet our goal and exceed it. And so many wonderful people, including Lindsay, have been helping us to create this wonderful content for our viewers. So thank you so much for being here today, Lindsay.
It is totally my pleasure. Much good luck and good.
Thank you. We hope to see you again soon.
Okay. It's a date.
Oh, man. Wonderful person. Thank you so much for being here with us, Lindsay Crouse. Goodness gracious, she's got a whole library full of stuff. And now, one of the best things about this program and other programs that you may have been watching or listening to over the course of this weekend for Otherworldly Fundraising 2024's version, I should say, is that there's a book about the history of words all of a sudden. So I might have to add that to my Amazon list. Hashtag not a sponsor of this program, but hypothetically, if they want to be a sponsor, call me maybe, so, and then we can talk numbers later. But I believe I was just handed a note by one of our producers saying that we were up to $1,135 for this fundraiser. So thank goodness for that. That's a really good number. These numbers are great numbers in this racket, man. We're going to pump these numbers up, as our good friend McConaughey might say. Am I right, Julia?
Absolutely. Folks have been so generous with their time and their money. Keep sharing. We're going to keep it up for, I think, about a week. So you still have an opportunity to give more. Talk to your employers. Oftentimes they will do a matching donation, and that is so cool. And make sure that you keep a lookout on our YouTube channel. Our awesome team will go back into the live streams and make sure that all that content gets reposted. So if you missed your favorite person, you did not miss them. You're going to be able to go back and watch that interview all over again. We're still waiting on some final notes from our producers, but let's see, Doug, do you want to come on screen now? I know you've been working hard this weekend too.
Has he been working OT, what also known as overtime in these studio realms? Because I see this man's face everywhere I go, whether it's on the billboards, the marquees, the hotels, the casinos that I haven't been going to because I don't gamble, like Vince Vaughn and Jon Favreau did back in 1996. If you know what movie I'm talking about, more power to you. But by the way, I like your background with our friendly neighborhood Spock, because we were discussing Star Trek earlier on in this program, and I mentioned how First Contact is what got me into Star Trek. So hey, there's no right or wrong answer about how you were introduced to the Star Trek, right?
Well, I being 720 years old,
exactly. You're almost as old as Yoda, which is great. Which is another fandom.
I was there in '66 when Star Trek came on, so I became a fan of TOS, the original series, right away. I think the very first episode I saw was The Naked Time, where everybody got drunk off of touching each other. Or stoned, or however
so much more explanation.
I know. I was going to say, I don't know if we want to go into this round, but yeah, there's a couple things that come to my mind that I can't say on this program because I want to keep things healthy for the viewers, but still.
And it impressed me so much that I decided to devote my life to drinking. No, I'm not.
And Star Trek in the process of drinking 6 rounds a day. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
But the thing that really struck me watching that episode the first time, was, I didn't know that, anything about the characters. I didn't know that Spock, his crying was going to, that his crying was going to be a big deal. But I'm watching it and I'm just, I'm enthralled by all this. But when he gets mad, when Kirk finally pushes him to the edge, and he picks him up, throws him across the room, smashes the computer with his fist, I'm going, okay, we don't want to mess with Vulcans. Vulcans are tough. Let's hold off on that.
Unless you want to be the friendly neighborhood Scotty looking at something saying computer. Computer, are you there? Computer.
Hello, computer.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm going back to Star Trek 4 Voyage Home, but never mind. Sorry, Julia. I didn't mean to interrupt the thought process there.
You're good. So my dad has also been a Trekkie since there was Trek. And so he got me and my siblings introduced very young. I think TNG was the first thing I watched. So I'm very much a TNG girly at heart. And I love new Trek. I remember it came out when I was in college. And my dad would call me, and I was so busy, I didn't have time to watch anything, and he kept calling me when Discovery came out, and he just kept saying, Julia, you have to watch it. It's Star Trek. You're gonna love it. It's so good. So he also got me into new Trek, and now I've seen pretty much everything, but no spoilers for this season of Discovery because I have not finished it yet. I still need to catch up.
Don't tell me anything. I want to go in cold.
It's so good. It's so good.
The only Trek that I actively avoided was Deep Space Nine.
Really?
Because after the original series and after TNG,
right? Yeah.
I don't think I was ready for the darker side of
with Cisco and all those guys.
Yeah. Nobody likes anybody else. When I'm going, wait a minute, Gene said everybody loves each other. There's no conflicts, and it was also there were threads of stories where if you missed a couple of weeks, you were a little bit behind from time to time. So I don't hate it. I don't know enough about it to make a decision on it, but so that will be my new Trek. I'm going to
Okay.
go back and start.
We'll get you there eventually.
That's fair because, and I'll send this to you in the background of our studio in the green room here. And this is for everybody too who's a fan of this property. A friend of mine who's an indie writer who also is a Trekkie. He's been a Trekkie for many, many years. He makes these door hangers now that he sells at his table when he's tabling at book signings. And he's a crime fiction writer, but he also writes in different genres because he's all around. His name is Bobby Nash. Lives in the great state of Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia. He's a great guy, great writer. He made a door hanger that has Cisco on it from DS9, and on the bottom of the door hanger it says "Welcome to DS9." And I'm like, "Yo, that's cool. I like that." And I went to him and I said, "Look, I'm not gonna buy the Cisco one just yet, but I will say this. Hey, Super Loop, we'll get to you in a second. I promise you." But I bought the door hanger that has the Muppet. What is it called? The Muppet Show news anchor who says a Muppet news flash every time he shows up. So it says on air behind him, and then on the bottom of the hanger it says "Go away." Because I'm a podcaster, right? So I have that on my door every time I'm doing a show. And then the other one I got is Genie from Aladdin, a little indie film that came out in 1992 that blew everybody's mind. And it says, "I wish you'd go away." And he's got that little smirk and smile on his face. By the way, rest in peace, Robin Williams. We miss you too, buddy. But yeah, if you're looking for really good door hangers or bookmarks for those of you who are book lovers, like Lindsay Crouse is and everyone else we've had on this program, check out BobbyNash.com. You may find some bookmarks or door hangers. I know door hangers is something you don't hear every day because it's so 1932. But I mean, Doe's 730 years old, so he knows what I'm talking about.
Right.
So if you want a door hanger for Trekkies, he's got plenty of Spock ones available if you want one, Doe. Just throwing that out there. By the way, Steven, good to see you. We were just talking about you and your fancy neighborhood nightlight that has the Superman S emblem on it that I really want.
Oh, yeah, I know. Well, I came in because I want to say that my dad, along with Doug, back in the 1960s, was one of the only 7 people that actually watched Trek when it was on TV.
Jeez.
And so he, watched it, really liked it. And then in the 1970s, when it really took off and became something through syndication and lots of people watched it, he watched it a lot. I watched it with him and I became a big fan of the show. And so in 1979, when Star Trek The Motion Picture came out, he said, we're going to go to the movie opening day. So this was 79. I was 9 years old. My brother was 4. He came with us. And we went to the motion picture and we watched it. And then when Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan came out, we went opening day and watched it. And then when Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock, we watched it opening day. And then, so we had this thing where, okay, we're going to have to go see Star Trek on opening day. Every new Star Trek movie, we said we're going to go see opening day. And it's funny because if you talk to my brother about it, he'll be like, "So have you been to, all this?" Because I missed 1 year. Star Trek Insurrection came out on a Friday night. And my godmother had gotten me tickets to go to Syracuse to see Billy Joel. And Billy Joel is like... He is my favorite musician of all time.
He's just kind of iconic. Only been around for like 600 years.
I've seen him probably like 16 times live now.
Are you serious?
And so she said, and so it was like, well, I have to go see Billy Joel with my godmother, my Aunt Marge, or go see Star Trek Insurrection.
Wow.
So we drove to the concert to Syracuse, and she said to me, when we get out of the concert, we can look for one of the theaters here that has this like really like a midnight showing or something and go watch it. But when we got out of the concert, she's like, "I'm tired. I just want to."
I'm beat.
And I was like, "Okay." So the following day, it was Saturday. My brother and I went to go see it. So I tell people, I've been to Star Trek, every Star Trek film since the beginning, opening weekend.
Wow.
And my brother's like, "Oh, opening weekend." Because he actually went when I didn't on opening day for Insurrection. So he's been to every single Star Trek movie on opening day since the very first one, and I have not. But Billy Joel trumped it at that point.
It kind of takes precedent.
He would.
Yeah.
I mean, Speaking of your dad, this was back during VHS days.
Oh, I love those days.
Love
VHS. Love them.
My father was still alive. The only time I ever saw my father cry, well, the first time not the first time I ever
Right.
saw my father cry. The end of Wrath of Khan. I'm showing it to him. I'm showing it to him at my house because he had watched the original series.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, I put it in and showed it to him, and I'm just watching it, and I'm trying not to because, thinking about it. I said before, I cry at card tricks.
Oh yeah.
TV commercials get me.
Me too.
Man.
Me too.
You put a kid or an animal in there, I'm done.
You're putting a lot of your cards on the table here in front of this viewing audience.
Don't ever watch Undercover Boss because the last 5 minutes.
The whole reason is to make you cry. But I'm sitting there. My dad's to my left. I'm sitting there watching it, and I'm going. I'm just biting my finger. I'm doing this, all that stuff, and over to my left, I hear. I'm like, yes, got him! Finally got him!
Good Lord.
People bust on the motionless picture, but
it is motionless, man. It's like a 2-hour sequence of a ship docking into a bay.
But I'll tell you something. I really, really liked the story, the plot line, the fact that they found one of the Voyagers. Back then it was 1980, so they assumed that the Voyager program was going to continue on and not just stick with Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. That was Voyager 6. But I like the idea of let's find Voyager 500, 600 years in the future,
right?
And it has become sentient.
But to me, I also saw it in the theater the first time, and even watching it, I'm going, okay, Robert Wise, wonderful director, Sound of Music, all this stuff, but he's obviously never seen an episode of Star Trek. So,
because the whole movie is motionless.
But the thrill of seeing those people in those roles
after
again
so many years,
on the big screen, I was still just amazed. Just blue pajamas and everything. I was still amazed at seeing them and seeing Shatner so slim and trim. And
being on a show for 3 years can put weight on a guy. Well, I got to tell you something, guys. This has been a great program. I think Otherworldly Fundraising has done a great job of putting this program together. We look forward to next year's iteration of this program. Good Lord, do we have some treats for you. And not just the stuff we have in those giveaways and those things we're going to be handing out to our lucky winners, whether they donate preferably with your name and not just anonymous. But hey, to each their own. I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus here. But this has been great. Julia, as we wrap this up, I want to say thank you for having all of us here. This has been a blast. Kristen, who works tirelessly behind the scenes to make this thing as magical and as magnificent as it is. See, I just two M words in the same sentence. That hardly ever happens in my podcasting career. But this has been wonderful. It's great to see everybody here. So let's go around the room real quick to find out where everyone can follow this as well as you as an individual on social media if they want to continue with your craziness. Julia, ladies first. Where can we follow you?
Go to Interlude Music Lessons on all socials, interludemusiclessons.com. You can go to our website. I post a ridiculous amount on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook. Find us there. We do private piano and guitar lessons. I'm a huge musical theater nerd. You can always talk to me about that. Clearly, I'm a Trekkie as well. And a huge shout out to Kristen for letting me help out with this weekend. We would not survive without Kristen. Let's see who wants to go next.
Why not Superman in the super shirt? He's got a shirt on. He's got rights, right? He's got the nightlight behind him that I want to have in my own room that I don't have yet.
Right there. Right there.
Where can we follow you, Steve?
I am on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, otherwise known as X, but I call it Twitter because
no one calls it that.
I'm on TikTok.
We all get named Twitter.
I'm on various socials, and under my name, you'll see it's at Brown Coat Cal.
Follow your kitchen, which is kitchen.
And Brown Coat Cal is Brown Coat because I'm a huge Firefly fan.
We aim to misbehave.
Cal because that's Kal-El, Krypton, Superman's birth name. So you can just, if you search at Brown Coat Cal, you'll find me various places. And Rebecca, my wife, who did the interview with me yesterday, she has Kitchen Witch's Kitchen on Facebook, and you can follow that and see just nerdy stuff that she cooks and stuff. And she's making a pasta sauce tonight with meatballs. And, it smells. A kitchen smells so good. I wish I could just bring the smell into all you guys. All right, Doug.
Again, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter X, whatever that is. And I have been, for the last 3 years, I've been a DJ on an internet radio station on Live 365, which is easy to find, live365.com. But the radio station is called Monkey Mania Radio. We started just wanting to focus an awful lot on the four monkeys as a group, plus all of four of them have just such individual, long, multi-album careers. But we found out that we can't play more than 3 monkey songs in a 2-hour period. So we have been opening it up. So we play music from the 50s all the way up to yesterday. Not the Beatles yesterday, but Saturday. And we just love it. I go by the name Unca Duck. Which, I know. When do you want to hear? You want to hear the story? It's a cute story about where Unca Duck came from.
You can tell me in the you can tell me in the green room.
Already cutting me off. He's giving me this.
I'm just saying, tell me in the green room.
But come find us, Monkey Mania Radio. We've also got a Facebook page. You can find us there, and that'll direct you to the radio station.
Well, guess we're saving the best for last with yours truly, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. No, I'm just kidding. Listen, I'm not Spider-Man. I like to be Superman because I wear glasses like Steve and I do over here. But anyway, listen, my name's Ryan of And I Quote Channel. Follow me on Twitter and Instagram personally at RyanRPM5. Check out our YouTube channel, our Facebook page. All the socials are simply at And I Quote Channel. We're this close to hitting 1,200 subscribers on our channel. We are so happy about that. We are going to have a lot of fun. We've got a lot of great programming coming your way, whether it's movie watch-alongs over here, the Meaning of Fandom, where we celebrate your favorite fandoms over there. First Fridays every month, Friday 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Movie watch-alongs are Friday 7 p.m. Eastern Time, the second, third, and fourth Friday of every month. And then, and I quote, the flagship show of my channels on Saturdays 12 p.m. EST with indie creators. Who knows? Maybe Doug will stop by and we'll talk to him about monkeys. No, not the animals, but maybe the music or something of that nature. I don't know. Monkeys. Monkeys. Sorry, that's Robin Williams and Jumanji, if anyone ever remembers that movie from 1995. Same year that Indian in the Cupboard came out, but this was fun. Don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe our Otherworldly Fundraising videos wherever you may be in the world, because
and donate. The link's still down below. Yes, donate. Mom.
We can't emphasize that enough, because we're going to be back here. I'll be back in 2025 with another iteration of Otherworldly Fundraising, supporting a great cause and having some of the biggest names in the entertainment industry right here for you to ask questions for. So tune in. It's going to be a lot of fun. Am I right, Julia?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone. Please go all our socials. You can still donate. We're going to leave that link up a little longer. So if you're not watching this the day of, that's okay. Please go donate. We are just about to end. Thank you to all of our wonderful followers. Thank you to the whole staff, all the volunteer crew. Kristen, you're the best. Have a great weekend, everyone. I'm going to close the live stream.
Thank you to all the guests. Thank you to all the guests that came this weekend.
Huge thank you. Everyone donated their time. Nobody here gets paid. It all goes to charity. So thank you so much to everyone. Good afternoon, friends.